Hello to all my dear followers. Today I welcome you to the first season of What If Kurama Were a Woman and Fell in Love with Naruto. Please scroll down to the comments section and leave your thoughts. It helps me a lot. Enjoy.
The Bijou of My Heart Prologue. We find ourselves in the peaceful village of Konoha, a tranquil place where people live without worries and work daily to care for their families. Everything was normal in the village streets. People strolled, browsing the shops or chatting with acquaintances, nothing out of the ordinary. But let's turn our attention to the center of a plaza. That's where our story begins. In Konoha's main square, people gathered, watching a small blonde boy crying after tripping over a stone. No one approached to comfort him. In fact, their faces displayed expressions of hatred, fear, and more commonly, indifference towards the little boy, who appeared to be no more than 6 years old. "Villager, why do we have to watch that monster defile our streets? He killed my brother, why do I have to stand idly by?" A man of about 60 years old with a cold expression answered him. "Old man, you can't because Hokage-sama is protecting him, and you know very well that if we attack him, we'll end up in prison for several months." The man gritted his teeth in fury and left the crowd. The little boy continued sobbing as he listened to the murmurs of those who watched him with those hateful looks he didn't understand. What had he done? Had he done something wrong? All he wanted was a family. The only one who had ever treated him with kindness was that old man named Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, and it was thanks to him that the villagers couldn't, or rather, didn't dare to attack him. Well, sometimes the village guards would attack him when he walked to his apartment at night, but our little boy thought it was by mistake. That's it, they mistook him for some bad kid and that's why they hit him. But he was far from understanding what would happen to him that night. Our little blonde boy was walking after buying some packets of instant ramen. He was running late, so he decided to take a shortcut through some alleyways. His enormous bad luck became palpable when, without time to react, a bunch of shadows fell on him. A handful of blows and screams knocked him out of his place. "One, take this, monster, for my deceased brother, you damned bastard." The subject kicked the poor boy in the head, who began to bleed from a gash on his forehead. "Two, careful, man, you're going to kill him. We're just here to teach him a lesson, remember that." The man who was hitting the blonde guy continued kicking his battered body. "Naruto, I didn't do anything, I didn't do anything." Repeating as best he could between blows. "Please," he couldn't finish due to a tremendous blow from the hilt of a sword that left him unconscious. "One, oh look guys, I've knocked him unconscious, what a shame," the subject who was the villager who had seen Naruto in the square laughed out loud. "Three, ha 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 ha, that's how he'll learn that there's no place for monsters in Konoha." At that moment, a reddish glow came out of the inert body of little Naruto, attracting the attention of the three men. "One, shit, that chakra, it's the foxes." The men ran away scared of what might happen to them, leaving the battered boy lying on the ground. The red chakra surrounded Naruto's body and began to heal his wounds. Naruto opened his eyes, finding himself in a kind of sewer. "Naruto, where am I?" A whisper caught his attention. "This way." Naruto followed the voice until he reached a huge room. In front of him, a huge cage stood imposingly, and in the middle of it, the kanji seal kept it closed. "Naruto, who's there?" With a little fear, that place was damp and cold, he felt sadness and loneliness in the atmosphere. The mysterious voice that had spoken to him was heard again, it came from inside the gate. "I am what brought you here, little one." From behind the cell appeared a huge beast in the form of a fox with 9 majestic tails waving on its back that gave it an incredible and beautiful appearance. Naruto was paralyzed. "Naruto, who are you?" The fox smiled and spoke. "Kyubi, I am the Kyubi no Yoko, queen of the Bijus and the most powerful of them all." Naruto looked at her with great curiosity. "Naruto, how come you're a woman? Your voice sounds very hoarse, and you certainly look the same." Kyubi huffed in annoyance and, after surrounding herself with red chakra, began to shrink, taking on a human appearance. Naruto opened his eyes in shock. In front of him was a beautiful young woman of about 18 years old, dressed in a beautiful red kimono that highlighted her slender, perfectly proportioned body. Her long, fine pink hair was like cherry blossoms, and her beautiful emerald green eyes fixed on the small blonde boy who was staring at her, completely mesmerized. "Kyubi, well, what do you think? This is my true form. Now let me tell you why those men did what they did to you before and why the villagers look at you with hatred." The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 1. Naruto, what do you mean? Kyubi shook his head and gestured to the little blonde boy to sit down. "Kyubi, you see, the day you were born, the village was attacked. Many lives were lost, and those deaths of family, friends, and acquaintances left a deep wound in the hearts of the survivors that perhaps, time can heal, or in the worst case, will never heal." "Naruto, and what does that have to do with me?" Kyubi sighed and took a breath. "Kyubi, you see, I was the one who attacked the village." Naruto jumped up in shock, and after a few moments of surprise and assimilation of the information, he asked his tenant, "Naruto, but why? I don't understand. Did they do something to you?" Kyubi lowered her gaze, very embarrassed, and continued her story in a whisper. "Kyubi, I didn't want to, but they forced me. I know you won't believe me, but they used me." Naruto lowered his head, clenching his fists. Kyubi feared that the little boy would blame her for everything and hate her for it. Then the blonde boy raised his gaze, showing a wide smile that would make all the girls in the world scream. "Naruto, I believe you, a girl as good and kind as you wouldn't be capable of hurting anyone." Kyubi brought her hand to her mouth as a thin stream of tears ran down her porcelain skin, her beautiful green eyes beginning to redden a little with emotion at that moment. "Kyubi, thank you, little one, but there's no need to pity me." The blonde boy kept his smile. "Naruto, don't worry, we'll find the one who did this to you, and I swear on my dream of becoming Hokage that I will win the affection and acceptance of all the villagers." At that moment, Naruto began to disappear. "Kyubi, don't worry, we'll meet again very soon, and remember what you promised me, together we'll find the one who did all this." Naruto disappeared completely, a smile appeared on the demon's beautiful face. "Naruto, thank you for believing me." The boy got up in the alley where he had been beaten, feeling very dizzy and sore. "Naruto, my body hurts so much. Well, I'd better go see Aji-san." Naruto set off towards the Hokage Tower, walking through the streets ignoring the hateful stares of everyone he passed. Our little hero arrived at a large building, entered, and climbed the stairs until he came to a door. He knocked, and a deep, tired voice answered from inside, "Come in." Naruto opened the door, entering a large room. A large desk covered in papers and documents stood out in the room. Behind the desk, an elderly man was filling out some of them while smoking a pipe. "Naruto, Aji-san, I'd like to talk to you about something." The old man raised his gaze, resting his tired eyes on the boy's blue ones. "Sarutobi, tell me, Naruto, what do you want?" "Naruto, Aji-san, I would like to enroll in the ninja academy." The old Hokage sighed wearily. "Sarutobi, you're not going to change your mind, are you?" The little Uzumaki shook his head, smiling at his grandfather. "Well, if you think you're ready, classes start tomorrow with an orientation day. If you change your mind, you don't have to continue, so head to the academy at 8 a.m. and wait to be assigned a classroom." Naruto, "Yes. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll be at the academy first thing tomorrow without fail." The blue-eyed boy left Sarutobi's office and headed home. When he arrived, he prepared a packet of instant ramen while watching the sunset through the window. "Someday I'll be respected by everyone, I really will." With that, he finished his beloved ramen and went to bed, falling into a deep sleep a few minutes later. The next day, Naruto woke up very excited, dressed as quickly as possible in his typical orange jumpsuit, and left for the academy without having breakfast or anything. Upon arriving, he saw many children his age entering the large building, which was adorned with numerous decorative columns and large windows. Naruto took a deep breath, he was very nervous. He entered the building and stood for several minutes in the hallway watching his classmates go into their respective classrooms. For fear of making a mistake, Naruto didn't go into any of them. Time passed, and the crowds in the hallways gradually dwindled until only he remained. "Hey kid, what are you doing there?" Naruto looked towards the place where the voice came from and found a man of about 25 years old with his hair tied in a ponytail and a scar that crossed his face passing through his nose. Naruto, I was looking for my classroom, who are you? He was a little afraid that he would be kicked out of the school. Irika, my name is Irika, and I teach in classroom A. Why don't you come in with me? The blonde boy nodded and followed the man to the door of classroom A. Irika opened the door and gestured for Naruto to enter. He walked slowly, his heart racing with each step. He was nervous, he wanted to fit in and not get into any trouble. As they entered the classroom, most of the children began to murmur among themselves, which increased Naruto's anxiety. Sit wherever you like. The little boy looked around the room until his gaze fell on an empty table at the back. He headed toward it, but halfway there, someone grabbed him. Hey, you sit with us. This was said by a rather pale, black-haired man. To his right, another young man, also dark-haired, stepped aside, making room for the Uzumaki. Naruto, okay, thanks. What's your name? The black-haired man let Naruto pass, who took the seat between them, the tables seat 3 people, and answered him. Sai, my name is Sai, and the one on your left is Sasuke. The one in question looked at Naruto. Sasuke, hey, Naruto, nice to meet you, I hope we can be good friends. Sai and Sasuke nodded. The classes went by until the first day of class ended. At the exit, Naruto was about to leave but was hit by a boy from his own class. Naruto, why are you hitting me? The boy gestured and several of his friends approached. The blue-eyed boy rubbed his cheek, scared, he knew what would come next. Boy 1, I'm hitting you because my father died because of you when I was just a year old. The boy hit Naruto on the head, knocking him to the ground. Boy 2, that's it, because of you my older brother is in a wheelchair, you damn monster. They all started beating the poor blonde boy who couldn't defend himself. Child 1, take this, and take this monster. Naruto closed his eyes waiting for more blows but they did not come. He opened his eyes seeing Sai and Sasuke. Sai, relax, they're gone now, come on, get up. Sai offered his hand to Naruto. Sasuke, Sasuke did the same as Sai. Naruto grabbed both hands and got up from the ground. Naruto, thanks, would you like to meet up to play this afternoon? They both nodded. Sai, we'll meet at the park at 5 in the afternoon. With that, the 3 of them went home. Naruto began to develop a great friendship with those 2 boys during the 4 years of training at the academy. He discovered many things about their past, as well as about Kyubi, or rather Sakura, that was her real name. He used to talk to her every night when she went to bed, and that's how he learned more about her, her past, and many of her likes. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 2. For years have passed since Naruto and his friends met. Over time, he discovered they had many things in common. In fact, Naruto discovered that both Sasuke and Sai were orphans, just like him, which united them even more as they had suffered the same pain of loneliness. As for Sakura, Naruto was able to get to know the Bijou better. Despite her animalistic appearance, which made her seem like a powerful and remorseless demon, she was a beautiful girl with a great soul that captivated the blonde boy. Naruto managed to graduate from the academy along with his 2 friends. That same day, the 3 of them were in their classroom waiting for their Jounin sensei, who was running longer than expected. Naruto, bah! Our sensei is taking a long time, isn't he? Sai and Sasuke nodded. Sasuke, he's probably irresponsible, Naruto began to smile wickedly, which caught the attention of his 2 companions. Naruto, well, for taking too long we'll give him a punishment. With that, Naruto took the eraser from the blackboard and placed it on the door. Sai and Sasuke smiled. Sai, ha 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 ha, this is going to be great. At that moment footsteps are heard in the hallway. Sasuke, he's coming, be alert. The door opens and the eraser falls on his head, turning a man of about 25 years old with gray hair and his face covered, showing only his left eye, completely white. He was wearing the typical Jounin outfit. Naruto and his friends started laughing. Kakashi POV, great, I got 3 clowns. Naruto, hey sensei, I hope that teaches you to be more punctual. The silver-haired man lowered his gaze, facing the small blonde boy. Kakashi, yes, anyway, let's go to the terrace, we'll introduce ourselves there. The four of them left the classroom and walked through the hallways until they reached the academy's terrace. Well, introduce yourselves. Naruto, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and my dream is to become Hokage master and help a certain person clear their name and be free. Everyone stared at him. Inside Naruto, a beautiful pink-haired young woman, dressed in a red kimono, smiled with a faint blush. Kakashi, okay, let's see you, the pale boy. Sai pointed at himself. Sai, my name is Sai, my dream is to be a painter recognized by all nations and to maintain this friendship I have with my two brothers. Sasuke and Naruto smiled at the pale boy's words, as did Kakashi, who was beginning to like his team. Kakashi, very well, lastly you, little one. Sasuke, my name is Sasuke Uchiha, and my dream is to restore my clan and avenge my brother Itachi with the help of my brothers. He said this looking at the other two boys who smiled at his words. Kakashi, well, now it's my turn. My name is Kakashi. I like to read books to increase my knowledge, and the rest isn't interesting. The three boys stared at the silver-haired man, or rather at the orange book he was hiding behind his back. Alright, guys, I want to see you tomorrow at training ground number 7 at 10 o'clock sharp. Bye. The jounin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto, hey, did you guys realize that the book I was hiding was a pornographic novel? The other two nodded. Sai, I've always wanted to know what those books are about. With a curiosity that could be seen as a sign of innocence. Sasuke, on top of being unpunctual, he's a pervert. What a teacher we've got stuck with. Naruto, it doesn't matter as long as he teaches us and we can become strong, I don't care if he's a pervert. Well, I'm going to rest, tomorrow will be a hard day. Naruto said goodbye, giving his friends a high five, and they also left for their homes. Naruto arrived at his small apartment, opened the door and went inside, walking down the hall to the living room. I think I'll have ramen, yes, my delicious ramen. Naruto took out several packets of instant ramen and ate them in the blink of an eye, falling asleep sitting in the dining room chair due to overeating. Sakura, did you fall asleep eating ramen again? You're hopeless. In front of her, Naruto was lying on his back, drooling like a baby. Naruto, Sakura-chan, you know I love ramen. The pink-haired girl gave him a playful slap on the head. Sakura, I've told you to eat something homemade or something with vegetables once in a while. Naruto stroked his bump and smiled at his tenant. Naruto, one of the ramen bowls was vegetable-based. The bijou sighed in defeat. Sakura, you're hopeless, changing the subject, about what you said on the academy terrace, I can only thank you. Naruto didn't take his eyes off her, maintaining his eternal smile. Naruto, don't give them up, I only keep my promises because that's my ninja way. The pink-haired girl smiled and hugged Naruto, who blushed. Sakura, thank you, Naruto, thank you so much for everything. Naruto began to disappear. It seems it's already morning. Good luck with your training. Naruto, thank you. Naruto woke up in his apartment and just as the bijou had told him, it was morning. Naruto got dressed and headed to Field 7 where he met Sasuke and Sai. Sasuke was playing with a kunai while Sai was painting in a notebook. Sasuke, hey, you finally arrived. Kakashi-sensei isn't showing any signs of life. Naruto shook Sasuke's hand and sat down next to Sai, looking at his drawing. Naruto, Sai, you're improving. Sai smiled and shook the blonde's hand. Sai, thanks Naruto, the truth is that I find it difficult to draw landscapes and people but I'm improving. In the notebook you could see several scribbles that looked, to the eyes of a human being with a little imagination, like a house and several poorly painted stick figures. Naruto, I hope Kakashi-sensei doesn't take too long because I ran out of ramen last night and I haven't had breakfast. He patted his stomach sadly. Sasuke, relax, it won't be long. The three waited for about 2 hours, entertaining themselves by playing tic-tac-toe with Sai's notebook. A while later, a burst of smoke revealed their master. Kakashi, hello guys, I see you're punctual. The three of them looked at him with accusing eyes. The three genin, not like others, right sensei? A drop of sweat appeared on the back of Kakashi's neck. Kakashi, well. I ran into an old lady and helped her with her shopping and, Naruto, liar. Kakashi, alright, with a disapproving expression, let's get on with the exam, guys. The Jounin took 2 bells out of his pocket. I want you to get a bell, whoever doesn't get one will have to go back to the academy. Naruto, it doesn't matter, we're a team and that will always be the case. Sai and Sasuke smiled and got into attack positions. Kakashi POV, these guys have potential, I hope they don't disappoint me. Kakashi had to react quickly due to some kunai thrown by the blonde. Naruto, almost, Sasuke, distract him. The Uchiha nodded. Sasuke, Katan, great fireball technique, the enormous flame was dodged by Kakashi, who received a blow to the back from Sai, who had separated from his group during the Jounin's explanation. Kakashi, you're not doing badly, let's see how you do with this. Katan, great fireball, the ball headed towards Sasuke who jumped to dodge it. Good move Sasuke, but don't be. Kakashi was hit by Naruto who appeared from the ground. Naruto, don't let your guard down, sensei, shadow clone jutsu. Naruto created multiple clones that began attacking Kakashi, who easily got rid of them. Kakashi, bah, you won't be able to defeat me with that. Naruto smiled. Naruto, what are you laughing at? Sai, undo this. Now Sasuke, some of Naruto's clones dissolved into black ink. Sasuke emerged from the bushes and launched a small flame that ignited the ink, creating a flash that Kakashi could not dodge. Kakashi, you have touched me, but you will not be able to defeat me. Kakashi began to search through his vest for his precious book, which he could not find. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, your perverted book is there. Kakashi turned around to see his precious Ika in the flames. Kakashi, no. My Ika. Kakashi ran towards the flames and picked up the book. Naruto, I'm sorry, sensei, about your book. The Ika exploded in a vortex of ink that stained Hitaki Kakashi's face. Sai appeared unexpectedly and, showing incredible speed, took the bells from the gray-haired boy. Sai, I have them, guys. Sai showed the bells and joined them together by tying them with the string. Kakashi, very well Sai, you have 1 bell, but who do you give the other one to? Sai extended his hand with the bells and joined it with those of his friends. Sai, I'm giving each of you a bell because we're a team. Kakashi brushed the dust off his vest and approached the boys. Kakashi, Sai, because of what you just did, I have no choice but to X. The 3 swallowed hard. Express my utmost happiness that you have passed the test and are officially genin. The 3 of them, yes. Kakashi, tomorrow, head to the Hokage Tower for our first mission. And about my book, coughing in annoyance, you'd better buy me a new one, or else you'll want to go back to the academy. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the 3 boys terrified. The Bijou of My Heart Chapter 3 Part 1. Naruto, well, I guess we'll have to buy the sensei a new book. Sasuke and Sai nodded. Sasuke, hey guys, I've been thinking we should rent an apartment. My house brings back so many memories and it's really painful to stay there. Sai spoke up. Sai, my apartment is quite large, why don't you both come live with me? They both remained thoughtful, but after remaining silent for a few moments they accepted the pale shinobi's proposal. Naruto, awesome. I'll go to my apartment and get everything I need, Sasuke. I'll stop by your house later to help you. The Uchiha nodded happily, relieved not to be alone in his house anymore. Sasuke, okay, on the way to Sai's house there's a bookstore, we'll buy the book there. I'll wait for you at my house, Naruto. With that, the 3 friends separated and headed to their respective homes. Naruto arrived at his apartment and went inside. He took out an old backpack and packed everything he needed, clothes, his futon, and of course, his precious ramen. Naruto POV, well, it's been nice living here, but now I'll know what it's like to live with something that's more like a family. The blonde boy turned off the lights and locked the door, heading towards the Uchiha district, confirming that, as expected, it was empty. Naruto stopped in front of a large mansion where the symbol of a fan, the symbol of the Uchiha family, could be seen. Naruto knocked on the door and it opened. Sasuke, it's about time, let's go to the bookstore. Sasuke stared at Naruto, or rather at his backpack. You only have that backpack. The Uzumaki nodded. Naruto, come on, Sai must be getting impatient. The two friends headed towards the painter's house, passing through the shopping streets. Sasuke noticed that people were looking at Naruto with hatred. It didn't surprise him. In fact, he had always asked the blonde about the subject, and Naruto would automatically change the subject, implying that he didn't want to talk. After walking for a while, they arrived at a small establishment with a sign that read, Konoha Bookstore. They both went inside and searched among the shelves. Sasuke, did you find it? That novel is really famous, no wonder with the number of perverts out there. The black-haired man stared at the blonde who was flipping through a magazine. Hey Naruto, stop looking at that magazine. What the hell? Naruto was holding a girl's magazine in his hands. Sasuke took it from him and put it back on its shelf. Listen, find the Ika and let's go. Naruto, yes, our dear blondie rummaged through the shelves until he saw a book with a gold cover. Wow, no way, it's the collector's edition of Ika. Kakashi-sensei is going to go crazy, haha. Sasuke, take it and let's get out of here. And so it was, the two of them took the book and carried it to the cash register where an adult man of about 60 years old attended to them. Shopkeeper, hello guys, what do you want? Sasuke placed the Ika book on the table and the poor man almost fainted. You can't buy those kinds of books, they're for adults. Naruto, with a puppy dog face, please sir, it's a gift for our sensei, I swear. The man couldn't resist the blonde boy's cute face. Shopkeeper, okay, that'll be 10,000 Ryo. Sasuke and Naruto fell backwards. Naruto, that's a lot, I only have 2,000 Ryo in my wallet. Sasuke, and I only have 3,500. The man remained thoughtful. Shopkeeper, okay, I'll let you have it for 6,500 Ryo, but don't tell anyone. The two smiled and paid for the book. As they left the shop, they ran into Sai, who was waiting for them outside. Sai, well, thank goodness you're out, I was starting to think something had happened to you. Sai saw the bag Sasuke was carrying. Thank goodness you bought it, otherwise I don't know what Kakashi-sensei would have done to us. Naruto, yeah, well, we'd better go since we have to get up early. The three of them headed towards a large plaza where they could see several apartment blocks of no more than 6 floors. They went up the stairs and entered one of them. They went up 4 floors and advanced to a door where the number 134 could be seen. Sai, well my friends, from now on this is our home, I hope you like it. Sai opened the door showing a fairly spacious living room with a large table in the center and several windows overlooking the square. The living room was decorated with 2 elegant black sofas as well as a large television. Naruto, woo cool, it's very big, by the way, where do we sleep? Sai walked through the living room until he reached a door, opened it and signaled for the other two to enter. The room was quite spacious, like the living room, but it was almost empty. There were only several closets and another door that led to a fairly large bathroom with a bathtub and a sink where all the necessary hygiene products were located. Sai, we'll sleep here, you can leave your things in those closets, now let's go have dinner, it's late. Sai left the room leaving Sasuke and Naruto preparing their futons and putting away their clothes. Sasuke, hey Naruto, did you bring anything to eat? The blonde took out a bag and gave it to Sasuke, who opened it and rummaged through it. There's only ramen. I like rice balls. Naruto, tell Sai to make you some, he's surely a good cook. They both left the room and sat at the table where they had a very good dinner, ramen for everyone, and fell asleep. Naruto woke up again in front of the bijou who was with her face down. The blonde was worried about her. Are you okay, Sakura-chan? Sakura, pervert, so you like spicy magazines, huh? The young man began to sweat. Naruto, huh? What magazines are you talking about? The pink-haired girl punched the blonde boy, sending him flying until he crashed into the ceiling. Sakura, I hope you learn this way. The boy quickly recovered from the blow. Naruto, I'm sorry Sakura-chan, it won't happen again, I give you my word. The pink-haired girl turned away annoyed, hiding a slight blush. Sakura, okay, I'll let it slide this time, but next time. The bijou began cracking her fists and the Uzumaki turned very pale. Naruto, okay. I understand, he. The jade-eyed girl turned towards Naruto, who was smiling. Sakura, I see you have good friends, I'm glad you can have some happiness, after all you lost a lot of it because of me. The bijou couldn't hold back a tear that fell down her delicate face. It didn't reach the ground because it was stopped by Naruto's warm hand that hugged the pink-haired girl. Naruto, never repeat that, do you hear me? It wasn't your fault, and I swear I'll find whoever did this to you and make them pay, that's a promise. Sakura tightened her hug, but again Naruto began to disappear. Sakura, thanks again and good luck with tomorrow's mission. Naruto disappeared completely. Sakura POV, I've never felt that heat on my face and chest in my life. Could it be that you're special, Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto woke up and the first thing he saw was Sasuke hugging a teddy bear. A large drop of sweat fell down his neck. Naruto POV, who would have thought it? Well, I better go have breakfast or we'll be late. Naruto left the room and entered the living room where Sai was watching TV while eating some rice balls. The black-haired boy greeted him. Sai, good morning, would you like some rice balls? The Uzumaki nodded and took one. I'll go wake Sasuke up because we're running late. Sai entered the bedroom and shook the Uchiha until he woke up. Sasuke, what's wrong? Rubbing his eyes sleepily. Sai, get dressed and have breakfast, we have to go to the Hokage Tower. The dark-haired boy nodded and put on his usual clothes, had breakfast, and the three of them left until they reached the Hokage Tower where, strangely, Kakashi was there right on time. The three boys were greeted by the third Hokage. Sarutobi, guys, Kakashi told me how your test went and I was quite surprised. Apparently, you have potential, so instead of giving you a D rank mission, I'll give you one of a higher rank. Naruto, yes. Sarutobi, your mission will be a B rank escort mission, the client will give you more details. The door rang and an elderly man entered. Wow, are these tadpoles going to have my back? The bijou of my heart, Chapter 3, Part 2. Wow, are these tadpoles going to have my back? Everyone turned to the door where they could see an elderly man in work clothes. What caught the attention of the shinobi were the sake bottles the man was carrying in his hands. Naruto, hey, show some respect, old man, or we'll keep your ass glued to your body. Sai and Sasuke stifled their laughter while the third Hokage and Kakashi sighed. Wow, for a dwarf you've got some balls, kid. My name is Tsunade, and I'm one of those in charge of building the bridge in the land of waves. Naruto, I am Naruto Uzumaki, the pale one over there is Sai and the black-haired one over there is Sasuke Uchiha, the man waved vaguely. Sarutobi, well, set off for the land of waves, the journey will take no more than 3 days. All the shinobi, hi. With that said they left the room towards the village gate. During the way Tsunade continued drinking liquor excessively, which caught the attention of the little ninja. Sasuke could not help but ask. Sasuke, Tsunade-san, why are you drinking so uncontrollably? The old man took a long swig from his bottle and took a breath to begin speaking. Tsunade, you see, for several years now, thugs led by a drug dealer have been terrorizing the land of waves. The bridge is the only thing that can save it, but many of the workers have died or are afraid of that shitty dwarf's thugs. Naruto, who? Angrily hearing that. Tsunade, he's a rich businessman who hides behind his army of thugs, his name is Gato and his damn greed is about to ruin the land of waves. Naruto clenched his fists in rage. Naruto, I give you my word that Gato fellow will pay for what he's done to the land of waves. The bridge builder smiled, as did the blonde's companions. To be honest, that tadpole with lively blue eyes was beginning to inspire a lot of confidence in him. Kakashi, let's stop this nonsense and pick up the pace. The group had already left Konoha and were venturing along a path flanked on both sides by the forest. Kakashi had a bad feeling, a noise put everyone on alert. Sai, watch out. A chain grabbed Naruto's leg, making him fall to the ground. Kakashi took out a kunai and threw it into the forest. A squeak was heard and the chain released Naruto. 2 shinobi emerged from the forest. Here you are, we were looking for you, old man, now we'll have some fun with these brats and then we'll take you to the boss. The one who spoke was a man of about 20 years old, wearing a rather torn black cloak and his face was covered by what looked like a respirator. On his forehead you could see the torn fog shield, betraying him as a renegade. Next to him the other man was identical to him in both appearance and clothing. Kakashi, who are you? Boys, they're rogues, be alert. His 3 genin surrounded the builder, wielding their kunai. Tsunade was terrified and dizzy from the effects of the liquor. Exactly, we are renegades from Kiri and we call ourselves the Demon Brothers, now die. Both of them pulled metal claws from under their tunics, and launched themselves at the Leaf Village warriors who were determined to maintain their defensive formation at all costs. The first brother tried to hit Naruto, but he jumped, dodging the blow. The other tried to slash Kakashi with his claw, but he blocked it with his kunai. He took advantage of the block to hit him in the jaw and stun him. Brother 1, shit, you'll pay for this. The rogue tried to hit Kakashi in retaliation but was stopped by a fireball from Sasuke. The Nuke dodged it and tried to cut the Uchiha's throat. Dai. His claws were stopped by the very chain they had. Sigh, now, Naruto. Naruto used his kunai to stab the Kiri ninja, who fell to his knees clutching his stomach, which was beginning to bleed profusely. Naruto was about to get up, but, Brother 2, take this, you bastard. The second brother lunged at the blonde and managed to hit him several times in the face. The young man's nose began to bleed. Kakashi, alarmed, used the chain on his claw to stop him and tried by all means to free his student. After a struggle and getting the young man off him, Sasuke threw a fireball at him, taking advantage of the fact that he was on the ground with his back to him. The criminal died engulfed in flames, consumed without being able to use his water element. Sasuke, Naruto, are you alright? The Uchiha helped the Uzumaki to his feet. Naruto dusted himself off, checking if he was hurt. The surviving attacker looked at them from a distance, slowly bleeding out. Kakashi, who sent you? The man raised his head with difficulty, looking into the Jounin's single visible eye. Brother 1, you'll find out soon, ha ha ha. The ninja fell dead from blood loss. Kakashi, let's continue, there may be more rogues around. The group prepared to continue their march towards the land of waves, without further setbacks. It was beginning to get dark and Kakashi, seeing that everyone was exhausted, decided that they should rest. So they did, and each one slept all night taking turns on guard duty. Naruto took advantage of his turn to talk to the Ninetales. Naruto, Sakura-chan. Sakura, tell me, the pink-haired girl sat down next to the blonde boy, they are inside the blonde boy. Naruto, I've always wanted to know why I heal so fast. It was true, his nose had stopped bleeding as soon as they stopped hitting him. Sakura, that's easy, I'm the one who heals you with my chakra, that's why your wounds heal faster than normal. The blonde smiled very happily. Naruto, thank you, Sakura-chan. The bijou turned her face away, hiding her blush. It was the first time anyone had thanked her, and she didn't know what to say. I have another question, do you have any family or anything? Sakura, yes, but let's just say formally, so to speak, I have 8 siblings but we only fight amongst ourselves and we've never had a good relationship so I've been alone too. The blonde hugged the pink-haired girl. Naruto, from now on you will never be alone because I will be with you. The pink-haired girl returned the hug as a tear fell from her eyes and a smile formed on her face. Sakura POV, thank you, little one. Naruto got up and disappeared. The night passed, giving way to dawn. Our heroes resumed their march, walking throughout the day until they were a couple of hours away from their destination. Kakashi, I don't know why, but I feel like I'm being watched. Guys, let's move quickly, we're almost there. The group quickened their pace as they crossed the dense forest. Naruto, something gives me a bad feeling, looking around nervously. Sasuke, that's why we must get to the village as soon as possible. The group arrived at the port and took a canoe. They had to row quickly to reach the other side as soon as possible. Tsunade, my daughter's house is nearby, we'll spend the night there. Everyone nodded, while on the shore where they had taken the small boat, a man with his face bandaged and the Kiri protector crossed out on his forehead smiled anxiously. Very soon, the famous copy ninja will give me a good fight. The bijou of my heart, Chapter 4. Team 7 followed Tsunade through the streets of the small town. During the journey, they observed with astonishment how people were starving, how crime and the PDA were rampant, and how the deterioration of the houses gave the place the appearance of a slum. Seeing all this, Naruto couldn't help but ask the bridge builder, Naruto, why is this place so run down? I didn't think it was this bad. The old man smiled sadly and answered the Jinchuriki's question. Tsunade, everything here was beautiful and happy until Gaara came and took away our tourism and fishing. After that, the few who could survive and stood up to him were killed by his thugs, leaving the city with no one who could live in decent conditions. Sigh, but haven't you tried to do anything? For example, try to defend yourselves or try to negotiate with him. Isn't he a businessman? Tsunade, it's useless. Blocking goods and extorting people brings him more profit than the prosperity of the people. He's only interested in making as much money as possible. As for defending us, people are simply afraid, and they won't follow the path taken by those who stood up to him. Well, we've arrived. In front of them was a small but cozy 2-story house with a small garden. Tsunade opened the door and invited them in. Upon entering, they could see the lack of furniture inside. A voice pulled them from their thoughts. Hello, it's a pleasure to host you in our house, I hope you're comfortable, my name is Tsunade, nice to meet you. The whole team blushed at the beautiful girl, no more than 25 years old, with straight hair of a bewitching black, white skin without any imperfection and brown eyes that could melt an iceberg. Kakashi, it's a pleasure, miss. My name is Kakashi, and these are Naruto, Sasuke, and Sai. Thank you for your kindness and for letting us stay in your home. The 3 boys greeted him shyly, blushing. Tsunade, delighted, please come in. The woman smiled in such a sweet way that she managed to raise to the 10th power the already great blush that threatened to cause them to faint. Inside Naruto, we can see a pink-haired girl hitting the walls and grinding her teeth. Sakura, who does she think she is, going around acting like a little princess? Humph, what a conceited brat. She punched the wall again, if you could even call that mural of holes and cracks a wall. And Naruto's going to learn that he shouldn't blush just because some stupid brat smiles at him. She punched the battered wall again, which trembled at the demon's colossal strength. Back at Tsunade and Tsunade's house, the blonde felt a chill that reached the deepest recesses of his soul and, as anyone would in his situation, he preferred not to think about what would happen when he visited the goddess of fire. The beautiful brunette served them a simple dinner, while the 3 friends engaged in a friendly rivalry to see who could eat the most rice, which was the only thing that was abundant on the table. Kakashi was talking to Tsunade about what had happened when they boarded. Kakashi, Tsunade, when we boarded the boat I could sense a very strong chakra and something tells me it has something to do with Gaara. The old man nodded at the copy ninja's words while drinking some liquor. Tsunade, you see, Gaara doesn't trust his thugs much, that's why he hired some shinobi to keep them in check if they rebelled against him, but I don't think they're that strong. At that moment the door rang. Tsunade went to open it and found a note on the door. She read it and quickly went to the room. Tsunade, Kakashi-san should see this, I think he'll be surprised. The silver-haired man took the note and read it aloud. Note, Dear Leaf Shinobi, I want to test your ninja skills, and my subordinates will be thrilled to fight you. We'll be waiting for you at the bridge in 2 days at 12 noon. Sincerely, Gaara. Kakashi, well, it seems this mission has become interesting. The 3 genin nodded. Tomorrow we'll go to the forest to train, so you'd better get some rest. The shinobi went up to the 2nd floor and settled into their sleeping bags to recharge. Our protagonist had to deal with an angry Bijou who complained that she was too sensitive when it came to girls who, according to her, weren't worth it. After a busy and dangerous night for the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, the genin began training their chakra control first thing in the morning under the watchful eye of Hatake Kakashi, although he was more focused on the new Ika Ika game his students had offered him that morning. Flashback. The 3 genin were sleeping soundly until they were woken up by a Kakashi in a bad mood. The 3 went downstairs to have breakfast, puzzled by their sensei's bad face as he kept taking small sips from his glass of tea. Naruto, what's wrong, Kakashi-sensei? You don't look well. The silver-haired man looked at the 3 genin with a look that would frighten even Orochimaru himself. The 3 boys jumped at the depth emanating from their teacher's visibly tired eye. Kakashi, I need my book, and you guys destroyed it, the 3 smiled nervously. Sasuke hurriedly reached into Sai's backpack for the book, pulled it out in a bag, and handed it to his jounin mentor. Sasuke, here, Kakashi-sensei, it's from the 3 of us. The silver-haired boy opened the bag and stumbled upon what he least expected in that moment of existential controversy. Kakashi, no. It can't be, it's the limited edition gold one. His hands trembled alarmingly. Thank you. My dear students, now let's go train, I'll teach you everything I know. The four of them hurried off, leaving Tsunade and Tsunade with sweat dripping down their necks. End of flashback. The three boys continued training hard while Kakashi enjoyed his culture book, occasionally glancing at them and offering corrections, with some professional observation. The genin collapsed, exhausted, and the silver-haired man decided that was enough. The four of them returned to Tsunade's house, the boys dragging their feet and the master engrossed in his masterpiece. The day passed peacefully. Annoyed by the boredom, Naruto decided to take a walk in the forest where they had been training. There he saw a beautiful young woman enjoying picking flowers in a lovely field. The boy approached her shyly, and the young woman greeted him with a sweet smile and a slight wave of her right hand. Hello boy, my name is Haku, and yours? The Jinchuriki sat down in front of her, blushing deeply. He was captivated by the girl's beautiful brown eyes, which perfectly complemented her long, silky brown hair. Naruto, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. What are you doing in a place like this? Haku, I enjoy the scenery and the flowers, they are very beautiful. Haku brought a flower to his nose to smell it, all of this was observed by the blonde. Naruto, you're a very pretty girl, you know. Inside Naruto, a pink-haired girl pulled her hair while 9 tails waved on her back. Haku smiled and stood up. Haku, I have to go, besides, I'm a boy, we'll see each other very soon. Haku walked deeper into the forest, disappearing. The blonde young man was stunned by this unexpected revelation. Inside, a smiling Sakura laughed heartily, thanking karma for punishing her jailer. Naruto, Sakura-chan, stop laughing. Embarrassed at having looked clueless in front of his inner demon. Sakura, no, that's what happens when you're so easy with women. This will teach you not to go around drooling over every woman you see. Good for you. With a stern yet amused expression, the Uzumaki abandoned his thoughts and dejectedly went to the bridge builder's residence. There, he told his friends what had happened in the forest, and after a few laughs and complaints from the Uzumaki, they all fell asleep. The next morning, they trained until they were unconscious while Kakashi supposedly supervised them. Once they finished training, they decided to have a practice match against their master, who this time fought without underestimating his students. The fight was close, but Kakashi ended up tying all three of them to a tree. Kakashi, well, you're improving, but you still have a long way to go to surpass me. Even so, I'm very proud of you. Smiling at them, book in hand, the three, will you untie us, sensei? Kakashi sat on the ground completely engrossed in his reading. Kakashi, yes, guys, but only after I finish reading chapter 5 of the book, which is very interesting. The three began to protest and tried to break free. Kakashi got tired of listening to them and cut the rope that bound them. They stood up, dusting themselves off, and left, furious, leaving the silver-haired man with a bead of sweat on his forehead. Team 7 returned to Tsunade's residence, had dinner, and got ready for the next day, when they would have to show their full potential. At dawn, Team Kakashi set off for the partially constructed bridge. There, the four encountered two figures waiting for them in the center of the bridge, enveloped in a thin layer of mist like two shadows produced by a hallucination. Both wore long black cloaks that revealed nothing beyond their bodies. As they approached, they could see that both had their faces covered. The taller one only showed his eyes, the rest was hidden by bandages. On his forehead, they could see the headband of the hidden mist village marked with a side stripe. The other was shorter, and his face was hidden by an oriental mask with the symbol of the mist on the forehead. The taller one spoke. Oh, if it isn't the famous copy ninja. What an honor. I'd love to give you a death worthy of your great reputation as a shinobi. The ninja removed his cloak, revealing a huge sword which the individual quickly drew. Kakashi recognized the shinobi and signaled his students to back away. Kakashi, Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, isn't that right? Guys, I'll take care of him, you go after the other one. Zabuza, hey kid, have fun with them. The masked man nodded and charged at the 3 genin who were waiting for him in a defensive position. Kakashi, your rival is me, Zabuza, get ready because I don't intend to let you continue trampling on the people of this humble village. Zabuza threw his enormous sword towards Kakashi, who skillfully jumped over it and then counterattacked by throwing shuriken at Momochi, who used his enormous weapon to cover himself. Zabuza, let's stop the warm-up. Water release, Great Water Dragon. A huge creature emerged from the water beneath the bridge. The enormous beast headed towards the silver-haired man. Kakashi had no choice but to reveal his other eye, showing his Sharingan. So, the Sharingan, huh? Finally, you're taking this seriously, Kakashi. Anyway, it doesn't matter, I can still handle you. The dragon was about to strike the Kopinin, but he avoided it at the last moment by rolling on the ground. Kakashi, Suetun, Great Water Dragon, just like Zabuza's jutsu, a huge beast made of water emerged from under the half-built bridge. Zabuza, are you copying me already? I'll defeat you with the same technique. A copy can't beat the original. Water release, Great Water Dragon. An identical dragon formed in the waters of the sea that bathed the island that formed the land of waves. They collided, canceling each other out, generating a light rain that made the shinobi of Kirigakure no Sato smile. Now you'll understand why they call me the demon of the mist. Water release, Infernal Mist. Visibility began to decrease alarmingly due to the thick fog that began to concentrate all over the bridge. Meanwhile, at another point on the bridge, the 3 genin tried to land a blow on their opponent, who easily dodged them, taking advantage of the youngster's inexperience and the numerous openings in his defense to land strikes. Sai tried to trap him with his ink creatures, but the masked man froze them with jutsu they had never seen before. Sasuke tried to burn him using his fire techniques, but he couldn't land a hit, he was too fast, agile, and skillful. Naruto, damn it, we need to know his weak point, or we won't be able to beat him. At that moment a dense fog began to reduce their visibility, losing sight of the masked man. Sai, I don't see him, careful, he could be anywhere, aw. Sai was pierced by several senbon needles in his torso. Naruto, Sai. Sasuke, watch out. The Uchiha received a blow to the chest from the masked man that left him stunned. The blonde tried to approach his 2 friends to help them, but the masked man stabbed him several times in the back. He felt cramps throughout his body as all his strength began to leave him, following the same path as the blood. The masked ninja appeared in the middle of them all. Masked man, come on. There are 3 of you and you can't take me down. Hayaton, 1,000 deadly needles. A huge amount of ice senbon needles hurtled towards Naruto, who was defenseless. He was on his knees, his body unresponsive, he was doomed. In the other fight, Kakashi and Zabuza fought using a kunai and a sword respectively. Zabuza tried to slash the silver-haired man, who, thanks to his Sharingan, was able to stop the cut with his kunai and hit him in the face. The man from the mist retreated angrily and began to draw hand seals. Zabuza, take this, water release, water prison. A large jet of water rose and surrounded Kakashi, trapping him in a water bubble. Let's see how you escape from there. The silver-haired man signaled to Zabuza, who turned around. As he did, he received a blow to the face that made him fall backward. Kakashi, not everything is what it seems, a shinobi must appreciate more than what is seen at first glance. With that, the silver-haired man inside the bubble disappeared in a puff of smoke. Zabuza, you're good, Kakashi. I underestimated you, but nothing you do will bring you victory. Zabuza created multiple water clones and they headed towards Kakashi. Seeing himself outnumbered, he decided to call for reinforcements. Kakashi, summoning jutsu. In the genin fight, Naruto opened his eyes, feeling no pain from the needles. His face contorted in shock as he saw his 2 friends, who, despite being injured, had managed to get in the way of the senbon needles, both of them in a deplorable state. The Uzumaki began to feel an uncontrollable rage churning in his gut. His eyes changed from sky blue to blood red, and a reddish chakra began to emanate from his body, completely enveloping him like a shield. The Kiri shinobi stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening. Masked man, what? You can't defeat me even with that chakra, Hayaton, demonic ice mirrors. The masked man created numerous ice mirrors and hid within them. Naruto, enraged, began to rapidly destroy them with his fists, displaying superhuman ferocity and strength. After breaking a handful of them, he managed to injure the rogue shinobi, who, making a catastrophic mistake, stood in front of him. Naruto didn't hesitate and threw a punch at his face, breaking the mask and revealing a face familiar to the blonde. Naruto, Haku. Why, what are you doing here? The blue-eyed boy managed to calm down and regain his self-control. Haku looked at him smiling sadly, abundant blood coming from his lips and nose. Haku, I'm sorry, but I'm doing this for Zabuza-sensei. Haku fell to the ground badly injured and Naruto ran to help his friends. In the fight of the senseis, Kakashi could sense Kyuubi's chakra, as could Zabuza. The silver-haired man summoned his ninja dogs, led by Pakin, who destroyed the clones and captured Zabuza. Momochi Zabuza was trapped by his arms and legs and too injured to escape. Zabuza, you'll finish me off. Kakashi, staring intently into his enemy's eyes. Kakashi, I hope you're happy, because of you your partner is dead. Zabuza kept his eyes on the son of the White Fang. Zabuza, what does it matter? That's the life of a shinobi. We had to carry out the job we were hired to do. We're weapons that serve a specific purpose, and when we break, we're discarded. Kakashi, he who disobeys orders is scum, but he who abandons his comrades or his friends is worse than scum. Zabuza remained thoughtful, observing the ground. On the other side of the bridge, Naruto watched as a large group of armed men approached. Zabuza, Kakashi. You're right. Haku. I'm sorry. Zabuza looked into the distance, towards Haku's body. Gatu's thugs were slowly approaching them. Zabuza Momochi knew exactly what would happen next. Kakashi, release me and I'll finish off the one responsible for all this. The Ika reader undid the summoning and the mist demon was freed. The thugs stopped. From among them emerged a man no more than 1.50 meters tall, dressed in an expensive black suit. The man smiled confidently, certain of his safety. Gatu, you're no longer of any use to me, Zabuza, so I'm canceling the deal. Zabuza looked at Kakashi. With some difficulty he freed his mouth from the bandages. The Kopinin threw a kunai at him which he caught with his teeth. Zabuza, now you'll pay, Gatu, for everything you've done. The devil of the mist lunged at the small man, who took cover behind his bodyguards. Zabuza began killing them as they riddled him with bullets. The rogue shinobi continued impassively until he reached Gatu, who tried to escape. Zabuza used the last of his strength to slit the mobster's throat. Gatu clutched his throat, trying to staunch the bleeding, lost his balance, and plummeted into the void. Zabuza felt his body give way, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a sack. Kakashi slowly approached him. Kakashi, you did well. Zabuza, Kakashi. Take me to Haku. Please. The silver-haired man removed one by one the numerous weapons lodged in the battered criminal's body, picked Zabuza up, and carried him to Haku's body, placing him beside him. Haku, stroking the young man's cold face. I'm sorry, tears of guilt streamed down his face. I hope you'll forgive me someday. Zabuza died from the wounds inflicted by all the weapons that had been plunged into his body and from the fight with Kakashi. Kakashi then turned to Naruto, who was drawing his friend Senbon needles. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, we have to help them, very worried. Thank you for your help, now it will be a pleasure to help you. Naruto and Kakashi turned around. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 5. Naruto and Kakashi turned around, and in front of them was a huge crowd of people from the village, at the head of which were Tsunade and his daughter Tsunami, who were smiling. Tsunade, thank you very much, from now on our country can return to normal, we will finish building the bridge and without Gata tourism will return, we will recover prosperity and happiness, thank you very much for your help. Naruto, I'm glad, really, but, is there a doctor here? Tsunade signaled to the men in the crowd and they started working on building the bridge. Tsunade, grab your friends and let's go to my house. I'll call the village doctor, and we'll be back as fast as we can." The two shinobi carried their companions and took them to the bridge builder's house. He appeared later with a man of about 60 years old who was carrying a briefcase and wearing a medical uniform. The doctor checked the injured and, after bandaging and disinfecting the wounds, gave his assessment to the sensei. "Doctor, they have many external injuries, scratches, cuts, but most of the weapons didn't hit vital points. In a week they'll be able to move around without problems and without feeling any pain. Until then they should rest without moving too much. By the way, thank you very much for finishing off Gato." Kakashi nodded and the doctor gathered his belongings, leaving accompanied by Tsunade. Naruto sat dejectedly on the edge of Sasuke's bed. "Kakashi, they're fine, nothing's going to happen to them, relax." Naruto shook his head. "Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, were you able to sense that chakra that came out of me when I got angry?" The silver-haired boy looked up from his Ika and focused on the blonde boy. "What happened to me? I know you know why." "Kakashi, it's not your fault, Naruto. It was the Kyuubi that tried to control you." The blonde boy opened his eyes in surprise. "Naruto, Kyuubi isn't to blame, it's not possible," Naruto began to doubt. Could it be that Sakura had deceived him? It wasn't possible, she was good and kind, she wouldn't be capable of that, but what if it was all a trick? Naruto couldn't stop asking himself these questions, so he decided to go and rest. Kakashi remained silent, watching him leave through the door. It was best not to continue the conversation, although he was very surprised that the blonde boy knew about the existence of Kyuubi and even more so that he didn't believe he was responsible for what happened on the bridge. Naruto lay down on his bed, sighed wearily, and slowly closed his eyes. Minutes later he was fast asleep. He awoke again, sitting up slowly, hearing footsteps getting closer. Sakura was approaching. "Sakura, Naruto, what's wrong? Are you okay?" The blonde couldn't help but ask the demon. Too many doubts crowded his mind to avoid resolving them. "Naruto, tell me, Sakura. Are you responsible for what happened to me on the bridge?" The pink-haired girl was surprised. "Sakura POV, he hasn't called me with chan, I hate to admit it, but I like it when he calls me with that affectionate suffix." "Sakura, I didn't do anything, what happened on the bridge was an accident." The young man looked at her, a little annoyed. "Naruto, what do you mean, coincidence?" "Hatred and bloodlust took over me, and that's why I killed poor Haku." Sakura lowered her head. "Sakura, you see, I haven't done anything, it's that seal that keeps me locked up here that steals my chakra the moment you lose control of your emotions. I haven't done anything, please believe me." The bijou couldn't stop the tears from falling down her beautiful face, causing her Jinchuriki to change his anger into regret. "Naruto, Sakura-chan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry, I was confused, sad, I don't want us to be like this, please forgive me." The boy extended his right hand drying the tears from the pink-haired girl's face. He couldn't resist and wrapped his arms around her, hiding his face in her pink hair. The demon was surprised at first, but seconds later she reciprocated her host's gesture with a slight blush on her face. "Sakura POV, I forgive you, Naruto. I forgive you," smiling sweetly. "Naruto, I believe you, I have no more doubts, I know perfectly well that you wouldn't be capable of something like that." The Nine-Tails smiled tenderly and sat on the ground. Naruto imitated her, taking a place next to her. They both talked for a long time, hours of laughter and unimportant things, until the arrival of dawn and with it, the end of the dream. The next day, Naruto woke up and saw that his two teammates were already awake. He greeted them warmly, exchanging a few jokes, apologized, and went downstairs for breakfast. In the kitchen, he ran into Kakashi and Tsunade, who were chatting quietly. The silver-haired man helped the blonde take breakfast to the poor two, who couldn't move from their beds due to the rest of their students' indisposition. Kakashi decided to continue training Naruto while Sasuke and Sai studied various techniques on scrolls courtesy of their teacher. The week passed without incident. The young Uzumaki trained hard, achieving good control of his chakra, while his two comrades perfected their skills. As for the sensei, well, let's just say he finished reading Ika Ika. Team 7 set off again. This time, their route to Konoha would involve crossing the newly built bridge. Upon crossing, they were stopped by Tsunade, who was waiting for them on the opposite side. Tsunade, good day, before you go I would like to thank you again for everything you have done for my village. With a slight bow to the Leaf 4, Kakashi, it's nothing, it's our duty as shinobi to help all those who need us. It's a pleasure to have contributed to the well-being of your village. Smiling alongside his 3 small subordinates, Tsunade, that's why, since we don't yet have anything to offer you, we thought a great gift would be to name the bridge after the one who made us believe in ourselves and who saved his friends. That's why this bridge will be called the Naruto Uzumaki Bridge. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise, including the blonde boy who could barely speak. Naruto, it's incredible, but why me? Everyone smiled at the blonde boy's humility. Tsunade, Naruto, I know you will be a great man and that the future holds more dangerous challenges for you than the one you faced here, but I have faith in you. You will overcome all the barriers that life puts in your path. That's why, whenever you doubt yourself in a battle, remember that in Nami no Junio there is a bridge named in honor of a hero. Sasuke, come on, dude, from now on more people are going to know you, you're becoming famous. Laughing softly, he playfully shook his golden-haired comrade. Sigh, I'm sure that in a few years you'll be the most famous shinobi in the elemental nations. Naruto glared angrily at his 2 friends who couldn't stop laughing. Kakashi shook Tsunade's hand, and they resumed their journey back to Konoha. After a long walk, they arrived in Konoha and were greeted by the chunin on guard. Kotetsu, hey, Team Kakashi is back, the news has spread fast. Is it true that you've finished off Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist? Kakashi put his right hand to the back of his neck. Kakashi, you found out so soon. With a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Izumo, in addition, we've received news that Naruto defeated his prodigy student. The blue-eyed boy mimicked his teacher. Hokage-sama wants to see you, he'll surely be very proud. Team 7 headed towards the Hokage Tower. Several minutes later, the door to the 3rd Hokage's office stood before them. Naruto didn't knock and burst in, followed by his 2 friends. Kakashi stood there with his fist raised. Sarutobi, good work, I expected nothing less from you Kakashi, why are you still outside? The silver-haired man entered the office with a tired expression. What has surprised me is the potential of your students since you have completed a B-rank mission that was promoted to A rank. Naruto, that's so you'll trust us as a team, Aji-san. The 3 genin bumped hands, causing the old man to laugh. Sarutobi, I see you have good friends, Naruto. I'm glad you have people who understand you and accompany you. The person addressed smiled and fraternally hugged his 2 brand new companions. Naruto, they're not my friends. They're my brothers. With a wide smile, Sasusai, that's it. United we are unstoppable. Sarutobi, that is the will of fire, the new generations have not forgotten it, that is why from now on you will receive missions of rank B or higher. The 3 genin jumped for joy while their sensei sighed resignedly. Kakashi, this is going to be a lot of fun, irony, that, the silver-haired man took out his newly finished Ika Ika. Sarutobi, Kakashi, is that the gold edition of Ika Ika? Kakashi, yes, Hokage-sama, why do you ask? The old Kage stood up from his seat and walked around his desk with his head bowed. Kakashi feared the worst. Sarutobi, so you have that book, huh? I have no choice but to. Kakashi, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I swear I'll never read books like this again. Sarutobi, would you let me read it? Kakashi dropped the book in shock as our 3 heroes watched, jaws agape, as the old man bent down to pick it up and began to read. Team 7, while I read this book, I want you to go and retrieve a scroll from Suna. It's extremely important that you don't lose it, understood? Team 7, hi, to be continued. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 6. Team 7 left Konoha to carry out their sudden mission in Suna. The 4 team members were still surprised. It was unbelievable that a man with as much power and influence as the Hokage would enjoy such explicit books. Returning to their journey, the four ninjas marched briskly through the forests of the Land of Fire. Our protagonist was lost in thought, while his two colleagues continued to laugh at the uncharacteristic behavior of the third Hokage of Konoha. Even Sakura was laughing, amused by what had happened minutes earlier in the tower overlooking the Leaf Village. "Sakura, are you all perverts in that village? Not even the Hokage is safe, how embarrassing." The blonde listened to the beautiful pink-haired girl ranting between slight smiles and laughter. "Naruto, those books are really popular, Sakura-chan, it's normal that a lot of people read them." The pink-haired girl glared at the blonde boy with a murderous look, and he backed away in fear. "Sakura, and you're one of them, aren't you? You damn pervert." Naruto shook his head as cold sweats ran down his back. "Naruto, no Sakura-chan, they don't interest me, besides, why look at pretty girls? When I have you." The pink-haired girl blushed terribly. That lucky blonde always found a way to quell her anger, for being so young he knew how to tread carefully, avoiding ending up with broken bones. "Sakura, Naru, too." The blonde boy said goodbye with a smile. He hadn't heard the demon's murmur. She stared at the spot where her host had been just seconds before, a faint smile playing on her lips. "You always manage to keep me from beating you up," she smiled dreamily. Back to reality, Team 7 had already crossed the border into the Land of Wind. A vast desert stretched out before them. They walked for hours, dragging their feet, battered by a relentless sun that seemed to relish making them sweat profusely. Further on, a sea of dunes awaited them. As night fell, they managed to glimpse the walls of Suna at the edge of the sand inferno. Kakashi ran out of water and, without warning, took Sai's. "Sai, hey! Give it back, you freeloader. I'm thirsty and it's my water." Kakashi turned around and started drinking water while Sai tried to take the canteen from him. Several steps behind them, Sasuke couldn't stand the dryness in his mouth. "Sasuke, those two are making me thirsty, I'll have a drink." The Uchiha rummaged in his backpack for his own canteen but, not finding it, decided to ask the blonde, "Naruto, have you seen my, damn it? Stop drinking, you're going to finish it all." The Sharingan user gave the blonde, who was drinking like a maniac, a sharp slap on the back of the head. The shock was such that the young Uzumaki dropped the container, which fell onto the sand, emptying completely. The dry ground seemed to drink exhaustedly, because in less than a blink, not even a trace of moisture remained. "Naruto, what have you done, theme? Now we'll die of thirst." The raven-haired boy lowered his head while muttering curses at his companion. Kakashi took the floor, now recovered, while Sai cried comically, waving his canteen upside down. "Kakashi, let's hurry, or we'll all get heatstroke." Everyone nodded and started running towards Suna as fast as their legs and the sand, which seemed to be trying to treat them with every step, would allow. Once at the gates of Tsunade no Sato, the only guard there stopped them in their tracks. Guard, names, and reason for the visit. Kakashi handed over a document that Sarutobi had given him. The boys hadn't noticed that, they were more focused on the old leader's questionable interest in their sensei's book. "Kakashi, is everything alright?" The man nodded, inviting them in. Team 7 entered the walls, noticing a gentle breeze. "Naruto, phew," fanning himself with his hand, "at least it's not so hot here." The others nodded with a relieved smile. "Kakashi, well, let's go see the Kazekage." Team Kakashi set off towards the Kazekage Tower. Upon arriving, they climbed a very wide staircase and came across a highly decorated door. They knocked, and a voice was heard from inside, "Come in." The shinobi entered the room. It was quite similar to old Sarutobi's, but with less furniture and papers. It was clear the Kazekage wasn't lazy. "Kakashi, we are shinobi from Konoha, we have been sent to retrieve a scroll." The man stood up from his desk, wearing the ceremonial robes worn by the Kages at their investiture, the color green sharing space with white in the garment. The fact that his face was hidden behind a fine silk scarf caught the attention of those present, but it was neither the place nor the time to ask. "Kazekage, here you are." The man handed him a sealed scroll. Kakashi put it away, and after bowing, they left the room. The Kazekage smiled beneath his mask. "Soon, very soon, Konoha will be mine." Our heroes were walking through the streets of Suna, ready to leave when they saw a boy of about 6 years old running. They were surprised. The little boy seemed scared, even more so when several shopkeepers followed his trail, quite agitated, with sticks in their hands. Naruto had a small flashback in which he himself suffered what was happening. Without thinking twice, he joined the chase. Further on, the little boy was trapped in an alley, hiding his face behind his arms in a fetal position. The men were about to teach him a lesson when another boy, with blue eyes, stepped into their path with outstretched arms. "Villager, get out of the way, brat. That monster dared to take one of my apples." Naruto kept reminiscing. He had suffered the same thing a long time ago. "Naruto, I'll pay for it, but don't hurt the kid." The villagers approached the blonde boy and began to struggle. The rest of the genin's friends came to help him. "Villager, I don't care about the apple, what I can't stand is that monster roaming the streets." The boy began to cry. Naruto couldn't help but let the anger consume him, and his eyes turned red as well as his features became more savage. "Naruto, get out of here or I won't be responsible for my actions." His deep voice frightened the villagers and his comrades. The unfortunate souls slowly took steps backward to get far enough away from him to run. "Villagers, let's go. He's like that brat, he's a monster." The men ran away while Naruto lowered his head. Inside, the bijou bowed its head in guilt. Sakura's POV, "I'm sorry, Naruto." "Naruto, little one," turning towards the child, "what's your name?" The little boy raised his head, revealing beautiful blue-green eyes. "My name is Gaara." The little boy was red-haired and dressed in rags. Naruto's heart broke. This child reminded him so much of himself. "I'm an orphan, and I have no one who loves me. Besides, the villagers beat me or run away from me. I don't know what the hell I've done to them." Gaara began to cry. The hearts of the ninjas trembled at this image of human misery. Naruto stood up and spoke to his sensei. "Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, I'll take him away from here." Everyone was surprised, including the redhead himself. "Sasuke, damn it, do you know what you're saying? We can't take him from here." Naruto insisted with a serious expression. "Naruto, I'm not going to leave him alone, he reminds me of myself." Everyone lowered their heads. The blonde boy was right. "What do you say, Gaara? Are you coming to Konoha?" "Gaara, yes." The little one smiled very sweetly, which touched the others. They couldn't find fault with him. Inside Naruto, the magnificent Kyuubi no Yoko smiled with pride. "Naruto, well, let's get home as soon as possible." The 5 of them set off towards the city gates. Kakashi bought some water bottles and cloaks to protect himself from the sun's heat as much as possible. Naruto hoisted Gaara onto his back and used one of the cloaks to conceal him, passing him off as his backpack. They began their journey to Konoha, leaving Suma through the main gate. Neither of the 2 guards at the checkpoint noticed the stowaway in the slightest. Now, only the long walk back to Konoha remained. Naruto walked ahead of the group the entire way, a huge smile on his face. His friends kept a close eye on him, an eye that saw only a kind boy with a heart of gold. Kakasai-sasu POV, "Naruto, you have a big heart despite what they did to you in the past, you're incredible." They crossed the borders between wind and fire hours later. The journey through the forests was calm and rewarding. Upon arriving at the gates of Konoha, the guards asked them for identification. After entering, they went to the Hokage Tower where a very smiling Hiruzen Sarutobi was reading the Aika Aika. The shinobi entered without knocking on the door, catching the old man drooling while reading the book. "Naruto, old man. Don't drool over that filth, you're too old." The Hokage slammed the blonde against the wall while the others laughed, including Gaara. Sarutobi noticed the little redhead and was overcome with curiosity. "Sarutobi, who is he?" Gaara bowed, making the old man smile. "Gaara, my name is Gaara and I am an orphan from Suna." Sarutobi noticed something about the boy but preferred not to speak. "Sarutobi, pleased to meet you, little one." "Kakashi, did you complete the mission?" The named one stepped forward and handed the scroll to the Hokage. "Kakashi, yes, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen smiled contentedly. "Sarutobi, very good, I needed this information for the organization of the exams for promotion to intermediate level." "Kakashi, about that." I'd like my team to participate in them. The three genin high-fived in joy. Sarutobi, if you think they're ready, Kakashi. I'll have no problem with them showing up. I expect you to do your best, especially you, Naruto. Taking a puff from his pipe. Naruto, of course, Aji-san. We have to celebrate this at Ichiraku. The two dark-haired men nodded. Sigh, but Sasuke is inviting. The raven-haired boy protested as Gaara tugged at the blonde's sleeve. Gaara, can I come too? Naruto lifted him onto his back with a tender smile. Sasuke smiled maliciously. Sasuke, last one to arrive pays for everything, guys. The three ran off, leaving behind a smiling Kakashi and Sarutobi. As they left, their expressions changed to seriousness. Sarutobi, you could tell, couldn't you? The silver-haired man nodded. Kakashi, I know, that little one is a Jinchuriki, what I don't know is if we did the right thing by bringing him here. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 7. The three genin arrived at Ichiraku. The blonde boy let Gaara out of the car, and the small redhead took a seat next to Sasuke. Sasuke glared angrily at the others as he began to take out the money for his meal, especially for a certain boy with blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. Sasuke's POV, damn, who would have thought that idiot would be so fast, and to top it all off, Sai had to trip over me, preventing me from passing him. They're going to leave me penniless. The Uchiha cried silently while the others made their orders to old Tuchi. Naruto, old man. Serve us some specials, our brother Sasuke is paying. The Uchiha continued crying comically while Sai and Naruto high-fived each other with triumphant smiles. Sai, tell me, Gaara, would you like to be a ninja? The redhead remained thoughtful while the others looked at him, intrigued to know what his answer would be. Some memories came to his mind. Gaara flashback. A small red-haired boy was playing with a small toy truck he had found in the trash. He looked very happy. In fact, it was the first time he had been able to play with a toy and not with stones. Look, it's the monster. The redhead trembled with fear. Gripped by panic he fled as fast as his legs allowed. However, he made a fatal mistake. He went back for his new toy. 2. This is ours, kill him. The little boy was about to grab the little truck when a man dressed in the Sanjounin uniform hit him on the head. Gaara, please, no. Don't hit me, I just want to play with my toy. One of the ninjas looked at the little truck, smiling wickedly. 2. This toy. Gaara nodded. The man stepped on the truck smashing it to pieces. The poor boy began to cry. Gaara, no. My toy, crying uncontrollably, why? Another of the men kicked him in the chest, knocking him to the ground. 3. Monsters don't play with toys. The one who had hit him on the head kicked him again in the stomach, leaving him breathless. I'm tired of this, guys, let's finish the job. The men relentlessly beat the little boy, punches, kicks, they left him battered, almost unconscious. 2. Guys, let's go, looking around worriedly. They can see us, I don't want any trouble. 2 of the 3 assailants left. The last one looked at the boy and spat on him before leaving with the others. Gaara ended up unconscious. End of flashback. Naruto, tell us, Gaara, do you want to become a ninja? The redhead had a sad expression. The 3 of them noticed, but this wasn't the place to talk about such things. Sasuke, let's eat, and then, if you want, we can talk about it more calmly. Old man Tuchi served them the food. Everyone ate in silence. The atmosphere was tense. It hadn't been a good idea to ask the little native of Tsunade. Sai, well, what do you think about going to the park to play football later? Sai hoped this would cheer the little boy up. Naruto, that would be great, wouldn't you say, Gaara? The redhead continued eating slowly, his head down. Sai regretted asking the man from Suna about his future aspirations. Sasuke, well, it's best if we go home to rest a bit and then we'll see what we can do to spend the afternoon. With a sad expression. Naruto, yes, it'll be better. The blonde boy had also become serious. That little one was his spitting image. He himself had had a tough childhood until he met Sai, Sasuke, Kakashi, the third Hokage, Iruka. That was why he had decided, he wouldn't abandon that poor creature. He would accompany and care for him, he wouldn't let him wither away in utter loneliness. Tuchi, do you want anything else? They all shook their heads and the old man gave the bill to the Uchiha who paid for the food. The four of them left the stall and walked calmly to his house. During the journey, the tension was palpable due to the sadness of the little boy who did not seem to be improving his mood. The four of them arrived at the house and sat down in the living room. After a few moments of awkward silence, Naruto decided to break it. "Naruto, you can tell us what happened now." Everyone looked at the blonde boy, surprised by how direct he had been, especially Gaara. "Gaara, what? Nothing happened to me, and nothing is happening to me. Naruto, please, it's obvious from miles away that something's wrong." With a sad look, "Gaara, I don't want you to know, I don't want you to leave me." With fear in his eyes, "Sasuke, why would that happen?" "I don't understand, Gaara, because I don't want you to think I'm a monster." Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and looked very determinedly at the little one. "Naruto, you're not a monster. You're just a poor kid." Gaara's expression changed to a sad one. "Gaara, you don't understand me." Naruto slammed his fist on the table, startling everyone present, especially the little redhead. "Naruto, I understand you perfectly. More than you think, because I suffered the same abuse you suffered. When I was little, people chased me and beat me up, insulted me, despised me. No one wanted to come near me unless they had bad intentions. Gaara, and no, it's not possible." Doubting that the young man in orange clothing would tell him the truth. "Naruto, yes, it is, and I know why they did it, but I can't tell you yet. I'll tell you very soon, but you're still too young to know." Sasuke and Sai looked at their friend, surprised by the speech he had given to a shocked Gaara. "Gaara, I was always alone." The three genin jumped up and approached the little boy, hugged him and ruffled his hair. "Team 7, you're not alone anymore, now you're our little brother, and future member of the most powerful team in Konoha." Gaara regained his smile. "Gaara, thank you." Inside Naruto, a pink-haired girl shed tears of happiness. Sakura POV, "Pup, you continue to surprise me. I never thought someone with such a pure heart existed. You're simply special." Naruto-kun. The bijou spoke to no one with a smile that made her tears shine brighter, but the most beautiful thing was the faint blush that thinking of her host produced. In the Hokage Tower, Kakashi explained each of the mission parameters to the third Hokage. The old Kage listened, absorbed in his thoughts. After a while of speaking to him without receiving a response and noticing his lost gaze, Kakashi called his superior's attention. "Kakashi, Hokage-sama, is something wrong?" The third Hokage was very thoughtful. "Sarutobi, we can't let the Konoha Council find out we have another Jinchuriki. It could create a state crisis, and in the worst-case scenario, a war with Suna and even the other nations." "Kakashi, don't worry, Hokage-sama, I don't think those old fogies will find out, but just in case, I'll talk to my students about it." The old man Hiruzen Sarutobi relaxed a little, relit his pipe, and took a puff. "Sarutobi, I hope so, Kakashi. I hope so." Back at the young genin's residence, the atmosphere had completely softened. The four of them were talking nonsense and laughing happily. "Gaara, can we play something? I'm bored." Sasuke got up and called Naruto from the kitchen. Naruto stood up, leaving Sai and Gaara alone in the living room. In the kitchen, the blonde asked the Uchiha, "Naruto, what do you need me for?" The raven-haired boy smiled maliciously as he headed towards the refrigerator. "You're not going to play a trick on me, are you?" Smiling confidently, Sasuke, "No, not you, but I owe that damn Sai a couple ha. The dark-haired man took out a jar of butter and a can of cream. "Naruto, wow, you're really bad, did you know that?" The Sharingan user peeked out to make sure the painter was still talking to the one from Suna. After making sure of that, he approached his blonde friend and told him the plan. "Sasuke, Naruto, you take the butter and spread it on the floor, and then I'll slap him with my hand full of cream. Finally we'll pour flour and honey on top. This will make Gaara laugh a lot. Naruto, it's going to be great. Grab everything." The dark-haired boy took out everything they needed and poured cream into the palm of his hand. The two left the kitchen without making the slightest noise. The redhead noticed, but due to the gestures of the two, it didn't cause the painter to realize what his brothers were plotting. "Gaara, can I ask you a question, Sai and I?" The pale boy smiled and nodded. The boy smiled inwardly, so Sai wouldn't realize what was happening. What do you like to paint the most? Sai, good question, you see, I like to paint almost everything. While Sai was answering the little boy, Naruto had finished spreading butter over a good part of the kitchen floor. Sasuke, with his free hand, passed him the honey that they had previously heated, picked up a small bag of flour and left it nearby to use at the end. Sasuke, 1, 2, 3, the Uchiha approached the black-haired man and gave him a resounding slap. Sai reacted by jumping up with his face covered in cream. Sasuke fled, jumping over the part that was smeared with butter. Sai, you bastard! Come here. Sai started chasing his attacker, running after the Uchiha, but he slipped on the butter and fell to the ground. Naruto poured honey over him, making him sticky, so Sasuke could finish him off by throwing flour on him. The painter was left looking disgusting while Gaara and the others burst out laughing. Gaara, that's great! Unable to contain himself, the little one was crying his eyes out. Sai got up, annoyed and in pain, and quickly locked himself in the bathroom to get all that mess off him. The day passed without further incident, as did the weeks. Team 7 trained very hard because Kakashi wanted them to be as prepared as possible for the chunin exams. Naruto practiced his ninjutsu while Sai and Sasuke worked on their chakra control. The silver-haired man barely let them rest, the lack of time was worrying. The weeks went by until the day of the exams arrived. Team 7 entered the building designated for the purpose and found themselves there with their other classmates, Team Inoshikacho, Team Hinakibashino, and another group of Leaf Village genin, among whom stood out a rather peculiar fellow named Rock Lee. The other members of his group were a girl with a hairstyle in 2 buns named Tenten and a Hyuga named Niji. After a while getting to know the new trio, they went to an adjoining room where they talked for 30 minutes. The instructor in charge of the test was supposed to be a Kakashi's cousin. Our heroes took the opportunity to talk to other ninjas. That's when they met Kabuto, a ninja from Konoha who had failed the exam several times, and who, thanks to failing so many times, had exhaustive knowledge of the exam and many of the participants. After a while of studying the contestants, an explosion caught everyone's attention. Everyone sit down. The test is about to begin. But first, let me introduce myself. From the puff of smoke emerged a man of about 30 years old, dressed in a black trench coat and a headscarf with the Konoha symbol. But the most striking thing about him was the numerous scars on his face. He had a sinister and intimidating appearance. My name is Ibiki. Ibiki Marino, and I will be your instructor for the written test. Before you begin, I must tell you that anyone caught cheating will fail immediately and will not be allowed to retake the exam. Furthermore, I warn you that my men and I will have some fun with them. Everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. This feeling intensified tenfold when Ibiki smiled sadistically. Naruto POV, this guy is creepy. The first phase of the exam went smoothly as Naruto went from copying from Hinata Hyuga, who was next to him, to standing up to Ibiki, who passed his exam, leaving everyone else surprised. Ibiki, well, those of you who passed the first test move on to the second phase. A burst of smoke appeared next to the interrogation expert, and I'll be in charge of evaluating the second phase. The smoke dissipated, revealing a beautiful woman with purple hair dressed in a cream-colored trench coat. Everyone stared at her, blushing deeply, including the blonde man and his team. Inside, a very jealous pink-haired woman was hitting one of the sewer walls, denting it. Sakura, who does that whore think she is? Damn slut. When she gets her hands on Naruto, I'm going to kill him, he's such a pervert. The bijou looked quite annoyed. Oblivious to his tenant's anger, our protagonist felt a terrible urge to write his will. Something told him he shouldn't visit his Kyubi-chan for a while. My name is Mitarashi Anko, and I'm the Jounin instructor for the second phase of the exam and the best torturer in the elemental nations. Everyone present felt a bead of sweat trickle down their necks, including Ibiki and his assistants. It was clear that Mitarashi was one of those people whose ego was simply too big. And now, those of you with the guts, follow me. Those with the guts followed her to a vast forest. The fact that the place was fenced off, with numerous warning signs and the occasional guttural roar heard in the distance were enough to consider this location a dangerous enclave. The Jounin stood before everyone and spoke. Well, the second phase of the exam will take place here, in the Forest of Death. You have 3 days to find 2 scrolls. Each team will receive one at random and must find the remaining one before heading to the center of the forest where a Jounin will be waiting. Is that clear? Clear. Everyone, yes. Anko smiled with a mixture of sensuality and malice, focusing on the blonde with blue eyes. She approached slowly, swaying to the blonde and caressed his cheek. Anko, I hope you passed the test, handsome. End of story. Sakura was unleashed. If she were released at that moment, she would destroy the entire land of fire. Not even the Sage of 6 Paths would have the courage and valor to face the Queen of the Tailed Demons. Sakura, you slut. You damn bitch in heat, stay away from him. Regaining his animal form, a huge roar of fury was heard throughout the interior of Naruto Uzumaki, who was sweating profusely. Naruto POV, oh no. Sakura-chan is going to kill me, but I don't know why she gets so angry about these things. The boy smiled nervously at the purple-haired girl who winked at him and walked away. Sakura got even angrier. Sakura, Naruto. When you fall asleep you'll find out. I'm going to kill you and that bitch. Naruto POV, I don't think I'm going to sleep for a week. Anko returned to her initial position and raised her right arm. Anko, let the second phase begin. All the shinobi quickly ventured into the forest. Our 3 heroes had no idea what awaited them inside the Forest of Death. Team 7 jumped from tree to tree. They had to collect a scroll from the ground since they had been given one from the sky. The 3 of them arrived at a clearing surrounded by trees with dense foliage. Sasuke decided it was best to camp to plan a strategy and rest a little. Sasuke, we'd better make camp, rest, and plan a strategy. Naruto, okay, I'll go get something for a campfire. Sasuke stopped him. Sasuke, no, if we make a fire they'll find us. Sai called the attention of the 2. Sai, guys, I think they've found us. The 3 of them went on guard. The atmosphere was tense, there was a lot of silence, and that in such a dense and alive forest was a bad sign. Naruto, damn it, watch out Sai. Shuriken flew out of some bushes, heading towards the painter, who, thanks to the blonde's warning, managed to dodge them. Sasuke, fire release, great fireball technique. The raven-haired man launched a huge burst of flame towards the bush, which ended up reduced to ashes. They've seen us, come out boys. 6 Kiri ninjas came out of their hiding places. Our 3 protagonists were surrounded. Naruto, damn it, they're cheating, they're cooperating to gain an advantage. The leader of the large group stepped forward. Boss, let's just say this is a little camaraderie trick to get through this phase more easily. His cronies laughed knowingly. Sai, all you're showing is that you're cowards. Boss, you damn pale-faced bastard. Guys, let's show these 3 useless idiots our power by beating them to a pulp and taking their role away. Kiri Genins, hi. The attackers launched themselves at the Konoha Genins armed with kunai. Naruto managed to dodge one and hit another in the face, breaking his nose. Naruto, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created 6 clones that focused on the one who was still standing while the original approached the one on the ground, hitting him on the head and knocking him out. Boss, boys. Attack the pale one and the Uchiha, I'll take care of the orange bastard. The referred ones regrouped behind their leader. There were only 5 left because one was unconscious. The other one who attacked Naruto managed to get rid of his clones. Sasuke, Sai, use your ink. Sai, hi. Hidden Jutsu, ink beasts. The black-haired man created several ink tigers that launched themselves at Kiri's. Genin Kiri, Suetun, water cannon. A large jet of water came out of the Genin's mouth and hit the beasts, dissolving them. Sai, damn it. Sasuke, the ink is diluted by his water release techniques. Sasuke, relax, I have a plan. Fire release, great fireball technique. The Uchiha launched another great fireball. Kiri Genin, ha. Don't you learn from your mistakes in Konoha? Suetun, water cannon. The techniques were about to collide when Sasuke, now Sai, used the ink. The pale ninja took out a couple of ink cartridges and drew a large eagle that headed towards the fireball. Boss, damn it. Get out of the way, that ink is flammable. The leader moved aside the moment the eagle crashed into the flames, generating a napalm-like explosion that severely burned the other genin of Kiri. Saisasu, oops, we got carried away. The two of them brought the aforementioned hands to the back of their necks in a very comical gesture, angering the only intact member of the assailants. Boss, what do you mean you went too far? You almost burned them alive, you damn cowards. The leader received a blow to the back of the neck and fell hard to the ground. Behind him Naruto shook his head. Naruto, didn't they teach you at the academy that you shouldn't turn your back on the enemy? Sasuke, guys, see what scrolls they were carrying. Sai approached the leader and checked his backpack, taking out 2 scrolls, one of heaven and one of earth. The artist took the one of heaven and decided to take the other to teach those cheaters a lesson. Naruto, well, now that we have the scrolls, let's move forward a bit to avoid being found. We made a lot of noise. Saisasu, yes. The three resumed their journey towards the center of the forest of death. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 8. Team 7 decided to stop for a break. They were very close to the center of the forest. Sasuke refilled the canteens while Sai and Naruto rested sitting on a log. The Uchiha finished refilling the water and approached his companions. Sasuke, according to the maps they gave us at the entrance, the building is just under 2 kilometers away. I think if we pick up the pace we'll get there in less than an hour. His 2 companions who had been sitting stood up, picking up their canteens. Naruto, okay, let's get going again so we can get there as soon as possible. The 3 young people prepared to resume their journey when the painter realized that something was wrong. Sai, hey. Wait, I have a bad feeling. The others stood frozen, staring worriedly at the artist. Naruto, what's wrong, Sai? Sai, it's all too quiet. I think it's an ambush. Naruto and Sasuke took a defensive stance, as did Sai. The 3 of them stood back to back, looking in all directions. There was hardly any noise, it was too suspicious. Sasuke, pay attention, gripping a kunai, a drop of sweat trickled down his face, revealing his nervousness. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared from inside a large bush, surprising the Konoha people. Naruto, Sai, watch out. The snake struck the painter with a tail whip, leaving him badly injured and unconscious. Sasuke, Naruto. It's coming this way. The snake was heading towards Sasuke with the intention of catching him. The Uzumaki got between them, ready to attack the colossal amphibian. Naruto, Sasuke, run. The snake squirmed and struck Naruto with its head, sending him crashing into a large tree. The boy was bruised and bleeding profusely from his forehead. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals to drive the attacking creature away. Sasuke, Katan, great fireball technique, the great flame burned the snake. The Uchiha could see thanks to his Sharingan that someone had come out of the animal at the last moment. Wow, you're better than I expected, Sasuke-kun Kukuku. The dark-haired man was surprised. In front of him, a pale man with long black hair and reptilian yellow eyes that inspired terror was smiling at him. Sasuke, you are Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. The one addressed smiled malevolently. Orochimaru, Kukuku. I see I'm quite famous around here, licking his lips perversely. Sasuke, damn it. What do you want? The Sannin pointed his finger at him. Orochimaru, I want you, Sasuke-kun, Kukuku. The Uchiha took a defensive stance. The Sannin raised an eyebrow confidently, performing a complex and lengthy sequence of hand seals. Forbidden art, paralysis. The Sharingan wielder was completely petrified. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He was terrified. What kind of things could such a sinister individual as Orochimaru do to him? Sasuke, what the hell do you want from me? Trying to break free from the traitor's jutsu. Orochimaru, simple. I want your body, so I propose a deal. I'll give you the power to avenge your brother, and in exchange you'll give me your strength. The Uchiha's gaze darkened. It was true that he had forgotten his only desire, to avenge his clan by killing his brother Itachi, but was that reasonable? To sell himself for revenge? To abandon his brothers for revenge? Orochimaru took advantage of the Uchiha's distraction to extend his neck, intending to bite him. Sasuke closed his eyes, expecting a sharp pain in his neck that didn't come. He opened his eyes, perplexed. Naruto, we, as Sasuke's brothers, will help him get revenge. Together, Orochimaru had bitten Naruto's neck, who had stood between him and Sasuke. Orochimaru, Kukuku, Sasuke-kun, you have good friends, but don't worry, I'll be back for you soon. And as for you, kid, I'll give you a present for your bravery. Cursed seal. Naruto felt a sharp burning sensation on his neck and fell to his knees as a mark appeared at the same spot as the bite. Now, I'm leaving, Kukukuku. The Sannin vanished, leaving Sasuke free to go and help his companions. Sasuke, Naruto, are you okay? The blonde was in very bad shape, breathing heavily while that strange mark glowed on his neck. Naruto, Sasuke, I need to get some sleep. The blonde boy fell unconscious. Sasuke went to find Sai, who was in the same condition as his other comrade, and sheltered them both under the roots of a large tree. He sensed several presences approaching, but he wasn't scared when he recognized them. Team Guy emerged from the trees, heading towards the goal. Sasuke called their attention, making them stop. Lee, what the hell happened to you guys? Sasuke guided the bushy-browed one into the immense root. Both of them pulled out the two unconscious ninjas. Lee carried Naruto while Sasuke carried Sai. Sasuke, we were ambushed on our way to the goal, and Sai and Naruto were knocked out. The two teams headed towards the meeting point in the center of the forest. After a few minutes' journey, they arrived at a large clearing. In the center of it, a large, tower-like building stood proudly, overshadowing the enormous trees. Upon entering the building, Sasuke explained to the Jounin present what had happened to his two teammates, omitting Orochimaru's appearance. The instructors, seeing that they possessed the two scrolls, gave their approval and took the two boys to the infirmary. Lee, I hope you recover. Now will you tell us who attacked you? Sasuke thought about it, but chose to remain silent, all of them immersed in an uncomfortable silence. Uchiha Sasuke left towards the infirmary with the gazes of the members of Team Guy fixed on his back. Nothing stopped him, not even the protests of Rock Lee. Sasuke finally arrived at the infirmary, questioned the only person he found near his two friends' room, and after obtaining the information and thanking them for their help, he headed to room 45, where his companions were supposedly located. He entered the room and saw Sai awake with a neck brace to prevent neck strain, and Naruto sweating. He seemed to be having a nightmare. Sasuke, Sai, I'm glad you're feeling better, but what's wrong with Naruto? The young artist looked very worried. Sai, it's been like this since I woke up. The nurses have gone to call Kakashi-sensei. I hope it's nothing serious. Sasuke, I hope so. They both stared at the Uzumaki tossing and turning in his bed, hoping that for once in his life his sensei wouldn't be late. Inside the blonde girl, a pink-haired girl was very scared. In front of her, Naruto smiled maliciously. He was naked from the waist up, and strange marks covered his skin as if it were a filthy plague. Naruto, hello Sakura-chan. Sakura, Naruto-kun. What's wrong with you? The blonde boy was very serious and the bijou could see how a malignant energy emanated from his neck and spread throughout his body, nourishing the marks that were slowly eating away at his virgin skin. Naruto, I just came to talk to you. The pink-haired girl knew what was happening to her vessel. It was all because of that damned Orochimaru who had corrupted him with his cursed jutsus. Sakura, Naruto-kun, let me help you. The blonde boy laughed wickedly. Naruto, why? I'm better than ever. I don't need your help. Sakura wasn't surprised by those words. Sakura POV, I know you're not saying this, Naruto-kun, it's that seal that's making you lose your mind. I'll help you. Frowning, determined to free her jailer. Naruto, well. I think we're going to have some fun, right? The boy lunged at the pink-haired girl, hurting her badly. He pulled out a kunai and tried to stab her, but she couldn't react. Sakura closed her eyes, but opened them again because she didn't feel the pain. Sakura, Neru, the blonde had stopped dead in his tracks, millimeters from piercing his chest with the weapon. Thick tears were rushing from his eyes while his arms trembled. Naruto, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sakura-chan. I didn't mean to hurt you. The pink-haired girl hugged the blonde boy while taking the kunai from his hand. Sakura, Naruto-kun, you haven't done anything to me. Instead of hurting me you showed that even that curse can't break your will. The young man smiled at the demon's words. Naruto, no curse or seal will allow me to break my promises. The blonde looked tenderly at the pink-haired girl and took her hands tightly, causing the bijou to blush terribly. Because I promised to protect you with my life and find the one who used you to beat him up, and those are promises for life. Sakura POV, Naruto-kun, you. Kya. You're so cute. The pink-haired girl jumped for joy in her mind as Naruto vanished in front of her. Naruto, we'll talk later, Sakura-chan. The Uzumaki vanished, leaving Sakura blushing deeply. Sakura, it's not possible. I know it's not right, that it's wrong, demons can't fall in love with humans, am I always going to be unhappy? The pink-haired girl whispered into the void. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself in a white room. He got out of bed and sat up. A very familiar voice snapped him out of his trance. Kakashi, well, Naruto, you're finally awake, you had us worried. Naruto turned his gaze, focusing on his sensei who was reading his Ika while Sasuke drooled, sleeping next to him, as did Sai, only he was doing it in his bed. Naruto, how long have I been sleeping? The silver-haired boy lowered his book and put it in his vest. Kakashi, you've been like this for a day and a half. Sasuke told me what happened to you, and if I'm not stating the obvious, Orochimaru placed a seal on you, didn't he? The blue-eyed boy nodded at his sensei's words. Naruto, this seal is very unstable, I can be very dangerous Kakashi-sensei. The silver-haired man stood up from his chair carefully so as not to wake the Uchiha. Kakashi, due to the possibility of you losing control, plus the Kyuubi. I think a counter seal would be best. Naruto, okay. When will you put it on me? Kakashi, when you're discharged, well, get well soon. I'll go get what's needed for the technique. With that, the chunin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto spent the rest of the day receiving visits from all his academy comrades, because Lee had told them everything. The Brows also showed up with the rest of his team to inquire about the condition of the two members of Team 7. After speaking with all the visitors, Naruto was discharged, as was Sai. Kakashi had everything ready to place the counter seal on the blonde boy. He decided to go see if he had been discharged from the hospital. Upon arriving, he received news that his students had already been released, so he decided to look for them. Kakashi searched Konoha for several times until he saw them at Ichiraku. There, his 3 disciples and little Gaara were eating and laughing happily because of their success. Kakashi entered, catching their attention. Kakashi, everything's ready, Naruto, let's go. The Jinchuriki changed his smiling expression to a serious one, got up from his seat and left the money for his order on the table. The others were going to do the same but were stopped by the blonde. Naruto, guys, keep eating, this is just between the sensei and me. Sasuke, what are you saying? As a team, we must face our problems together. Naruto, I'm sorry Sasuke, but this is an exception, don't worry, I'll be there at home tonight. The blonde accompanied the silver-haired man out of the establishment. Sasuke resumed his seat next to Sai who was eating carelessly. Sasuke, how can you be so calm at a time like this? The young artist looked at the Uchiha without flinching in the slightest. Sai, because I trust in Naruto's strength, and I know he can withstand anything, plus there's Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, you're right, little Gaara, who had been oblivious to the conversation the whole time, broke his silence. Gaara, I want more. The 2 genin looked at the boy with huge drops of sweat on his head, it was already his 10th bowl of ramen. Sasusai POV, those 2 look very similar. Elsewhere, in a dark, bare room, Kakashi traced hand seals while his shirtless student knelt before him. The copy ninja finished the sequence and placed his hand on the cursed seal, which began to glow. Naruto felt his neck burning, it was excruciating, but he endured the pain by clenching his fists and teeth. Kakashi increased his chakra, and Naruto suppressed several cries of pain. Inside, Sakura couldn't help but cry, it broke her heart to see her Naruto crying, but there was nothing she could do but pray that everything would be alright. Kakashi, just a little more Naruto, this is almost over. His pupil groaned in pain. Naruto, okay, ugh, this hurts damn it. The pain was very sharp, Kakashi could see how kanji with the word seal appeared around the curse mark. Kakashi, that's it, with this the seal will be weakened and won't cause any problems. Now I'll go talk to the Hokage about your encounter with Orochimaru, and remember that tomorrow is the combat phase, so get a good rest. The silver-haired man vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the blonde man thoughtful. Naruto decided to return home, where he found his 3 brothers. As expected, they bombarded him with curious questions about what he had done with their sensei. Naruto preferred not to discuss the matter, alluding to the fights the following day. Visibly tired, he went to his room to rest. In fact, the ritual had left him completely exhausted, and that wouldn't be good for advancing to the next round. In the living room, his 3 friends were talking amongst themselves with concern. Sasuke, guys, do you think he'll be okay for tomorrow's fights? Sai, I don't know, but from what I've heard, there's more competition this year, we should rest too, let's go to sleep. The little redhead protested discontentedly. Gaara, Joe, I don't want to go to sleep, it's too early. Sasuke, showing off his intelligence, devised a plan. Sasuke, that's true, you're too young to understand the adult pleasures of sleep, well, stay here if you want. Gaara, no. I'm older, so I do understand the pleasures of sleep. I'm going to bed right now. The one from Suna left, leaving the 2 raven-haired boys smiling. Sigh, good one Sasuke, you've got a knack for being a father, ha ha ha. Sasuke, don't get carried away, I'm just really smart. They both followed the little boy to their respective beds. Tomorrow would be a key day. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 9. The light of the new day slowly bathed all of Konoha, and our 4 friends ate a hearty breakfast before leaving little Gaara in Tuchi's care. The old man had happily offered to look after his newest and best customer. After that, the genin set off for the Leaf Village Stadium, where a large part of the Leaf Village population was already gathered. Gaara had insisted on going, but upon learning that there might be Suna ninja there, he decided not to risk it. As they walked, they were joined by Team 8 and Team 10, of whom only Shikamaru and Kiba remained fit to fight. The Forest of Death exam had left many ninja injured or forced them to abandon the competition. After talking along the way, they arrived at the arena, where the Kages of Konoha and Suna, the latter attending as a guest, were already giving a speech. Sarutobi, welcome to this final phase of the rank promotion exams. I hope you enjoy watching these promising young talents in action. The old Kage sat down, as did his counterpart from Suna. Kazekage POV, you don't know what's coming, sensei. Kukuku, the man, whose face was covered by a handkerchief, laughed wickedly. After the introductions of the contenders, the pairings began. The first pairings were about to start when Team Guy suddenly appeared in the center of the arena, with eyebrows at the head. Lee, we are deeply sorry for the delay. Behind him, his 2 companions looked accusingly at the young man with generous eyebrows. Jounin instructor, well, since the fights haven't started yet, you'll be forgiven for this delay. Anyway, let's begin. First fight. Rock Lee vs Shikamaru Nara. The 2 positioned themselves in the center of the arena while the others took their places in the underground tunnels to wait for their turn. The fight began at a dizzying pace. Lee took advantage of his physical power to strike a surprised Shikamaru who could barely keep up with his speed, but it was of no use that Lee had better physical condition, because Shikamaru and his already famous shadow technique managed to end Lee's superiority, causing him to use a technique that would affect his health, the 8 gates, which he opened, rendering Shikamaru's technique useless, and after that he could only take a few hard blows that ended his chances of ascending. Jounin, Nara Shikamaru cannot continue, Rock Lee is the... Lee fell unconscious, startling everyone. After being examined by the doctors, he was taken to the hospital along with Shikamaru. Well, due to the extensive damage to his body, the match ends in a draw. Next match between Sasuke Uchiha and Inuzuka Kiba. They both left the tunnels and headed to the center of the stadium. The fight was very unbalanced because with the Sharingan, Sasuke could see all of Kiba's movements, which were based on a cooperative attack with his ninja dog Akamaru. Sasuke used the new technique that his sensei had taught him after Orochimaru's attack and the sealing of Naruto's cursed seal. Sasuke, Chidori. Numerous lightning bolts and sparks erupted from the Uchiha's arm. Kiba watched the technique in fear. Sasuke launched himself at the Inuzuka, who could only protect himself with his arms. The impact didn't reach him, and the dog boy opened his eyes. Kiba, what? In front of him, Sasuke had his fist closed, pointing at his chest. The member of the tracking team understood what had happened. The Sharingan user had simply not made his technique impact him in order not to harm him. The K9 shinobi raised his hand, surrendering on the spot. Jounin, the winner is Uchiha Sasuke by forfeit. The next match will be between Sai and 1010. The aforementioned came out and stood in the middle of the arena. 1010, don't think that just because I'm a woman I'm not capable of fighting, the talented painter smiled. Sai, I hope so, let's begin. The artist took out his brush and drew pictures on his scrolls, creating ink beasts that attacked the brunette who defended herself using her weapons. The fight flowed smoothly, with the brunette putting the member of Team 7 in a tight spot, as he was unprepared for a weapons fight, having barely practiced kenjutsu with his chikudo. Despite this disadvantage, he was able to defeat the girl using strategy. Jounin, the winner is Sai. Next match between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Neji. The aforementioned came out. Naruto was booed by the public. Inside, Sakura lowered her gaze feeling responsible. Both arrived at the center of the arena without taking their eyes off each other. Neji, I'm going to beat you because that's my destiny as a genius, and yours as a loser. Naruto couldn't help but get angry at that comment. Naruto, what are you on about? I'm going to show you that this whole destiny thing is bullshit. The blonde jumped at the Hyuga genius who used his Katen to stop him. Neji, I'm telling you, victory is not written in your destiny. The blonde charged at him again, but he used his Katen again to repel him. Naruto, that's a lie. Destiny isn't fixed, we write it with our achievements and actions. The fox boy lunged at the pearl-eyed boy again. Neji, I'm tired of your stupidity. 64 signs hack. The Byakugan user struck Naruto in several of his chakra points. What he didn't see was that one of his blows hit the cursed seal, cutting off the chakra circulation and nullifying the counter seal. Naruto fell to his knees while Neji smiled. Naruto, you bastard! His voice sounded deeper. Neji could see how an evil chakra emanated from the blonde. Neji, what the hell is that? That chakra. The young man looked up, revealing strange marks on his face that seemed to emanate from his neck. Naruto, now I'm going to have some fun. Genius. Naruto disappeared from the Hyuga's sight, hitting him from behind. Neji, what? It's impossible. I didn't see you hit me. The young man smiled sadistically and hit him again in the same spot. Naruto, it's very simple, you have a weak point, my friend. Your precious Jujutsu has a blind spot. Neji, how do you know? The Hyuga was terrified. Naruto, I only know, my dear friend. The blonde boy struck the Hyuga again, leaving him quite shaken. Neji, Heavenly Circle, 124 points hack. The dark-haired man tried to strike his opponent with his most powerful technique, but the latter stopped all the blows by hitting Neji's head hard with his knee, leaving him semi-conscious. Naruto approached the lying Hyuga and, after looking at him with contempt, said, Naruto, destiny is not fixed. I changed my own destiny by striving every day. I hope this serves as a lesson for you. The blonde turned around, leaving the Hyuga unconscious. Jounin, Uzumaki Naruto is the winner by KO. In the stands the Kages were very pleased, although in very different ways. Sarutobi POV, that's my boy, I'm very proud of you Naruto. The Leaf Village Kage smiled with pride upon seeing his grandson. Kazekage POV, Kukuku, it seems Naruto-kun has a lot of potential. It's a shame, but I think it's time to begin the attack on the leaf. The Kage of Suna gave the signal and explosions began to be heard everywhere. Panic settled in the stadium. The Leaf Jounin could barely maintain their calm. Outside Konoha, the forces of sound and sand entered the village, destroying anything or anyone in their path. Sarutobi, ANBU. Secure the civilians, and organize the city's defense. The ANBU left as the Kazekage stood behind Sarutobi. Sensei, now is the moment I promised you. I will take my revenge on you. Kukuku, the Kage removed his disguise and jumped at the old man, who dodged his blow by removing his Kage toga, revealing his black battle suit. Sarutobi, so this was all your plan, huh, Orochimaru? The pale Sannin smiled as his sensei prepared for combat. Orochimaru, well, let's fight. I'm eager to finish this. The Sannin summoned several of his ninjas, who appeared to prevent anyone from interfering in his fight. Below, the exam participants were very restless. Naruto, who still had the cursed seal, felt a strange attraction that led him to climb to the Kage's box. Naruto, guys, we must help in any way we can. Sasuke, you and Sai, look for Kakashi-sensei and Gaara too. The two nodded. It wasn't that they agreed to leave their brother alone, but due to his condition and the cursed seal, they obeyed. The others also headed into the village where civilians were being evacuated while fighting raged throughout the streets. Naruto jumped up to the balcony where he saw his grandfather fighting hard against Orochimaru. The blue-eyed boy prepared to attack him but was stopped by a handful of sound ninjas. Naruto, get out of my way, I don't have time for you. Naruto formed hand seals and thin blades of air emerged from his hands, slitting the throats of all the ninjas. Orochimaru. I'm going to make you pay for what you've done to me. Orochimaru, Kukuku, why, to improve you? To make you stronger. The blue-eyed man clenched his fists tightly. Naruto, I don't want your filthy power, you damned viper. The Jinchuriki lunged at the Sannin but crashed into a wall. What is this? The blonde boy punched the wall hard but couldn't break it. In front of him, the former sensei and student were fighting. Orochimaru, sensei, you're slacking off, you're disappointing me. The Sannin was putting the old leader of Konoha in a tight spot, who could barely deflect the thrusts of the repugnant traitors Kusanagi. Sarutobi, Earth Release, Earth Dragon, a huge Earth Dragon charged towards the Sannin, but the traitor dodged it and drew seals. Orochimaru, Summoning Jutsu, from a huge ball of smoke came thousands of white snakes that attacked their prey. The third used his earth element to cause an earthquake that buried the snakes. Naruto kept hitting the shield that began to give way. Because of this, Orochimaru decided to accelerate his plan. Several coffins emerged from the ground. Sarutobi knew that this was the Edo Tensei technique. The first two Hokages emerged from the sinister wooden boxes. They were controlled by the Hebi Sannin and could do nothing but apologize for what they were being forced to do. Hashirama, I'm sorry Hiruzen, but this bastard is controlling us, please finish him off, don't let him destroy Konoha. Tobirama, Hiruzen, you must protect the will of fire. Konoha, all those we watch over. Orochimaru, very touching, now kill him. The two ex-Kages launched themselves at their predecessor, engaging in a fierce taijutsu battle that poor Sarutobi could barely maintain. Naruto tried to break down the barrier using all his strength and that of the cursed seal. Naruto, just a little more, hang in there, grandpa. The blonde boy struck the cracked barrier again, damaging it even more. Orochimaru, come on. Kill him, we barely have time. The Sannin watched as his barrier could barely withstand the brat who was hitting it with his fists. Sarutobi POV, just a little more. The first Hokage took advantage of the third's lack of concentration to use his Mokuton element and strike the old Kage, leaving him badly injured. Tobirama, I'm sorry Hiruzen, but I can't do anything. Suetun, Water Dragon, a huge water dragon dragged the old man Sarutobi away, leaving him face up and breathing with difficulty. Orochimaru, Kukuku, is that all you can take, sensei? I don't understand how they let you be Kage, Kukuku, finish it already. Hashirama approached the prone man and created a wooden stake, raising his arm and clenching his teeth. Hashirama, I'm sorry. The first Hokage drove the stake into the third stomach, who spat blood while screaming in pain. Naruto saw the scene and heard his grandfather's screams. Inside, Sakura was terrified. She sensed a malevolence and a desire to kill that chilled her blood. She could see Naruto appear unconscious before her. Sakura, Naruto-kun. The pink-haired girl tried to grab him, but as she got closer, she saw his body becoming covered in the marks of the cursed seal. No. Naruto-kun, wake up. Outside, the blonde boy emitted incredible power, his skin darkened and his hair turned white as ferocious claws emerged from his hands. Blinded by rage, Naruto struck the barrier once more, destroying it completely. Orochimaru barely had time to blink before his face was split in half by a swipe from the blonde boy. Orochimaru, you impress me, Naruto-kun, but it won't be enough to defeat me. The now white-haired man became even more enraged and lunged at the Sannin, who transformed into snakes and dodged the blow. Naruto, you. I'm going to kill you. The blonde's claws glowed and he made as if he were scratching the air. Chakra blades shot out towards Orochimaru, who ended up once again divided in two halves by the force of the attack. Orochimaru, you're a very interesting specimen. Let's get him. The two Kages launched themselves at the blonde. Hashirama tried to pierce him with his wooden stakes while Tobirama tried to destabilize him with his Suetun jutsus. Next to Orochimaru appeared a very injured sound ninja. Ninja, Orochimaru-sama, the Konoha ninjas are wiping out our commandos and those from Suna. They've managed to cut our lines at the 4 attack centers. As I understand it, a large number of elite jounin are heading this way. The snake Sannin didn't like that. Orochimaru, regroup those who remain and retreat. I will go immediately. Ninja, hi. The ninja disappeared in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru, Naruto-kun, I'm sorry but we'll meet again sometime. Kukuku, the Sannin disappeared as did the two Hokages. Naruto, regaining some sanity, approached his grandfather and couldn't help but let out a cry of pain as he tried to wake him up. Naruto, Aji-san, old man, don't die, can you hear me? You can't leave me here. I promised you'd see me as Hokage someday. Wake up. The blonde boy screamed in pain as thick tears fell. It was very rare to see him cry with that demonic appearance, but the situation was no small matter. At that moment, Kakashi arrived along with numerous elite jounin. None dared approach the Uzumaki for fear of being attacked. The silver-haired man slowly approached his student and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Naruto could only look at the silver-haired man for a few moments before turning his gaze back to the Hokage. Little by little, the other jounin approached until they formed a huddle around the third Hokage's corpse. Naruto stood up, looking at the clouding sky, black clouds like the day Konoha had suffered, the loss of a Kage and the attack of two rival villages. Naruto felt a few timid raindrops fall on his sad face. Naruto, Orochimaru. I will get my revenge. The blue-eyed boy turned his gaze towards his sensei. Kakashi, I'm sorry, Naruto, but the only positive thing about this is that Hokage-sama died defending the village and the will of fire. He died, fighting. The Uzumaki nodded at his sensei's words. Naruto, the counter seal is gone. Naruto, I lost my temper. I acted impulsively, we have to do something so it doesn't happen again. Kakashi, it's best to reinforce the counter seal, at least you won't lose your sanity for the time being, that's a relief. Naruto, yes. The next day the Hokage's funeral was organized. There had been hardly any casualties on Konoha's side, so the grand funeral session focused on the village leader. Naruto remained downcast while his friends and senseis could do nothing to lift his spirits. Inside the blonde, a pink-haired girl sobbed, clinging to him, while he remained very serious. Sakura, no. You can't go down that path, revenge isn't the solution to this. Remember that above all else is friendship, duty, willpower, so listen to me, you're not going to let this change you, do you hear me? The blonde boy remained paralyzed while the pink-haired girl continued to hug him. An image flashed into the blonde boy's mind. Flashback. Naruto and the third were eating at a chiraku when the little blonde boy decided to ask his grandfather something. Naruto, Aji-san, what does it take to become Hokage? The old man lifted the little blonde boy up and sat him on his lap. Sarutobi, to be Hokage, you must be strong, but to be strong, you must not only train, but also have a reason to continually improve, for example, protecting your village, your loved ones, any noble sentiment, but you must never take wrong paths like revenge or resentment. Remember that and strive, you will become a good Hokage. I assure you, Naruto, I'll do it, Aji-san. And you'll be there to see it. The old man smiled at his grandson and asked for another bowl for himself. End flashback. Naruto started to cry and returned the hug to his pink-haired girl. She looked at him to see how tears fell from his eyes. Sakura tightened the hug Naruto separated a little and said to her, Naruto, Sakura-chan, you're right, revenge isn't the way, but I swear that wherever Grandpa is, he'll see me as Hokage because I'll do what he told me. I'll protect this village with my life, and especially the people who are important to me. The blonde boy looked tenderly at the demon girl, leaned closer to her face, and kissed her forehead. Like you, Sakura-chan. Sakura, Naru, the Bijuu's pulse was racing at 100, she could barely think clearly, a colossal blush was visible on her face. Sakura's POV, yes. I'm important to him, Shanaro. The pink-haired girl rambled on, blushing furiously, while Naruto stared at her, confused. The bijou of my heart, Chapter 10. Naruto decided to leave his mind because the bijou's mental ramblings frightened him a little. Upon leaving, he returned to the funeral. He saw everyone passing by the coffin where old Sarutobi lay. Beside it was a portrait of him, and the people of Konoha left a white rose as they filed past the burial chamber. Naruto approached the third Hokage and, with a sad gaze, devoid of any other emotion, contemplated the kind gaze of his grandfather. Naruto, old man. I promise you. The blue-eyed boy's gaze shifted from sadness to determination. I swear on my honor, my life, and my will, that I will become the best Hokage, that I will never lose the will of fire, and that I will protect this village with my life. The young genin placed a white rose next to the others and returned to his place with the senseis and his fellow genin. The ceremony proceeded normally, and the third was buried alongside the Shodame, the Nidame, and the Yondame, thus resting in peace. Naruto decided to take a walk to calm his spirits a bit. After passing through Ichiraku, he encountered Sai and Sasuke, who claimed to have gone out for a stroll, when in reality they had followed the blonde boy out of concern. Sasuke, hey Dobe, what do you think about going to the hot springs to relax a bit? The blonde remained neutral to the Uchiha's idea. Sai, come on, you need to relax a little, and there's no better place than the hot springs. The blonde finally gave in and they went to the hot springs. Upon arriving at the building, they spoke with the clerk who, after charging them, directed them to the changing rooms. The three of them walked down a long corridor covered with beautiful and valuable Oriental-style paintings, reaching a fork in the path where two doors were visible. Naruto, the men's room is on the right, let's go. The blonde opened the door and a wave of screams followed by an avalanche of soaps, jugs and other bathroom utensils caused the door to close abruptly. Sasuke, I think, we should go left. The dark-haired man opened the other door and entered, followed by a very bruised blonde man and his other companion who was holding several bars of soap. Naruto, well, let's get in the water already, what a day I've had. The blonde boy and his friends began to undress. Sai, wow, you've got a big topic hanging over you, huh Naruto? The blonde covered his privates with his shirt and yelled at the pale one. Naruto, Sai. It's not very healthy to look at another man's crotch. The Uchiha laughed as he watched his brothers argue about such an outlandish topic. Sasuke, come on, leave it alone already, besides, I'm sure Naruto is so short because that weighs him down. Naruto, shut up. You piece of shit. Inside the blonde, the pink-haired girl covered the blood in her nose. She was very perverted, but she had to admit that her container had a great weight. Sai, let's go to the waters. The pale ninja opened the sliding doors and went outside to the hot springs. Naruto, I must admit that this place is quite relaxing. The hot springs consisted of a large stone bathtub with high wooden fences to separate the female side from the male side. The three genin got into them and the Uchiha couldn't help but approach his friends after seeing something suspicious. Sasuke, hey guys, what's that guy doing there? The others looked where Sasuke was pointing, seeing an old man with long white hair dressed in a towel, leaning against the wooden wall. Naruto, he's probably a pervert spying on the women on the other side. The blonde turned around and lay down on the edge to relax his whole body. Sai, the artist picked up one of the bars of soap. Sasuke smiled as he understood his friend's idea. Sasuke, you don't have the balls to hit the pervert on the head, smiling maliciously. Sai, what do you want to bet? Pointing at the back of the stranger's neck. Sasuke, I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat, but if you don't give him any, you'll have to treat me, deal? The pale shinobi shook the raven-haired man's hand and pointed at the head of the old white-haired man. Naruto POV, ah. What peace and quiet, you were right, I could use a break and to relax a little. The blonde was in heaven when he heard a scream. Sai, take this. The dark-haired man threw the soap, hitting the stranger on the back of the neck, who roared in pain. Eh. Who hit me with the soap while I was spying on the girls? Everyone froze, including the old man who looked fearfully at the wall. Sasuke, we better get out of here. The four of them started running while a shower of jugs, soaps, brushes, even tiles fell in what used to be the men's bathroom. Once outside the hot springs, the white-haired man wearing a red kimono with green accent spoke to the young people. "Hey, brats, don't you know who you've been messing with?" The three nodded. "Narusasusai, with a pervert." The man fell back in shock. "I am one of the strongest ninjas in Konoha, brats." He crossed his arms, annoyed by the lack of knowledge of those three tadpoles. "Naruto, yes. Well, I'm sorry, but we don't know you." Scratching the back of his neck with a bit of disbelief. "Humph. Listen up, brats, my name is Jiraiya and I am one of the three Sannin of Konoha." Jiraiya took a rather ridiculous pose that made the three young men fall backwards this time. "Narusaisasu POV, is this guy one of the famous three Sannin of Konoha?" "Jiraiya, that's right, brats. I'm the famous Gama Sannin, Jiraiya the Gallant." Ha 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 ha. The three genin had 3 large drops of sweat on their heads. Naruto POV, what a weird guy. Inside the blonde boy, the bijou caught his attention. "Sakura, Naruto-kun, that man is stronger than he looks, that's why he's one of the 3rd Hokage's students." The blonde boy's facial expression completely changed. "Naruto, so Aji-san trained this pervert?" The bijou nodded in response to her container's question. "Sakura, yes, Naruto-kun, besides that man, Sarutobi also trained Orochimaru and a woman named Tsunade." "Naruto, I think I'll talk to this pervert about Aji-san, he might be a good sensei and help me keep my promise." "Sakura, yes, one more thing, Naruto-kun." The blonde felt a chill as he looked at his bijou. "Don't even think about becoming a pervert like that man." "Naruto, yes Sakura-chan." "Sakura, I hope so, if not, I'll cut off that big thing you have hanging there." The poor boy put his hands to his crotch. "Naruto, yes Sakura-chan, I promise, no, I swear I won't become a pervert." "Sakura, you better." The blonde returned to reality, approached the Sannin and extended his hand pointing at him. "Naruto, hey Ero Sennin, if you're as good as you say, prove it by training me." Everyone remained silent at the blonde's proposition, until the white-haired boy with marks on his face burst out laughing, falling on his butt to the ground. "Jiraiya, ha 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 ha, who do you think you are, brat? You're nothing but a kid." The blue-eyed man continued to stare intently at the Gama Sannin. "Naruto, I'm going to be the next Hokage, because I promised Sarutobi Aji-san, because I'm going to protect this village, my friends, and everyone who needs it, because that's the ninja way I'm going to follow." Everyone was speechless, the Toad Sannin was perplexed, a look of surprise could be seen on his face. "Jiraiya POV, he looks like Minato, no. It can't be, you died the day the fox attacked the village, and now that I'm back to give my condolences to my sensei I find a boy who looks exactly like you." "Naruto, Ero Sennin. Tell me, are you going to train me to fulfill my promises to Aji-san?" The white-haired man continued standing, staring at the blonde man. "Jiraiya POV, this little one is the Kyuubi's container. As far as I understand, Minato used his son to seal the Kyuubi, but it's impossible. According to the reports I read, little Naruto died because he couldn't contain the demon." "Naruto, are you alright, Ero Sennin?" The old hermit snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the boy with a startled expression. "Jiraiya, what's your name, kid?" "Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, next Hokage of Konoha." Now Jiraiya was really scared. "Jiraiya POV, that name, that surname, without a doubt, this is the son of Minato and Kushina, but I don't understand why the advisors lied to me when I was supposed to take care of my godson." "Naruto, let's train, there's no time to lose." "Sasuke, hey Dobe, we want to train too, we're a team after all." "Sai, that's right, if the pervert wants to train you, he'll have to train us too." The Sannin reacted and addressed the three boys with a very serious expression. "Jiraiya, listen, I need to speak with your master to see what we can do about your training. We'll meet here again tomorrow at this time. Don't be late." The Ero Sennin disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the three genin very excited. Jiraiya appeared at the top of a tree where a man was lying down reading a book. "Jiraiya, Kakashi. I need to talk to you, it's very serious, so stop reading my book." The Jounin nodded with his typical laziness and sat up on the enormous tree branch. Kakashi, what does Jiraiya-sama want? The Sannin sat down next to the Jounin. Jiraiya, I already know everything. About Naruto, the Kopinin seemed more interested. Kakashi, what do you mean by everything? Jiraiya, as for everything the advisors hid about Naruto's identity, it seems those vipers concealed everything about him to prevent me from taking care of him. When I went to talk to them about what happened, they told me that Minato and Kushina's son had died because he couldn't withstand the nine-tailed demon. Kakashi, I've heard about that too. The third Hokage and I were among the few who knew about it. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya erupted in fury against the silver-haired Jounin. Jiraiya, and why didn't you tell me? If you had told me, I wouldn't have left the village because I lost my student and godson. I would have stayed and taken care of him like I was his grandfather. The copy ninja looked tiredly at the sky. Kakashi, both the third Hokage and I wanted to tell you, but the council members threatened us to prevent it. If Sarutobi-sama or I had told you anything, the ANBU would have finished off poor Naruto. Jiraiya, but Naruto was alone. The Hatake lowered his head. Kakashi, yes, he was alone. He was also subjected to beatings and insults, but he showed me and Sarutobi-sama that he would not give up until everyone respected him and he became Hokage. I must admit, I am proud of him as a teacher. Jiraiya, that's another thing I wanted to propose to you. I want to train your team. The Jounin looked at the Sannin in surprise. Kakashi, all three of you? The Sannin nodded. Jiraiya, and tell me, Kakashi, do you give me your permission? The silver-haired man stood up from the tree branch, remaining at the same height as the toad hermit. Kakashi, you have mine, but you'll also need to talk to the council to get permission to take them. Jiraiya, thank you, Kakashi. Oh, by the way, thank you for taking care of Naruto. The pervert disappeared from Kakashi's side, who lay back down and continued reading. Jiraiya headed to the Hokage Tower, where the clan leaders and the council were surely debating who would be the acting Hokage while the fifth Hokage was being chosen. Jiraiya entered the office through the window and found Shikaka Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka carrying papers back and forth. Shikaino, good morning, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya, hey guys, could you organize an urgent meeting? Shikaku, yes, Jiraiya-sama, I'll call the other clan leaders right now, and have Inoichi call the council. The two men disappeared, leaving the Sannin lost in his thoughts. An hour later, Jiraiya expressed his intention to take Team 7 from Konoha to train them. As expected, both the council and some clan leaders did not share the Gama Sannin's ideas. Koharu, Jiraiya-sama, what you are asking is impossible to accept. You cannot take the last Uchiha and the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi out of Konoha. It would be very dangerous for us to lose them or for them to fall into the hands of other villages. Hamura, I agree with my partner, your proposal is unfeasible, Jiraiya-sama. The Sannin clenched his fists in helplessness. It was at that moment that Shikaku brought out his already famous intelligence to help the Sannin. Shikaku, I would give it my approval. Koharu, explain yourself Shikaku-san. Shikaku, well, you see, it would be an advantage for Konoha if two of its great prospects were trained by one of the three legendary Sannin. Besides, Jiraiya-sama knows a great candidate for the position of Hokage. Everyone looked at the white-haired man awaiting his answer. Jiraiya, that's right, thanks to my training I'll make Team 7 one of the best teams in Konoha, and regarding the Hokage, I'm sure Tsunade would be a great candidate for the position. Everyone in the room began arguing amongst themselves, until a voice interrupted their heated discussion. Danzo, silence. Jiraiya, we grant you permission to train Team 7 outside the village, but with the objective of bringing Tsunade Senju back within 4 months. After that, you may leave Konoha and train Team 7 peacefully for 4 years. End of meeting. Everyone stood up and began discussing the decisions made. Jiraiya approached Nara and shook his hand. Jiraiya, thank you, friend. The veteran shinobi returned the gesture. Shikaku, you're welcome, Jiraiya-sama, it's been a pleasure. After saying goodbye to some clan leaders, Jiraiya left the council chamber to go rest. Tomorrow he had a long day ahead of him putting up with 3 very noisy brats, especially his blonde godson. The next day, the 3 genin woke up quite early and happily ate breakfast. It wasn't every day that a Sannin agreed to train you. Little Gaara looked puzzled. wondering why his older brothers were so happy despite what had recently happened in the village of Konoha, after the attack on his former village. The little redhead had a clear idea in mind. He had left his fear behind and wanted to become a shinobi. After seeing how the ninjas attacked civilians and being unable to do anything, he learned that to help people he had to abandon his fear of shinobi and become one himself. Gaara, guys. I have to tell you something very important. The three stopped eating to listen to Suna's little ex. Naruto, what do you want to tell us, Gaara? The green-eyed boy stood up from his seat with a determined look. Gaara, I want to become a ninja. The three genin stood staring at the redhead. Sasuke, are you sure? It's very hard. Sigh, and besides, didn't you hate ninjas? The redhead sat back down and told them what he experienced during the Sound and Suna attack, and how he couldn't do anything for several people who were attacked. Naruto, okay, I know you'll become a great ninja, right guys? Sasuke, yes. The redhead smiled happily. He would become a great shinobi to protect the people important to him, like his three brothers or Tsuchi-san. The four young men continued eating breakfast. Naruto couldn't help but bring up the subject of the Gama-sanin, which saddened Gaara greatly. Naruto cheered him up by challenging him to become a great shinobi when they returned, a challenge Gaara readily accepted. Hours passed until the three decided to head to the hot springs where they had arranged to meet the perverted hermit. Upon arriving at the hot springs, they watched with beads of sweat as the Sannin lived up to his nickname of pervert. Naruto, ahem, the Arrow Sennin turned around and greeted the three boys cheerfully. Jiraiya, guys, good news. We can leave Konoha to train, but on one condition. Sasuke, which one? Jiraiya, we have to find my former teammate, Tsunade Senju, and bring her here to Konoha. Apparently, she's the one chosen by the council to succeed Sarutobi-sensei. Sigh, and do you know where this Tsunade is? The Sannin shook his head. Naruto, so how do we find her? Jiraiya, she's usually found in cities and villages with casinos, so it won't be too difficult to find her. Well, pack your things, we're leaving tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting for you at the village gate. Goodbye. The Sannin disappeared in a smoke shunshin, leaving the three genin speechless. Naruto, guys, go home and start packing your bags, I'll be there in a little while. Sigh, what do you plan to do? Naruto, I just need to take care of one thing before I leave, don't worry. Sasuke, well, okay, but don't do anything weird and don't get into trouble. The blonde looked at him with a face that said he was not very friendly. Naruto, team, stop acting like you're my mother. Sasuke, whatever you say, dope, but be careful. The two raven-haired boys turned around and left in the direction of their house, leaving Naruto deep in thought. Naruto's POV, now to find Kakashi-sensei, the blonde jumped onto a rooftop and left the place looking for his sensei. The next morning the three genin were at the gates of the village, the senseis and the rookies were also there to say goodbye to the genin of Team 7, Naruto and the two black-haired ones approached Gaara and ruffled his hair. Naruto, Gaara, get really strong, I want to see your full potential when I get back. The redhead smiled. Gaara, yes, Oni-chan. I'll become very strong. The blonde smiled. Naruto, I know, that's why I asked Kakashi-sensei to train you personally and keep you under his protection while we're gone. Kakashi approached the little redhead and placed his hand on his shoulder. Kakashi, don't worry Naruto, I'll teach him everything I know and protect him with my life. Gaara, Ju. You don't need to be my babysitter either. Everyone laughed at the boy's prodigious wit. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, take care of him. The silver-haired man nodded, smiling beneath his mask. Jiraiya, let's go, guys. We have a long journey ahead of us. Team 7, yes. The four left the village, objective, to locate Tsunade and bring her back to Konoha, later a 4-year training. The Bijou of My Heart Chapter 11. The journey in search of Tsunade was very long and exhausting, because the Toad Sannin trained the three of them very hard. Sai was taught concealment techniques and espionage strategies, while Sasuke was taught to use more fire-style jutsus and to find a second element compatible with the raven-haired boy, lightning-style jutsu. The poor Sasuke was electrocuted numerous times because the white-haired man forced him to hold a piece of steel in his hands, trying to keep the discharge in the center of the metal, which he couldn't manage, and to top it all off, he would end up getting a huge shock that fried him. But without a doubt, the one who suffered the most was Naruto. Jiraiya took it as a personal mission to teach his godson everything and make him stronger than his student and Naruto's father, Minato. Naruto's training consisted of carrying enormous weights while performing physical exercises, followed by sessions of using and maintaining shadow clones to improve his chakra control. This was how the first 2 months of the training journey went. The four of them camped in a clearing in a forest. According to Jiraiya, they were 4 kilometers from a village famous for its casinos and adult game rooms, which the white-haired boy wanted to visit with great interest. The 3 students ate while the Sannin slept peacefully. Sai had an idea, a rather good one, judging by his facial expression. Sai, guys. I have an idea to make the sensei pay for how he made us suffer in training. Sai had a smile that sent more than one shiver down Naruto and Sasuke's spines and raised goosebumps. Sasuke, tell us, with a neutral expression. Sai, you see, the pale one approached the 2 shinobi and whispered something in their ear. The faces of his 2 friends turned into a malicious smile. Naruto, it's going to be great. The 3 of them approached their sleeping sensei while chuckling softly. The next day, Jiraiya woke up very happy. At last he could visit the famous adult clubs, under the pretext of looking for Tsunade there. He observed his 3 students practicing fighting each other. The free-for-all fight was very balanced, although Naruto showed signs of superior speed compared to his 2 friends. Jiraiya ate breakfast while watching the spectacle. Jiraiya, guys. That's fine for now, we should head towards the nearest village, lest Tsunade leave. Naruto, okay Ero-sennin. We'll pack up and leave. The white-haired man was surprised because Naruto usually protested and grumbled whenever he was interrupted in the middle of training. Jiraiya POV, how strange. Naruto hasn't complained about stopping training, something weird is going on here, narrowing his eyes, looking at his 3 disciples, searching them for any suspicious sign. Sasuke's POV, damn, the back part has come unglued. The Uchiha nudged the artist with his elbow, who noticed the Sannin's back. Sai, we have to put it back on. Naruto, the blonde boy approached them. Naruto, what's wrong? The pale one subtly pointed out the cause of the problem, and the Uzumaki looked worried and displeased. Why me? Sasuke, because if, now when we get going you approach him discreetly and get him to do it with any excuse. Naruto, okay, but you'll treat me to ramen, right? Sasusai, okay. Damn opportunist. Jiraiya, let's go, guys. The Gamma Sannin jumped into a tree and started walking towards the village in question. His students followed him at a brisk pace until they were a few meters behind him. Sasuke, now, go stick it back on. Naruto, okay, but I expect you to keep your promise. The blonde approached his sensei and, discreetly, bumped into him, causing the poor Ero-sennin to hit his teeth on a branch and fall to the ground clutching his mouth. Jiraiya, my teeth, damn it. Naruto approached and apologized. After a while of reprimands and apologies, they continued their journey until they reached the village in question. The people passing by the ninjas were barely containing their laughter. Jiraiya was puzzled because people were staring at him and smiling mockingly, but he didn't think much of it. It probably had something to do with his 3 students. Yes, he was sure the 3 genin behind him were fooling around as usual. They arrived at a small inn where, after the clerk laughed, they rented a triple room for the genin and a single room for the old pervert. Jiraiya let his students unpack their things in their room and then went out to look for the Sannin. After much laughter from the villagers and entering several casinos, the white-haired man came across a blonde head of hair that looked very familiar to him. Jiraiya, Tsunade. Is that you? The woman turned around, focusing on Jiraiya who was approaching her. Tsunade recognized him instantly, but when the Gamma Sannin was about to reach her, Tsunade burst out laughing energetically, a laugh that spread to several of those who were passing by. Tsunade, ha 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 ha. What have you done to your face? You look like a clown. The Sannin didn't understand, until something clicked in his head and he connected everything, the laughter, the friendliness of his students. Jiraiya, guys. The sweetness implicit in the Gamma Sannin's tone of voice froze the blood of his students. Team 7, H high. starting to sweat like chickens in an oven. Jiraiya, Tsunade, could you lend me a mirror? The blonde nodded and gave her former teammate a small mirror that her student Shizun had left for him. Jiraiya looked at himself and then let out a shout of anger. After the initial shock, he began to follow his 3 students who were laughing despite their sensei's clear murderous intentions. After a while of pursuit, Shizun, Tsunade's student, arrived. After helping her teacher's former teammate clean his face and peeling off a sticker on his back that read, "I'm a horny old man and I'll fuck you to the hilt," the Sannin decided to leave his students to focus on fulfilling his mission. Tsunade, tell me Jiraiya, what brings you here? Jiraiya, you see. I don't like to be too direct, but we don't have much time left. Our sensei died in an attack on the village about 2 months ago. Orochimaru killed him. Tsunade, what? Is that true? The blonde was in shock. Jiraiya gave the senju a few moments to process the sad news. Jiraiya, you have been chosen as their successor, as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Tsunade, no. They can't force me, you know why I left Konoha. I don't want to go back, it reminds me of them. Jiraiya knew who his former comrade was referring to, her boyfriend Dan and her little brother Mawaki, both dead, both turned into a blade that threatened Tsunade Senju's heart every time she set foot in Konoha. Jiraiya, you're the only one who can fill the position. If you don't, someone like Danzo would face no opposition and seize power, imposing a dictatorship. Tsunade, I don't care. Naruto couldn't help but get angry at that woman who was abandoning her own village to its fate. Naruto, listen to me. I can't believe you were one of Aji-san's students. He taught me that the most important thing is to protect your loved ones and your village. That's the will of fire. I don't know who you lost, but I'm sure they would want you to protect the village with your life. Tsunade and everyone else were speechless, listening to the blonde boy who was very serious. Tsunade couldn't help but see her little brother in Naruto, while the blue-eyed boy's determination reminded her of her boyfriend Dan's. Tsunade, okay. I accept. Shizun, Tsunade-sama, are you sure? The blonde nodded. Tsunade, yes, I will make sure to protect Dan and Mawaki's dream, to protect the village for which they gave their lives. We will go to Konoha, we will leave in a week. Jiraiya smiled, mission accomplished. Now they only had to return to Konoha and they would leave again for a long journey of about 4 years. Naruto, thank you, for accepting. The woman of great qualities raised her hand accepting the gratitude. Seconds later she was barely visible among the crowd of the village. They spent the rest of the day chatting. Shizun got along quite well with the 3 boys, but especially with Naruto. Tsunade, like her student, couldn't resist her gambling side, teasing the blonde about his training. She bet her grandfather's pendant, the first Hokage's, that the young man wouldn't learn to use the technique Jiraiya had mentioned minutes earlier in their conversation, the Rasengan. Due to his arrogance and ego, the young genin accepted the bet from the eternal loser. If the blonde lost, he would have to pay Tsunade half of his shinobi salary, which was already minuscule, for the rest of his life. In return, if he lost, the senju would give him Hashirama's pendant. Naruto accepted more for the challenge than for the pendant, despite the warnings from Sasuke and Sai, who saw it as impossible for the Uzumaki to learn a technique of that nature in a week. Naruto, Ero Sennin. Let's train. The white-haired man showed his displeasure at his godson's impatience. Jiraiya, don't be so impatient, Naruto, besides, it's impossible for you to learn the Rasengan so quickly, it took its creator a long time to master it, just like it took me, who was his teacher, it's impossible for you to achieve it. The blonde stood up and everyone could see how an enormous determination burned in his eyes. Naruto, we won't know if we don't try, because for me, nothing is impossible. Everyone smiled at the display of willpower shown by the blonde boy, including Tsunade who had to admit that the brat had guts. Jiraiya POV, hahaha, Naruto, you're becoming more and more like your father, but at the same time you remind me a lot of your mother, can you hear me, Minato and Kushina? Your son is a great boy, you would be very proud of him. The white-haired man was pulled from his thoughts by the blonde man who lifted him from the table where they were all sitting. Naruto, let's go. There's no time to lose. The blonde boy led his teacher by the arm as he waved goodbye to the others with his free limb. Sasuke and Sai decided to follow their friend and their sensei, leaving the two women alone. Tsunade, that brat, he reminds me a lot of Jiraiya when he was young, always energetic but also a bit silly. The blonde smiled as she remembered her childhood. Shizun, Naruto-kun is a good person, do you think he'll win the bet, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade, I don't know. Shizun, I don't know. Naruto took Jiraiya to the outskirts of the village. They settled in an open area that had a large expanse of beautiful green grass fused with a small lagoon of crystal clear water, making the landscape worthy of a postcard. Sai and Sasuke arrived with Naruto and Nagama-sanin. Sasuke, sensei, we will also train hard so as not to lose the rhythm. I will train my katan element and then I will focus on finishing mastering the Raitan. Sai, I'll practice my technique with the Chikudo, then I'll practice chakra control and concealment. The Sannin nodded and marked different training patterns following the wishes of the two boys. Jiraiya, alright guys, go train, I'll stay here with Naruto teaching him the Rasengan. Sasusai, hi. They both walked away focusing on their respective training routines, leaving Naruto and Jiraiya alone again. Jiraiya, okay Naruto, listen, the arrow Sennin concentrated chakra in his hand, creating a blue ball that spun chaotically. This is the Rasengan. Naruto, woo. How cool. Let's start training. Jiraiya, okay, try concentrating chakra in your hand. The blonde boy obeyed his sensei, a small sphere formed in his hand but dissolved in a matter of seconds. That's very good, Naruto, but we'll use a little trick to accelerate your learning. Take this. The sage gave a water balloon to the blonde boy, who looked at it without understanding. Naruto, why would I want this, arrow Sennin? Jiraiya, try to concentrate your chakra inside the balloon and prevent it from bursting, but try to feel the water inside moving. Naruto, that sounds really difficult, but I'll try. The Uzumaki concentrated his chakra again in the palm of his hand, trying to feel the water inside the balloon moving. I've got it. At that moment the balloon burst, soaking them both. Jiraiya, It seems you don't have it, luckily there's that lake, I'll fill water balloons while you try not to pop them. Naruto, yes, I'll get it for sure. The perverted sage smiled and headed to the edge of the lagoon, filling a balloon with the crystal clear water. Jiraiya, here. The toad sage threw a balloon to the blonde boy who caught it in midair. Begin. Naruto, yes. The Uzumaki tried again, failing once more. Damn it. Pass me another one, arrow Sennin. 3 days passed, during which the blonde boy barely made any progress in his training. Sasuke and Sai had to go get balloons several times because their friend kept trying, but just couldn't manage it. On the night of the 4th day, while talking with his beloved demon, she had a very good idea. Sakura, Naruto-kun. I think I have an idea to help you with your training. I don't know if it will work, but first I need to know one thing. Naruto, tell me, Sakura-chan. The blonde boy seemed more animated. Sakura, in your shadow clone jutsu, do these serve as vectors towards you? The blonde tilted his head, not understanding anything. Naruto, what are you saying, Sakura-chan? I don't understand. Sakura, let's put it this way, when you create a shadow clone, and it performs any action or exercise, you make it disappear and the fatigue is transferred to your body, right? Naruto, yeah, but I don't understand what you're getting at. Sakura, it's simple, if the fatigue passes from your clones to you, we can do the same but with the experience of performing the Rasengan, so it would be like performing it multiple times and you would get more practice. Naruto, you're a genius, Sakura-chan. The blonde boy hugged the pink-haired girl effusively, who blushed terribly. Sakura, Naruto-kun. Kaeya. I'm sure Naruto-kun likes me. Naruto, well, I'm going to sleep so I can train well tomorrow, thanks again Sakura-chan. The pink-haired girl said goodbye to the blonde boy with a slight blush. The next day, Naruto put into practice what he had discussed with his bijou, creating a large number of clones and beginning to perform the technique. There wasn't much progress, until the 5th time the blonde boy used his clones, he was able to maintain the chakra in his hand and prevent the balloon from exploding for a minute. This was a morale boost for the young man, who intensified his training to the point where Jiraiya himself had to stop filling balloons. Naruto continued training for the rest of the days until the 7th, when Tsunade was about to win the bet, but at that moment Orochimaru appeared, just like in the manga. Naruto fought against his subordinate Kabuto, whom he defeated thanks to the Rasengan, which he unleashed because Sasuke and Sai were in danger of being pierced by the chakra scalpel of the Snake Sannin subordinate. Tsunade and Jiraiya fought against Orochimaru, but they weren't strong enough for him. To make matters worse, the traitorous Sannin provoked the blonde by insulting the deceased third Hokage. This caused Naruto to fly into a rage and awaken the cursed seal, furiously attacking the sinister man. Orochimaru hadn't expected the blonde to have developed his speed, so he wouldn't have been able to avoid the blow if it hadn't been for Kabuto, who took the impact of the blonde's Rasengan in his chest, leaving him in a catatonic state. Orochimaru left with the badly wounded Kabuto while Naruto was comforted by a frightened Sakura, who could sense her opponent's deep hatred, which terrified her. Finally, Naruto calmed down and joined the two Sannin and his friends. Tsunade acknowledged her defeat and gave the pendant to the blonde-haired boy. After this, they all departed for Konoha, where the new Hokage would be introduced, and where her long journey would begin, lasting 4 very interesting years. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 12. For years after Tsunade's introduction as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, 4 figures walked calmly toward the gates of Konoha. The white hair of the man leading the group was clearly visible. He was of a certain age. He wore his classic attire, a red suit with green accents and a large scroll on his back. Behind him walked 3 young men, around 18 years old. The first was dark-skinned and quite pale, wearing armor similar to that of a samurai, but it didn't seem as heavy as the armor worn by the inhabitants of the Land of Iron. Beside him was another young man with dark hair, wearing navy blue combat pants held up by a purple belt. He wore a white shirt with the Uchiha symbol on the back. Finally, a blond young man with long, messy hair walked a little behind the others. He wore armor similar to that of his pale friend, but it seemed very heavy, as it left no weak points exposed. On his back were 2 crossed swords, a black color reminiscent of the abyss. The 4 of them were arriving home after a long journey. 1. Ah! I can't wait to go back. 2. You see, Sai, I want to see how beautiful the girls of our generation have become. The Sharingan wielder smiled with a perverted face. 3. Sasuke. You're a damn pervert. Although I remember that Ino Yamanaka was really hot 4 years ago, this was said by the blonde shinobi in the armor, who was smiling foolishly fantasizing about the girls from the academy despite the death threats from a certain pink-haired Bijou. 4. Okay guys. We'll report to the Hokage and then we'll go to the hot springs, okay? The 3. Yes sensei. In the blonde's mind, the demon was breaking everything in her path. She didn't like that her container was going out partying with her perverted friends. Sakura, Naruto-kun. If you go to the hot springs to spy on the women, I'll personally take control of your body and beat you with your own hands. The blonde young man in front of her wasn't afraid of her, not after he learned the Yuko's weak point. The blonde remembered what had happened during the 4-year journey, something that made him try much harder than he usually did. Flashback. The 4 heroes were resting in a hotel in a small fishing village in the Land of Rice. They had been traveling for 2 years. Sasuke and Sai were sleeping peacefully, but the blonde couldn't fall asleep, and it wasn't precisely because of Sai's snoring or the Uchiha's ramblings in his dreams. No, it was because of this. Something inside him told him that something wasn't right. Sakura, Naruto-kun, can't you sleep? The fox mentally asked her container. Naruto, yeah. I don't know, but I think something's not right. I feel like something's going to happen. The pink-haired girl looked at her Jinchuriki, confused. Sakura, what do you mean something's wrong? Is something the matter? The blonde boy made a face of doubt. Naruto, I think it's just a feeling, but I think they're watching us. The blonde felt a slight creaking in the ceiling and by reflex he moved to the side dodging the blow of a hooded man. Damn. I missed, you won't be so lucky with the next blow, Kyubi. The 2 dark-haired men stood up abruptly, seeing the hooded figure wearing a cloak with red clouds pointing a huge bandaged sword at the blonde man. Sasuke, what the hell? Who are you? The figure spoke to the Uchiha without ceasing to point his sword at the blonde. Well, if it isn't little Sasuke Uchiha, nice to meet you, brat. Sasuke, how do you know who I am? I know because Itachi-san told me. As if it were a reflex action, the Uchiha jumped on the hooded figure to hit him. Sasuke, how do you know him? Answer me. The hooded figure used his sword to defend himself and struck the Uchiha, causing him to crash into one of the walls of the room. I know him, quite well, in fact, we're comrades, aren't we, Itachi-san? Through the window appeared numerous crows that swirled together, forming a man dressed in the same cloak as the one with the sword. The man did not wear a hood, so his black hair, styled in a ponytail, and his blood-red eyes, the Sharingan, could be seen. On his forehead, the blade protector was crossed out, implying his status as a rogue ninja. Itachi, thanks for ruining the surprise attack. Kisame, the hooded swordsman became a little nervous and removed his hood, revealing a shark-like man with blue hair. The crossed-out Kiri headband adorned his forehead. Kisame, I'm sorry, Itachi-san. Itachi, it doesn't matter. The older Uchiha looked at his little brother and then at Naruto. Hello Sasuke. I see you're still weak, that way you'll never kill me. Sasuke, you damn bastard. I'm going to kill you. Sasuke lunged at his brother without thinking. The older Uchiha stopped his fist and sent him back against the wall with a kick to the stomach. Then he approached and grabbed his little brother by the neck, leaving the two face to face. Itachi, you're very weak, little brother. You must increase your hatred towards me to finish me off. The dark-haired man was choking due to the pressure his brother was exerting on his neck. Naruto, sigh. You have to do something. The blonde tried to approach, but Kisame struck him with his sword, sending him flying against the door. It shattered, and the blonde lay sprawled in the hallway. Sai, who was petrified, lunged at Itachi, but before he could land a blow on his face, the Uchiha looked him in the eyes with his Sharingan. Itachi, I hope you enjoy this genjutsu, brat. The pale shinobi fell unconscious. Now it's your turn, little brother. Itachi slammed Sasuke's head hard against the wall, leaving the Uchiha unconscious. The two black cloaks went out into the hallway where a bruised Naruto was struggling to his feet. Naruto, what do you want? The blonde boy stood up with great difficulty. Itachi, we want you, Naruto, or rather, what's inside you. The blonde instinctively touched the seal on his stomach. Kisame, so be a good boy and come with us, or we'll take you by force. Naruto, I won't let you touch her. Itachi, you mean the Kyuubi? Well, I'm sorry, but we want it, so you're coming with us. The blonde man mustered his strength and shouted. Naruto, never. She's not an object, she's very important to me, so I won't let you take her because she's special. Even though she's a bijou, she has feelings, and I won't let you use her for whatever you're planning to do. The blonde boy was very serious. Inside, the bijou blushed deeply as thick tears streamed down her beautiful eyes. It was so sweet what her host thought of her, which is why she wanted to help him, but the fear that her chakra would overwhelm the blonde boy and harm him held her back. The bijou had sworn to herself never to hurt the blonde boy. Kisame, okay, ha ha ha, it'll be by force, this will be fun. The man with the fish face pointed his sword at the blonde. Itachi, wait, Kisame. I sense a multitude of chakras approaching, we'd better leave. The fish man grumbled but eventually agreed. We'll see each other soon, Naruto. The two men disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto. The blonde boy turned around, seeing a desperate Jiraiya running towards him through the corridors, along with numerous ninjas from other villages who were passing through the village and staying at the hotel. Naruto, Ero-sennin, the white-haired man and the others arrived next to the blonde man, seeing how the room and its door had been left. Jiraiya, are you alright? Where are Sasuke and Sai? The blonde leaned against the wall. Naruto, Sasuke and Sai are in the room, check on them please. The ninjas entered the room and one of them, who possessed knowledge of medical ninjutsu, performed a scan of the two boys, revealing that they were only unconscious due to Itachi's genjutsu. Jiraiya, well, Naruto, who attacked you? The blonde boy lay down with difficulty on his futon because the blow he received still hurt. He told him what happened, leaving Jiraiya worried. He already knew those men with black cloaks and red clouds. Naruto, what's wrong, Ero-sennin? Why are you so serious? The Sannin thought about how to talk to his godson about the matter, and after much thought, he decided to be direct. Jiraiya, Naruto, those men who attacked you belong to a criminal organization called Akatsuki, they are after the bijou. The white-haired man was about to continue but was cut off by the blonde man. Naruto, and I have the Kyuubi, the 9 tails. Jiraiya, the Naruto, yes. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beast. Jiraiya felt relieved in a way, he would no longer have to explain everything about the bijou and other things about his childhood. Jiraiya, since I see you're aware of your status as a Jinchuriki, I don't need to tell you that from now on we'll have to be more careful, we don't know when they'll come back for you. The blonde nodded at his sensei's words. Naruto, will you stay and keep watch? Jiraiya, I'll keep an eye on things for a while, then I'll sleep so I can continue the journey tomorrow, now rest, Naruto. The old pervert left the room over the pieces of the door. Naruto covered himself with a blanket and remained thoughtful, looking at his 2 companions who were lying next to him. Naruto POV, I'm sorry guys, because of me you've been hurt. I'm a danger to you. The blonde was quite depressed but a pink-haired girl caught his attention. Sakura, you're not a danger to anyone, and even less so now that you've shown me that you're a brave and strong boy, besides having a huge heart, being so cute, so affectionate, so incredible, thank you for what you said in front of those 2 guys, I felt protected. The blonde smiled, those words were just what he needed to lift his spirits. Naruto, it was the least I could do for one of the most important people in my life. I would never let anyone hurt you, never, if I lost you I would die, I couldn't bear my life without hearing your voice, without seeing those beautiful green eyes, without seeing your lovely face that gives me the strength to keep going. The pink-haired girl blushed deeply, in fact, she could hear the blonde boy's thoughts, and everything the young Jinchuriki had thought had disarmed her. She had never felt anything remotely like it. She didn't know if it was love or friendship and affection, but if it was love, it was forbidden. A demon couldn't fall in love with a human, much less if that human was their vessel. Sakura POV, Naruto-kun, what is this feeling in my chest when I see you, when I hear your voice, when I feel you by my side, give me time to find out, that's all. The Uzumaki hugged the pink-haired girl in a tender gesture that was reciprocated by the demon. Naruto, always for you, Sakura-chan. The blue-eyed boy smiled, showing all his teeth, making the bijou blush even more. End flashback // Naruto knew how to prevent the bijou from getting angry with him. He had already tried it several times during the trip where both his sensei and his 2 friends spied on the girls in the baths of some villages and towns. Naruto, relax, Sakura-chan. I don't like spying on women, especially when the most beautiful one is with me, accompanying me every day. The bijou melted like butter in the sun. She hated to admit it, but that blonde boy managed to do what no other human could, make her feel fragile but also protected. Sakura, thank you Naruto-kun. Kaya. He's so cute when he's so gallant. Naruto, guys. Let's go to the Hokage Tower, I'm eager to see how old Tsunade is doing, I hope she hasn't ruined the village. The 4 arrived at the gates where they were greeted by the Chunin guardians who quickly relayed the news to the Hokage Tower. Sasuke, we also need to see Kakashi-sensei and Gaara, to see if the tadpole has improved since the last time we saw him. Sigh, and after that, to the hot springs. The 2 dark-haired boys raised their fists to the sky, as did the Toad Hermit, who was very proud of his 2 students. Naruto, alright, after we see the old lady, the rest of us will go to the damn hot springs, don't you guys ever get tired of spying on women? The 3 of them turned and looked at the blonde guy. Sasusai Jira, never. And much less here in Konoha. Naruto looked at them with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck. Definitely the Sannin had not only trained his friends in the ninja art, but also in perversion. Naruto POV, they're a bunch of perverts, just wait until Kakashi-sensei joins them, feeling a chill run down his spine. Sakura, when that happens, I want you to stay away from them. If I catch you flirting or spying on a woman, you'll be sorry. Cracking her fists with a stern expression. Naruto, okay, no need to get violent, Sakura-chan. While the blonde was chatting amicably with the bijou, the four had already arrived at the Hokage tower. They went up until they came to a door. Jiraiya knocked and a "come in" was heard in response. The four entered. Jiraiya, Tsunade, we're back. The blonde got up from her desk to hug each of the four of them. Tsunade, I'm glad nothing happened to you during the trip. I must admit I missed you. Naruto, we love you too, Grandma. The fifth Hokage punched the insolent boy, sending him crashing into a wall. Tsunade, don't call me old. The blonde boy detached himself from the wall and fell to the ground. Sasuke and Sai helped him up. Jiraiya, well, has anything interesting happened during our trip? The blonde returned to her desk and took a seat. Tsunade, not much, really, just bureaucratic problems and more crap paperwork. Naruto, ha 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 ha, is your partying over, Grandma? Several thumps were heard throughout the village. Tsunade, as I was saying, the only thing that might interest you is, Naruto was on the ground with a large number of bumps and bruises while Sasuke and Sai looked scared at the still angry Tsunade, is, the arrival of a promising genin here in the Leaf Village. Besides, you know him as well as his sensei. Just at that moment, some knocks drew attention to the door. Jiraiya, could it be them? A smile from the blonde served as confirmation. The door opened. Kakashi, hello. Guys, I was told you were back and I thought you'd like to see me and little Gaara. Next to the silver-haired man stood a young man of about 10 years old, with red hair and green eyes, wearing a red tracksuit with a kind of pumpkin on his back, which surprised the four newcomers. The three young men approached the red-haired man and greeted him by ruffling his hair and giving him small, very fraternal pats on the head. Naruto, it's great to see you, Kakashi-sensei. And you, Gaara, did you keep your word? The redhead nodded. Gaara, yes, Naruto Oniai-chan. I became a genin thanks to Irika-sensei's classes and the training with Kakashi-sensei and Tsunade-sama. The blonde boy looked at his grandmother, very surprised. Naruto, Grandma, did you train Gaara? The blonde nodded despite wanting to smack the blonde boy for calling her old, again. Kakashi, Tsunade-sama instructed Gaara in medical ninjutsu. I focused on the combat aspect, and Irika on chakra theory and management. Gaara, thanks to them I became very strong. Sasuke, we'll see about that, kid, we've gotten very strong too. During our journey we faced some very dangerous guys, and defeated them. Tsunade, that's what I want to talk about. You can go and rest. I want you here first thing tomorrow. I have some tests prepared for the four of you, and some fights for the three of you. I'll think about Gaara later. Everyone except Tsunade and Jiraiya, yes. Everyone left, leaving the two Sannin alone in the Hokage's office. Tsunade, now that we're alone, I want you to tell me more about the attack you suffered from Akatsuki. Jiraiya agreed and told the blonde in more detail what happened in the land of rice. Since the day after the incident he sent a toad to the Kage with information about what happened. Jiraiya, after that night I was on guard in case Akatsuki attacked again. From what the boys told me, the ones who attacked them were a certain Kisame and the other, was Itachi Uchiha. Tsunade was worried because those two were very dangerous criminals, but above all powerful, especially the Uchiha. Tsunade, thank goodness they're safe here in the village. Jiraiya, in any case, we mustn't let our guard down. We don't know when they'll attack again, besides, they could also come after Gaara. Tsunade, it's best to keep an eye on them, just in case. Jiraiya, yes, it'll be better. Well, I'm going to rest. The blonde looked at her former partner accusingly. Tsunade, don't lie to me. I know you go to the hot springs to spy on the girls. The pervert started to sweat. Jiraiya, me? No way, He. Tsunade cracked her knuckles one by one, squinting her eyes that never left the wise toad hermit. Tsunade, prepare to suffer, pervert. After that fatal premonition, only blows and screams of agony were heard. Elsewhere, the five who had left the tower took a stroll through Konoha, stopping for lunch at Ichiraku at the blonde boy's request. Kakashi left after their meal, and the four boys decided to wander around a bit longer. They saw some of the village's shopping districts, walked through the training grounds, and went to the hot springs. After a very tiring day, they decided to return to Sai's house. After a light dinner, they went to bed. A tough day awaited them tomorrow. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 13. The next morning, Naruto woke up and noticed he was the last one up because everyone else's futons were in pieces. He left the bedroom and went into the living room. Sai was eating a bun while Sasuke and Gaara watched cartoons on TV. After being greeted by everyone, the blonde boy sat down at the table. Sai offered him a chocolate bun, which Naruto hungrily accepted. Sai, what time were we supposed to go see Tsunade-sama? Naruto gestured as if he didn't know. Sasuke answered without taking his eyes off the television. Sasuke, at 11 if I'm not mistaken. The Uchiha looked at the clock on the wall and then back at the screen. There's still an hour left, so I'm going to keep watching TV. Naruto POV, and he's supposed to be watching a children's program. The blonde looked at his partner Sai and he implied that he thought the same. Sai, Sasuke, aren't you a little too old to be watching Teletubbies? A depressive aura surrounded the Uchiha. Sasuke, my mother used to play it for me when I was little. They both regretted making that comment. Because of them, their friend had revived old traumas. Naruto, sorry Sasuke, and no, we didn't mean to say that. The Uchiha looked at them with a sad smile. Sasuke, it's nothing. I only see it because it reminds me of my childhood, that's all. The two boys stood up and placed their hands on the Uchiha's shoulder. All of this was observed by a redhead who didn't understand why his brothers were acting like this. Sai, we're sorry, Sasuke. Naruto, we'll make your brother pay, together. The Sharingan user smiled, looking at his family. Sasuke, thanks guys, we'll make it. After this display of friendship, the four continued having breakfast and watching TV. Then each one took off their pajamas, changing into their ninja outfits and wearing their headbands with the leaf symbol shining brightly. After getting ready, they put everything away and prepared to leave through the door. As they opened it, an explosion was heard. Poor Sai fell on his back, and Kakashi emerged from a cloud of smoke in front of him. Kakashi, are you okay, Sai? The silver-haired man put his right hand to the back of his neck while smiling. Sai stood up, grabbed the silver-haired man by the shoulders, and shook him angrily. Sai, what do you mean, am I okay? You almost gave me a heart attack. Why don't you just show up like normal people? The others couldn't help but laugh as Sai shook his sensei, who continued laughing while searching for an excuse for his sudden appearance. After a while longer of excuses and shaking, the jounin got serious. Kakashi, anyway, jokes aside, I've come to get you to go to the Hokage Tower. As Tsunade-sama told you yesterday, you'll have some tests today to evaluate your progress. Everyone, well, let's go. The gray-haired one asked his students to calm down. Kakashi, relax, before we leave I'd like to know if any of you use a fighting style with weapons. Naruto, Sasuke, Sai, and I use swords for hand-to-hand combat. The masked jounin nodded in satisfaction. Kakashi, I figured as much, after all, you don't carry those swords around just for decoration. The three students of the copy ninja fell backwards. Sasuke, of course we carry them with us to fight, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, one last thing, as your sensei, I want to know your elements. The boys looked at each other and nodded. Naruto, mine are wind, lightning, and fire. The silver-haired man was surprised that Naruto could handle three elements. Sasuke, mine are fire, lightning, and earth, but I can barely control the earth element, I'm training it. Sasuke wasn't far behind, and Kakashi felt proud of his students. Sai, I control water, wind, and fire, but I only handle the last two regularly. Naruto and Sasuke helped me strengthen them. Without a doubt, Kakashi was very proud of his students. Kakashi, well, let's go. Oh, by the way, I have to tell you that as your first sensei, I'm very proud of you, as well as my other student. The boys looked at the redhead who blushed with embarrassment. Gaara, thank you, Kakashi-sensei, but it's not that big of a deal. Naruto, tell us, Gaara, have you become so strong that Kakashi-sensei is very proud of you? Gaara, yes. When the time comes, I'll show you. I'm sure you'll be more surprised than Sai-Nii-chan was when he saw Kakashi-sensei. Everyone laughed except Sai, who felt like smacking the little loudmouth. After the laughter, Team 7 set off for the Hokage Tower. At the Hokage Tower, a nervous Tsunade waited for the boys. She had sent Kakashi to get them 20 minutes ago, but she knew that the copynin was irresponsible when it came to time. Tsunade, where have those brats gone? They were supposed to be here about 20 minutes ago, and to top it all off, I sent Kakashi and he didn't come back either. Calm down, Tsunade, the boys are surely about to arrive. The woman turned towards the window of her office, through which entered a white-haired man of a certain age. Tsunade, ah Jiraiya, thank goodness, I thought you had taken them all away to act like a pervert. The man couldn't help but pout as he looked at his former teammate. Jiraiya, damn it, Tsunade, why do you think I'm such a pervert? Tsunade, because ever since I've known you, you've always been spying on women, and you've also badly influenced people like Kakashi, and I suspect, some of your new students as well. Jiraiya, me? No way. I'm sure it wasn't my fault. At that moment the door rang. Tsunade, come in. The door opened and Team Kakashi entered along with Gaara. Jiraiya, it's about time you guys got here. Kakashi, we apologize for the delay, Tsunade-sama, it's just that, we got lost along the way and… Tsunade, don't give me that nonsense, Kakashi. Everyone stood at attention. Tsunade Senju was a woman who commanded a lot of respect. After all, she was the last survivor of the Senju clan. As I told you yesterday, today I wanted to test your progress. That's why I've prepared a series of fights in which you'll demonstrate both your individual and team skills. Finally, Gaara will also undergo these tests and fight alongside the three of you as a team. The boys looked at each other and smiled. Naruto, Oba-chan, this is going to be easy, when do we start? The blonde Hokage sat down at her desk and looked at some papers that were on it. Tsunade, go to training ground number 7, I'll give you more details there. Everyone, yes. Team 7 left for training ground 7 led by Kakashi, who was eager to see his team in action. Tsunade and Jiraiya stayed in the office talking. Jiraiya, aren't you going, Tsunade? It's the least you can do as Hokage. The blonde sighed, looking at her partner. Tsunade, I know, Jiraiya, let's go now, but first I have to leave someone in charge of the reports. I know. The blonde jumped up from her desk like a spring, her eyes sparkling. Shizune. The blonde shouted, and at that moment the door opened and the brunette entered, bowing respectfully and asking, Shizune, what does Tsunade-sama need? Tsunade, I want you to stay here doing the paperwork while I go supervise a performance evaluation test. The brunette nodded even though she didn't want to do the boring paperwork. Tsunade and Jiraiya said goodbye to her and left through the door, leaving the secretary filling out documents. Shizune's POV, God. I've only got 2 papers and I'm already dying, now I understand why Tsunade-sama drinks sake during work hours. While Shizune was enjoying the paperwork, the 2 Sannin had already arrived at the training field. There, the members of Team 7 were resting, using a tree for support. Upon seeing the Hokage arrive, they all approached her. Tsunade, alright guys, as I told you before, you're going to face several rivals so I can evaluate your progress. Since I don't have much time, the test will consist of a team battle. You 5, Team 7, will face several Jounin and Elite Umbu. Everyone, yes. Tsunade, very well. The Hokage snapped her fingers and several ninjas came down from the trees, including Jounin such as Gai, Asuma, Kurenai, Niji, Ebisu, Shikamaru and several Umbu, a total of 15 high-level ninjas. Naruto, let's go Team 7, let's give these guys hell. The members of Team 7 took up attack positions, smiling confidently. Gai, this is how the flame of youth burns. This time I'll beat you, Kakashi. Niji, here we go again, sighing wearily. Shikamaru, This is going to be very troublesome, any Asuma-sensei, the Sarutobi looked at his student. Asuma, I assure you this fight is going to be very tough, Shikamaru, so don't get cocky. Tsunade, ready. Begin. The fifth homie moved to safety, leaving the fighters in the middle of the field. Following the blonde's signal, the ninjas jumped apart. Shikamaru already had his combat strategy, Naruto had to be neutralized. Sasuke and Kakashi would be lost without their strength and the Sharingan. Guy, due to his enthusiasm, couldn't help but launch himself at his rival with one of his famous flying kicks, which Kakashi dodged thanks to his Sharingan. Niji, Guy-sensei. Don't break the formation, focus on the strategy. The Hyuga stopped a blow from Sai using a ninjato with his Kaden. Shikamaru, ANBU. Separate Team 7. The ANBU used fire techniques to separate the members of Team 7, now they could not watch each other's backs in case of a multiple attack. Sasuke was disoriented, the smoke from the explosions created by the ANBU jutsu prevented him from seeing properly. His Sharingan allowed him to see through the smoke, but he couldn't distinguish friend from foe. He tried to move, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. He looked at the ground and saw a long shadow connecting with his own. Sasuke, Shikamaru. Damned, Shikamaru, that was easy to catch, Sasuke, now Asuma-sensei will do the same to Naruto and the others. In the middle of the smoke, Sai and Gaara, who had stayed together, dodged the attacks of the ANBU and Guy, who were attacking with great speed. Sai stopped a slash from an ANBU with a bear mask and another from one with a dog mask, but he didn't see Guy appear from the smoke with his leg extended. Sai wasn't going to be able to stop that attack from the green beast. Guy, Leaf Whirlwind. Sai could only watch as the super bushy brows approached to hit him. He closed his eyes but felt no pain. In front of him a wall of sand had stopped the taijutsu master. The sand deformed and hit Guy and the umbu, sending them far away. Sai, Gaara, you control the sand? It's incredible, the redhead nodded slightly. Gaara, I'll explain later, now let's focus on the ANBU and Guy-sensei who are back on the attack. So the two stood back to back defending themselves from the attacks while waiting for help from their companions. Elsewhere on the field, Naruto was defending himself against attacks from Niji and Ebisu. The Hyuga was attacking with his white eye, trying to strike the blonde's chakra points. Ebisu was throwing explosive tags at Naruto, who could barely handle both of them. Things got worse when two ANBU appeared and joined the fight. Naruto drew two katanas and blocked the ANBU's attacks, striking them in the chest to push them back. Niji tried to take advantage of the Jinchuriki's distraction to strike him from behind. He approached and prepared to strike with his soft palm, but it hit Naruto's spine, and the blonde fell to the ground. Niji, good, one down. At that moment the blonde exploded and sent the Hyuga crashing into a tree. Ebisu, an explosive clone. Watch out, guys. The Jounin's warnings did not prevent the blonde from emerging from the dust and striking the umbu with the hilts of his katanas, leaving them unconscious. Naruto, 2 down, it's just you and the Hyuga left. Ebisu took a defensive stance as Niji tried to get to his feet. That explosion had damaged him quite a bit, he hadn't expected it. One step closer to the blue-eyed boy and he wouldn't have continued fighting. Kakashi was surrounded, numerous ninjas rushed at him. Kakashi fought and fought until he collapsed. The ninjas kept coming and to top it all off, he barely had any chakra left. At that moment everything stopped. Kakashi looked up and saw his father, the White Fawn. Sakumo, son, you disappoint me. Kakashi was still incredulous, his father was dead but he was there in front of him. Kakashi, Dad. Am I dead? Sakumo, no. For now, you're not capable of protecting your teammates and friends, they're fighting while you just give up. Kakashi was downcast, he was right, he had abandoned his friends, Obito, Rin, his friends and comrades of Team 7. Kakashi, I didn't mean to. Sakumo, don't you remember what I taught you? What I told you? Kakashi, those who disobey orders are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash. The tough, white-haired man smiled. Sakumo, well, don't just keep it in mind, carry it out, help your friends. The man disappeared leaving Kakashi disoriented, the silver-haired man opened his eyes again, finding himself surrounded by ninjas once more, only this time the Kopinin was smiling. Kakashi, I don't abandon my friends. Kai. The ninjas disappeared and the silver-haired man woke up. In front of him, Kurenai and Asuma were in attack position. Asuma, what a shame. I was almost there. Oh well, we'll have to leave the genjutsus and move on to taijutsu. The two lunged at the silver-haired man, who took out a kunai and defended himself well against the pair's attacks, taking advantage of Asuma's mistake to hit him in the jaw and knock him to the ground. Kurenai, Asuma. Futon, great hurricane. The fierce wind carried away the smoke and extinguished the flames in the craters of the field. After this, Team 7 regrouped. Naruto, guys, it's a pleasure to see you both in one piece. Now let's finish this. The blonde looked at Sasuke and Sai and they knew it instantly. Sai began to practice seals, as did Sasuke and Naruto. Sai, Suetun, great wave. A large amount of water came out of the lake that bordered field N2 and hit the Umbu and Jounin. Shikamaru saw Naruto and Sasuke's seals and knew what they were going to do. Shikamaru, damn it, get away from the water. The Umbu and Jounin stood up and tried to leave. At that moment Sasuke and Naruto finished their seals. Narusasu, Raitun, lightning edge, both drew their katanas and their blades began to glow with electricity. They stuck them into the waterlogged ground and the electricity flowed rapidly through it, electrocuting Ebisu and the Umbu, who fell unconscious. Shikamaru, damn, now we're even. Assume, let each one choose their rival. Naruto, this will end soon. In a faraway place, silhouettes were talking inside a dark and enormous cave. Inside were the men who had attacked Naruto and his friends, all arranged in a circle and discussing their objectives. The Jinchuriki. We need to start capturing the bijou. As we already know, the villages jealously guard their Jinchuriki, which is why we'll have to attack in groups. 2. Okay leader, which one do we start with? A man who seemed to be crawling spoke. It was very strange. Leader, you see, Sasori, since we already have the 6 and 7 tails, we'll set about discovering where the others are hiding. Meanwhile, we'll try to draw the 9 tails and the other tailed beast out of Konoha. That way we'll have 2 more. 3, yes. That would be 2 birds with 1 stone. Those Jinchuriki would be a great sacrifice for Jashin-sama. A gray-haired man with a robe of red clouds spoke. 4, ah. Always the same thing, Haiden. As long as I get paid money for their heads, I don't care what you do with them. Haiden, don't blaspheme, Kakuzu. Or Jashin-sama will make you pay. Leader, shut up already. Haiden, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Deidara, I have a mission for you. The 3 listened attentively. You must go to the land of fire and attack the fire temple. When you do that, Konoha will send its best shinobi, and the Jinchuriki will surely go with them. Kill the shinobi and capture the Jinchuriki. The 4, whatever you say. Leader, leave now. The Bijou of My Heart Chapter 14 Part 1. The 4 Akatsuki members were about to leave when one of them, specifically Deidara, stopped dead in his tracks and looked at the shadow they called their leader. Deidara, one last thing, leader. How can we identify the Jinchuriki? The shadow focused on the 4 who were about to leave. He sighed because he didn't know the physical appearance of the Jinchuriki of Konoha. Leader, Itachi, you had an encounter with the Kyuubi a while ago. Explain to them what it was like. The Uchiha in question nodded and took a step forward. Haiden, well, tell us what they're like. I'm eager to get this over with. The gray-haired man held a kind of black metal awl. Kakuzu put the palm of his hand to his forehead. Kakuzu, Haiden, you're a damn impatient fool. Learn that patience is the foundation of success. Haiden, what are you saying, Kakuzu? I'm not interested in money. I only want to please Jashin-sama. Sasori, this trip is going to be so long. Anyway, what's that Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, Itachi-san, like? Itachi, you'll recognize him the moment you see him. He's a loudmouth. Deidara, well, at least give us a physical description. I don't know, what color is her hair? Itachi, he's blonde, with blue eyes, and he has markings on his face that betray him as the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. Leader, that's enough. Depart for the land of fire, don't forget your mission. The 4, High Leader Sama, the 4 Akatsuki members left the huge cave, leaving the others there. After a short period of time, the cave disappeared. Back in Konoha, more specifically at training ground number 7, the two sides had paired up in pairs of 2, although in the fight they usually switched and performed team combos. It was truly a high-level fight. Tsunade summoned a couple of medical squads for 2 reasons: in case the fight got out of hand and so as not to miss anything by healing the Umbu and Ebisu who were unconscious after the electric shock. Naruto, wind release, wind blades. A large number of chakra blades came out of the blonde's fingers, which were dodged with difficulty by the Jounin. Asuma, wind release, air bullets. A great gust of wind came out of Sarutobi's mouth. Kakashi moved ahead of his teammates and, with his Sharingan uncovered, drew seals. Kakashi, wind release, wind blades. Both techniques collided, cancelling each other out in a powerful explosion. Shikamaru took advantage of the smoke to devise a plan. Shikamaru, Gai-sensei, Kurenai-sensei, distract Naruto and Sasuke. I'll try to finish off Gaara and Sai. The Jounin nodded and launched themselves at their targets. Gai tried to kick Sasuke, but he blocked it with his arms and counterattacked, kicking the green beast in the stomach, who fell breathless to the ground. Kurenai tried to put Naruto in a genjutsu, but upon entering it, she saw a pink-haired woman who attacked her and forced her to abandon her technique. Sakura, come on Naruto-kun, I'll cover you. If she tries to put you in a genjutsu, I'll kick her out of it. Shanaru. Shouting at the top of her lungs. Naruto, thank you Sakura-chan. The blonde boy said this in a low voice so that the others wouldn't hear him, only the Bijou heard those words that touched her heart. Shikamaru, Asuma-sensei, let's try one last technique. Sarutobi looked at his student a little nervously. Asuma, that technique is very dangerous. Shikamaru, don't worry, sensei, I've perfected it, and besides, they're very strong. The Jounin nodded and prepared some explosive tags. Assume, now. Shikamaru, shadow imitation technique, Dark Knight. From Nara's feet came a huge shadow that quickly approached the members of Team 7. Sai, watch out. Jump so he doesn't catch you. At that moment Asuma launched numerous explosive tags and smoke bombs that disoriented our heroes. Kakashi, I can't move. The smoke dispersed and the silver-haired man could see his entire team trapped by the Nara technique. Tsunade was about to end the test but was stopped by Jiraiya. Jiraiya, don't count them out so soon, Tsunade, the tide of the battle will turn in an instant. The Senju decided to heed her former teammate and focused on the members of Team 7. Shikamaru, well. I think we've got you, we've won, although it was troublesome. At that moment Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi burst into smoke while Sai dissolved into ink and Gaara into sand. Asuma, what the? Watch out, Shikamaru. The Nara didn't even blink when Sai and Gaara emerged from underground, striking him in the jaw. Asuma felt the cold metal of a katana against his neck. Behind him stood Sasuke, grinning. Gai and Kurenai weren't so lucky, they tried to defend themselves, but both were struck by Naruto and Kakashi, falling unconscious. Tsunade, the test is over. Doctors, attend to the Jounin. The medics nodded and went to the unconscious Shikamaru, Gai, and Kurenai. Excellent work, Team 7. You have demonstrated phenomenal teamwork. I have no doubt that Jiraiya would agree with me. The white-haired man approached the Hokage smiling. Jiraiya, you didn't disappoint me, you proved to be a great team, that will make you very strong, because unity is strength. Tsunade, yes, well, since the test must have been exhausting, you've earned the right to take the afternoon off, so you can go and rest. The Hokage withdrew to check on the other team while Jiraiya looked at his students and followers with a knowing look. Jiraiya, guys, shall we go to the hot springs to celebrate the victory? Everyone nodded, knowing the Sanin's intentions, except Gaara, who, in his innocence, was thinking more about a bath between senseis and disciples, and Naruto, who simply refused to go to the hot springs, which baffled the blonde's friends. Sasuke, hey Dobe, why don't you come to the hot springs? Are you afraid we'll see your little thing? The Uchiha tried to provoke the blonde into agreeing to go to the hot springs, but he refused again. Naruto, sorry guys, but I'm going home to rest. I'm too tired to have to put up with you guys at the hot springs. Kakashi, but the hot springs are the best place to relax. Naruto, believe me, Kakashi-sensei, with all these guys at a hot spring, relaxation is the last thing you'll ever experience. Well, I'm off, see you later." The blonde boy left after waving goodbye to his friends. 30 minutes later at Sai's house, Naruto sat in the living room watching TV and drinking tea. He needed the break. The cursed seal hadn't bothered him in a while. But what his friends didn't know was that Naruto was using a lot of chakra to maintain the counter-seal Kakashi had placed on him. Sakura had offered her help numerous times, but Naruto had refused to worry his bijou any further. He didn't like seeing Sakura's beautiful face sad, especially not because of him. Naruto was flipping through channels, bored, until a voice came from within him. "Sakura, Naruto-kun, you're very tired, is it from keeping the cursed seal at bay? I already told you I wanted to help you." The beautiful bijou was very beautiful to Naruto, and although he didn't like that she worried about him, the young man had to admit that it was gratifying to see her so tender and focused on him, only for him. "Naruto, it's okay Sakura-chan. I'm keeping him under control, we need to focus more on Akatsuki." The pink-haired girl remembered the men with the red cloud cloaks and their goal of gathering the bijou even if it meant the death of their Jinchuriki. Once again, the blonde was in danger because of her. Sakura couldn't help but shed a few treacherous tears. "Sakura POV, Naruto-kun, again, because of me they're trying to hurt you, but this time I won't be weak, I'll protect you, I'll give you my strength and together we'll defeat those monsters." "Naruto, are you okay, Sakura-chan?" The blonde boy approached his pink-haired girl and hugged her. Naruto's POV, "I wish I could tell you how much I love you. My Sakura-chan." What Naruto didn't know was that the bijou could hear his thoughts. Sakura was blushing deeply, in fact, she also felt something very strong for her host. It wasn't ethical. She was a demon, the one who caused the death of many people, the one who caused Naruto great suffering in his childhood. She didn't have the right to love him. He deserved better. "Sakura, Naruto-kun. I want to tell you something. You see, because Akatsuki is after you because of me, I want you to sign a summoning contract with me, that way you can summon me and have free access to my chakra." "Naruto, Sakura-chan, are you really going to do that for me? Will you grant me the honor of becoming a fox sage?" The bijou nodded with a smile. "Sakura, and not only that, Naruto-kun. I'd also like to train you in the fighting art of Rikudo Senin, my father." The blonde boy's jaw dropped to the ground. "Naruto, Rikudo Senin is, why your FA father? That's incredible." The bijou nodded, a little embarrassed. "Sakura, yes, he's my father. My 8 brothers and sisters and I were born after our father split a powerful demon called the Ten-Tails into 9 parts. After that, Rikudo himself raised and cared for us as if he were our own father." "Naruto, it's incredible." "Sakura, yes." The bijou took a huge red scroll from her yukata, opened it to a side with a huge kanji, "Naruto-kun, sign here with your blood." "Naruto, okay Sakura-chan." The blonde boy bit his finger and wrote his name on the scroll. Sakura closed it and smiled. "Sakura, from now on we'll be closer than ever, we now share a stronger bond. From this moment on, you can summon me for help." "Naruto, okay Sakura-chan. I'll try summoning you." The blonde boy left his mind and drew hand seals. Summoning jutsu. There was an explosion of smoke and the pink-haired girl came out of it. "Sakura, ah. Finally a little freedom." The bijou stretched smiling. "Naruto, Sakura-chan, have some tea." The blue-eyed boy offered a glass of tea to the pink-haired girl, who gladly accepted it. "Sakura, thank you, Naruto-kun." The demon sat down next to Naruto, and they chatted for hours, until the bijou sensed the chakra of her host's friends approaching. Sakura said goodbye by kissing the blonde boy's cheek and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto greeted his new friends, and after a brief chat with them, decided to go to sleep. Meanwhile, in the fire temple, 2 monks strolled through the temple's vast courtyard, calmly discussing their prayer routines and other duties. They had no idea what was about to unfold in just a few minutes. Outside the temple, 4 shadowy figures were preparing to attack. Deidara, "Okay guys," as the leader said, "we have to destroy the fire temple and leave some survivors to inform Konoha so they can send the Jinchuriki to stop us." Kakuzu, alright. Haydn and I will take care of the monks' quarters, you two take care of the temple and the chapels. Haydn, I'll make those infidels pay for their blasphemies. Only Jashin-sama is a true god. Deidara, all. Shut up Haydn, they're going to hear you. Sasori, let's get on with it, it's going to get light out. Deidara, well, I'll use my explosives to set the temple on fire. Kakuzu, come on Haydn. I'll let you punish the monks while I loot the temple's coffers. Haydn, yes. Jashin-sama will be pleased. The four of them split into pairs. The monks were walking back to their quarters when a huge explosion shook the temple. They both turned around and saw, terrified, a man riding a kind of white bird. He released some white balls that exploded when they hit the ground. One of the two ran to the rooms to warn his brothers, but was stopped by a puppet that pierced his chest with a katana. The other monk died from a cut to the throat by another puppet. Deidara, bah, these monks are just small stains on which to demonstrate my art. Sasori, use the flamethrowers of your puppets to set the temple ablaze. The one addressed summoned more puppets from whose mouths powerful flames emerged, starting a catastrophic fire. Little by little the majestic building began to crumble. Sasori, burn, the flames consume perishable art. Elsewhere in the vast complex, the explosions alerted the sleeping monks who tried to go out to find out what was happening, encountering a gray-haired man with a huge scythe over his shoulder who looked at them with a psychopathic smile. Haydn, where do you think you're going? You won't make it through the night. The intruder transformed and his skin turned black. Haydn pulled out a metal stake and stabbed himself. The monks fell to the ground, gripped by a deep pain in their stomachs that caused them to bleed profusely. Monk, wah! Damned demon! The Akatsuki member stabbed himself again, increasing the monk's pain. Haydn, suffer, infidels. Suffer. Ha 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 ha. While Haydn was having fun, Kakuzu was looting the temple's coffers. Despite his mask, his smile could be seen. Outside, the main temple could be seen already destroyed by flames, the chapels charred by explosions, and numerous craters everywhere. From among the rubble, a monk ran in a panic. Deidara and Sasori let him go. The plan was going perfectly. The Bijou of My Heart Chapter 14 Part 2. Naruto opened his eyes wearily, looked around and saw the unmade beds. Again, he was the last to get up. The blue-eyed boy left the room and headed to the living room where his friends were having breakfast peacefully. The blonde boy sat between Gaara and Sasuke while Sai served breakfast to his colleagues. Naruto, do you guys want to go train after breakfast? Sasuke nodded as he took a sip of his coffee. Gaara, I'm in. The redhead was very enthusiastic when it came to training. It was very reminiscent of a certain blonde boy at the age of 13. Sai, let's go to field number 7, there we can train peacefully, but Sasuke, you have to bring the lunch this time. Sasuke, what? Why? The pale one looked at the Uchiha accusingly. Sai, I remind you that last time, because of your fire techniques, you burned the food, that's why you promised to cook the next time we trained. The Uchiha lowered his head in dejection. He barely knew how to cook, and to top it off, he didn't really like doing it. Sasuke, okay, I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch, you guys have breakfast, but just so you know, I'll only cook this one time. The Uchiha went to the kitchen while the others ate breakfast peacefully. 2 hours later, the members of Team 7 were training hard on Field 7. They had divided themselves into pairs for a match, with one team being the duo of Naruto and Gaara, and the other Sasuke and Sai. The match was very evenly matched, as both teams had one member specializing in attack, like Naruto and Sasuke, and another with a more defensive style, like Gaara and Sai. The boys trained for about 2 more hours until their bodies felt the fatigue from the overexertion. It was at that moment that they decided to stop for lunch. Far away, heading towards the fire temple, were teams 8 and 10. Shikamaru was deep in thought, after the talk they had with the Hokage about the mission they had to complete, an S-rank mission. The pineapple-haired boy remembered what the blonde had told them before they left. Flashback. Shikamaru and his team were heading towards the Hokage tower quickly. Apparently there was a great threat for the Hokage to summon them so urgently. They arrived at the door of the Senju's office and after knocking, they entered, seeing Team 8 as well as a monk who was badly mistreated. Asuma's team entered the room and listened attentively to the Hokage. Tsunade, Teams 8 and 10, I have summoned you with such urgency because the Fire Temple suffered a treacherous attack last night by rogue ninjas. That is why you must go immediately to find the trail of the attackers and eliminate them. The ninjas nodded. Shikamaru wanted to know more details about the mission, so he asked, Shikamaru, do you know how many there were? Tsunade, Lord Sumanu will answer your questions. The monk, a middle-aged man dressed in a very tattered white robe, spoke. Sumanu, there were 4 ninjas, but they alone ravaged the temple in a matter of minutes. From what little I could see, they wore black cloaks with red clouds. The 5th homie was surprised by the monk's account. Tsunade's POV, red clouds. Then those guys must be from the organization that's after Naruto. Shikamaru, anything else you can tell us? Sumanu, yes, one of them was an expert with explosives, another used puppets. I don't know about the other 2, I don't know anything else. Asuma, in that case, we'll leave right now. Tsunade-sama. The 2 teams left through the gate towards the walls of Konoha while Tsunade remained thoughtful. Tsunade's POV, I hope they're strong enough to finish them off. End of flashback. The teams arrived at the Fire Temple to find a desolate scene. The temple was nothing more than a pile of rubble, not a single structure remained standing. Kurenai asked Kiba and Hinata to inspect the area in search of those responsible for the disaster. Hinata, I see them, they don't seem to be trying to hide. Kiba, I can smell them too, something tells me they wanted us to come. Asuma, get ready, they were waiting for us. At that moment some white birds rushed down from the sky, the Konoha shinobi dodged them even though they had surprised them. Shikamaru, damn it, watch out, sensei. Asuma was hit by Haiden who tried to cut the wind user with his scythe. Asuma regained his balance and hit the scythe-wielding rogue with his knuckle dusters. Asuma, divide yourselves. At that moment a large number of puppets surrounded Team 9. Kurenai, boys, finish them off. Kurenai's students were good at tracking, but they were also good fighters. Kiba and Akamaru took down a large number of the puppets, Hinata also took down many using her gentle palm style, and Shino used his insects to destroy many more. The fight was even, but, Shikamaru, Ino. Chuji, watch out. The 2 shinobi couldn't react when arms grabbed them roughly by the neck. Kakuzu had played his cards well and now had the leaf shinobi in a tight spot. Asuma, Shikamaru. Help them. Sarutobi stopped another thrust from Haiden who was enjoying himself immensely. Haiden, don't let your guard down. Hahaha, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The silver-haired man began to repeatedly strike the jounin with his scythe. Asuma was giving in, his knuckle dusters were getting dented and his hands were hurting. Finally, Asuma had to jump back to avoid being cut in 2. Asuma, damn it. Wind release, air blades, the sharp waves of air flew towards Haiden who remained static waiting. They hit him in the chest but the gray-haired renegade opened his arms mockingly. Haiden, is that all you've got? I expected more from a leaf jounin. Asuma launched his wind blades again with the same result. Asuma POV, damn, this guy seems invincible. I have to think of something while Shika saves Ino and Chuji. Sarutobi returned from his thoughts when Haiden's scythe grazed his throat. Haiden, come on. Give me at least a little bit of a game, hahaha. Asuma tried to attack the rogue, but he dodged the jounin's blows with too much ease. Meanwhile, while Shikamaru was trying to come up with a strategy to save his teammates from Kakuzu, the Nara planned a great idea. Shikamaru, Kurenai-sensei. Try to attack that guy. The red-eyed woman fixed her gaze on Kakuzu, and with a look at her students they understood what they had to do. Kurenai, now, Team 8. Kiba and Akamaru ran towards Kakuzu, who was waiting for them without moving. At that moment, a large puppet appeared between the shinobi. It was Sasori. Sasori, sorry kid, but you're not getting past here. Hinata tried to help her teammate by hitting the redhead with her soft palm, but the blows had no effect. Hinata, it's not possible. I've nullified all your chakra points. Sasori, sorry, kid, but my body is actually a puppet, so its chakra flow can't be interrupted. Kiba and Hinata started fighting Sasori, but they were no match for him. Shino was smarter and used his insects to surround the battlefield and attack Kakuzu from behind. The plan was going perfectly, but when the insects were about to touch Kakuzu, an explosion prevented it. Shikamaru smirked and took advantage of Kakuzu's destabilizing state to free his friends using shadow imitation technique. Shikamaru, Ino. You have to contact the village and ask them to send reinforcements. I don't think we can hold out much longer against these guys. The Yamanaka nodded and moved away to use her mental techniques to call for help. Chuji and Shikamaru stayed behind to protect her while Asuma fought Haiden and Team 9 fought Sasori. Kakuzu and Deidara tried to attack the blonde using explosives, from the Rock Rogue, and fire and wind jutsu, from one of the Immortals. Ino managed to contact her father, who rushed to the Hokage Tower to inform the leader. In Konoha, Inoichi Yamanaka rushed into the 5th Hokage's office. She asked him to calm down and explain his nervousness and haste. Inoichi told the Hokage that he had received a mental message from his daughter, who said they were in trouble and needed reinforcements. Tsunade summoned Shizun, and the dark-haired woman hurried into the office. Tsunade, Shizun, summon the entire Team 7, we need them immediately. The brunette nodded and ran off. On the way she found Kakashi. Kakashi, hey Shizun, why the rush? The brunette stopped dead in her tracks and decided to take advantage of the Kakashi factor. Shizun, Kakashi, Tsunade-sama has asked me to find the entire Team 7, you need to go to Tsunade-sama's office immediately. Kakashi, yes. Shizun, go and find your students, and go quickly to the tower. The brunette returned towards the tower and the Jounin remained thoughtful. Kakashi POV, and where do I look now? Although, knowing these guys, they're probably training as usual, the Jounin disappeared in a smoke shunshin and appeared near Training Ground 7. As he had guessed, the boys were there training to work off their lunch. Kakashi approached and called their attention. Naruto, hey Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, guys, we need to get to the Hokage Tower quickly. Sai, what's happening? Kakashi, I don't know, but it certainly won't be anything good. The shinobi decided to head towards the Hokage Tower where a desperate Tsunade was pacing impatiently. At that moment the members of Team 7 entered. Naruto, Oba-chan, what's wrong? The blonde calmed down and took a seat at her desk. Tsunade, you have a very urgent mission, of S rank. It consists of going to the Fire Temple and helping Teams 8 and 10 from a trap set by 4 rogue ninjas. Kakashi, understood Tsunade-sama, we're leaving. Tsunade, good luck. The shinobi left the room, leaving the Hokage a little more at ease. She knew that with Team 7's entry, victory would go to the Leaf Village. Meanwhile, at the Fire Temple, the Konoha shinobi were in serious trouble. The 4 rogue ninja were incredibly strong. Haiden was still toying with Asuma, even though the Jounin was using his entire repertoire of wind and taijutsu techniques to try and damage the silver-haired ninja. Team 8 wasn't faring much better. Hinata and Kiba had been badly injured by the poison inflicted by Sasori's puppets. Kurenai and Shino realized that a direct attack on the former Sand Ninja would be suicidal. They tried attacking him with the insects and genjutsu they had at their disposal, but they were ineffective. Team 10 was also having problems. Engaging Deidara and Kakuzu in combat was suicidal. They couldn't get close because the rogue ninja were using the former Stone Ninja's explosives to push them back, and on top of that, they were using the Immortals' powerful jutsu. Asuma, wind release, air bullet. The projectile from Sarutobi's mouth struck the silver-haired man in the chest, knocking him off balance. Now you're mine. The Jounin prepared a chakra-charged attack, leaping at Haiden to strike him. Haiden, I don't think so. The rogue took out his metal stake and drove it into Asuma. After this, the Jounin fell to the ground with a deep wound in his side. Haiden smiled and after licking some of the blood from the weapon, he traced a series of seals. Now I will give you one last great honor. I will sacrifice you to Jashin-sama. The silver-haired man changed, his skin turned dark with white patches, similar to voodoo shamans. Asuma, what? Haiden stabbed himself in the right leg and Asuma screamed in pain. Ha! What have you done to me, Haiden? Let's just say that now everything that hurts me will be reproduced in your body, ha 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 ha. The gray-haired man stabbed himself in the other and Asuma fell to the ground in pain, holding his legs that were bleeding profusely. Shikamaru, sensei. The Nara tried to help his master, but a series of explosions stopped him. In front of him, Deidara smiled as he molded explosive clay in his hands. Deidara, sorry kid, but you're not going to help your master. The blonde threw an explosive bird, forcing Shika to return to his companions. Shikamaru's POV, damn it. I have to help the sensei, but how? Crap. I hope the reinforcements arrive soon. While Team 7 rushed to the aid of their friends near the edge of the fire temple, Naruto knew that these rogue ninja were members of Akatsuki. There was no other way. If they were strong enough to defeat two of the Leaf Village's most promising teams, they must be members of that organization. Kakashi, we're getting closer. Prepare for a fierce battle. The others nodded in agreement with their teacher. They ran for a while longer, and could now see the desolate scene of the temple, now in ruins. Things couldn't get any worse. Asuma was dying while Team 8 was badly beaten. Shikamaru and the rest of Team 10 were very tired of dodging attacks from Deidara and Kakuzu, who only deigned to use ranged attacks. Haiden, well, little one. I'm tired of playing with you, so enjoy hell. The silver-haired man drove his stake into his chest while laughing sadistically. Asuma fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes, witnessed by all his comrades. Deidara, wow. Looks like reinforcements are arriving, Konoha. The shinobi saw Team 7 appear. Naruto and Kakashi sadly observed Asuma's body on the ground. Haiden, hey guys. That blonde guy must be the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Let's finish off these dead weights and take him with us. Naruto, you're not taking anyone anywhere, because you're all going to die. Deidara, you're a big mouth, kid, we're going to have a great time kicking your ass. Naruto became enraged. Kakashi looked at him with fear. The curse mark appeared on his neck. Kakashi, oh no, Naruto jumped at Deidara and hit him hard on the head, sending him crashing into a tree. Sasori, let's see what you can do against this, brat. The redhead summoned a large number of puppets that headed towards the blonde boy who kept his head down. Naruto, they're just simple dolls. The blonde boy raised his head, revealing red eyes with yellow tinges. His claws grew, taking on a terrifying shape, as did his teeth, which sharpened to resemble those of a beast. A devilish smile formed on Naruto's face. Guys, help our friends. I'll take care of showing them what hell is like. Kakashi decided to accept. Naruto was dangerous and unstable in that state, and it wasn't very smart to question his orders. Kakuzu, you're crazy, kid, you alone against the four of us. Naruto, no, I just didn't. Kuchiyos no Jutsu. From a ball of smoke came a pink-haired girl dressed in combat armor similar to the blonde boys, only in a pink tone. The bijou smiled. Sakura, time to have some fun. Everyone was surprised to see that girl. Naruto, Sakura-chan, let's make them pay for what they did to Asuma-sensei. The pink-haired girl smiled, showing her claws. Deidara, you damn brat. I must admit you gave me a good hit, but it will be the last one you ever give. The blonde jumped and climbed onto a huge clay bird. Naruto, get ready. Sakura-chan, I hope you enjoy beating up the people who want to use you. Sakura, yes Naruto-kun. Haiden, all less talk and more action. The Akatsuki attacked the pink-haired girl with his scythe, but she stopped it dead in her tracks and delivered a tremendous blow to the gray-haired boy that sent him flying. Sasori, he's strong. I'll use my puppets. A large number of puppets surrounded the duo and lunged at them. Naruto and Sakura showed off their steel-sharp nails, cutting, tearing, and mutilating the puppets. Sasori smiled. Sakura, calm down, redhead, but the poison from your puppets doesn't affect us. Sasori's smile vanished instantly. Kakuzu, then, we'll have to use all our strength. The Akatsuki treasurer took off his cloak and released what appeared to be three beasts made of fibers, each possessing an element. These joined Kakuzu and he began to launch powerful beams of energy of the different elements. Naruto, damn, this guy is really strong, to be able to damage him we'll have to get closer. Kakuzu launched another wave of combined elements. Deidara, hey everyone, don't forget about me. The blonde X-Rock warrior pulled a large clay figure from his robes. I present to you my most devastating technique, the C3. Kakashi, damn it. That's a large range explosive, we have to get out of here. Naruto, sensei, take the injured to a safe place, Sakura-chan and I will take care of this. Kakashi, alright, but once we've secured them, we'll return to help you. Kakashi picked up Asuma's body, just as the others carried the unconscious Kiba and Hinata, and the badly injured Kurenai. Naruto smiled at Sakura and said, Naruto, by the time they get back, we'll be finished. The Bijou of My Heart Chapter 14 Part 3. Kakashi was deep in thought as they ran away from the fight to avoid endangering the unconscious shinobi. Only a few remained standing. Shikamaru focused his attention on his sensei's corpse, on the Kapinin's back. The Nara's blood boiled for not having been able to devise a strategy quickly enough to save him. The others followed the silver-haired man in silence, out of respect for Asuma and Kurenai, who was being helped by Sasuke. The Uchiha tried to comfort the genjutsu expert, but it was impossible. After marching in total silence, they arrived at an open field where Kakashi saw a good place to leave the wounded. Kakashi, we'll leave you here. We're going to help Naruto and that girl. The members of Team 10 prepared to leave, but, Sasuke, you guys aren't coming, you're too tired and hurt, the best thing you can do is stay and protect Kiba and Hinata. Shikamaru, no. That's not fair. Everyone was surprised, it was the first time the usually calm and serene Nara had ever looked exasperated. Kakashi, it's for the best for everyone. I know how you feel about losing your sensei, but they need you here more than there. The Nara observed his sensei's body, beside him was Kurenai kneeling while crying silently. Shikamaru, troublesome, the Nara cast one last glance at the silver-haired boy and approached the red-eyed girl to try and comfort her. Sasuke, well sensei, we should go. Kakashi, yes, let's hurry, I don't think Naruto will fare well even with that girl, it's 4 against 2. Sai, well, what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. The 3 members of Team 7 left quickly while the others stayed there worried. In the Temple of Fire, the pair fought against a huge multitude of puppets summoned by the puppeteer of the sand. The other Akatsuki members watched the 2 kitsunes fight fiercely using their claws. Haiden, bah. I'm bored, I'm going after them. The silver-haired man lunged at the pink-haired woman, but she remained motionless. Haiden smiled and readied his scythe. I'm going to cut you in 2, beautiful. Sakura, heh, if I were you, I wouldn't be so sure about what's going to happen. In a fraction of a second, something hit the renegade, sending him flying and crashing into the rubble of a chapel. Deidara, what the hell? What the hell was that? The former rock-headed man hadn't been able to see anything but an orange blur hitting his partner, despite having a good view from his clay bird. Sasori, Deidara, watch out. The blonde couldn't react to a precise blow from the bijou that ended the clay bird, causing the IWA nuke to fall into the void. Naruto, suck on this, you dyed blonde. Rasengan. The natural blonde hit the dyed one squarely with his Rasengan, sending him towards the same pile of rubble from which Haiden emerged very angry. Haiden, you've pissed me off, you pair of bastards. Haiden began to turn black as he pulled out his iron stake. Sakura, Naruto-kun, be careful with that guy, he seems to be using some kind of technique. The blonde looked at his pink-haired girlfriend smiling. Naruto, yes, Sakura-chan, don't worry about me. A burst of lightning and fire elements caused the couple to separate. Kakuzu, I'm sorry to ruin your couple's moment, but it disgusts me, take this. A new beam of wind, earth, and water elements tried to hit our heroes, but they easily dodged it. Naruto, is that all you know how to do, rice ball? Kakuzu stood still, lowering his head while clenching his fists. Haiden, ha 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 ha. That's great, rice ball. The truth is that with that thing you're wearing on your head you look like a Kakuzu. Kakuzu began to release chakra while taking off his mask. Kakuzu, now you'll see. Nothing insults me, much less a scum Jinchuriki like you. What was under the mask was worse. Huge black lumps appeared on Kakuzu's back along with 5 masks that emitted a small glow of different colors. Naruto realized that these masks had something to do with the way to defeat Kakuzu, who, now furious, launched himself at him. Naruto POV, this is going to be easier than I thought. Kakuzu, take this, you bastard. At that moment, a pink-haired girl appeared behind Kakuzu and hit him with a huge reddish sphere, breaking the masks on his back. Sakura, I've got you, cursed. Now I don't think they can call you immortal. Kakuzu fell lifeless to the ground while Naruto smiled and the other three Akatsuki looked at them in surprise. Deidara, damn it. Guys, stop playing around, let's attack them together. The three of them launched themselves at Naruto and Sakura, who dodged the attacks of the three renegades as best they could. They made a good combination, with Deidara using his explosive clay to attack from a distance while Sasori and Heiden's puppets fought hand-to-hand with the two kitsune. Heiden, take this, take this, take this, and take this. Ha 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 ha, the silver-haired man tried to cut the blonde man from the leaf with his scythe, but it was impossible for him to reach him. Sakura took advantage of Deidara preparing more bombs and Sasori summoning more puppets to hit the silver-haired man. He barely flinched from the blow, or so it seemed, you damn bitch. I'm going to cut you in half and then rape you. The last immortal dropped his scythe and took out his stake, beginning to try to stab Sakura, but she moved with great agility and speed, making the thrusts of Jashin-sama's follower impossible. Deidara, Heiden. Don't get carried away, or you'll end up like Kakuzu. The blonde Akatsuki member took out a large number of bombs and threw them at the Jinchuriki. Sasori summoned more puppets, which attacked the blonde man as they could not keep up with the Bijuu's speed. Naruto, I see I'm surrounded, well, I'll have to use my swords. The blonde unsheathed his two katanas and took position. The bombs fell, but Naruto didn't move, they didn't harm him. The puppets reached him, and the festival of Kenjutsu techniques began. Deidara, damn it. Sasori, try something else, your puppets are useless. The red-haired ex-sand warrior opened his chest and long cables shot out at the fox boy. Naruto, shit. I didn't expect that, damn it, the cables grabbed one of the blonde's katanas, forcing him to let go. Deidara, my turn, C3. The former rock warrior launched his super explosive. Naruto jumped back but due to the shockwave he lost his other katana. Meanwhile, Sakura and Heiden attacked each other without being able to hurt one another. Heiden was very fast but still couldn't hit the jade-eyed girl who in turn couldn't hit him either. Their confrontation resumed as they passed through where the other two Akatsuki members were attacking the blonde. Heiden, don't run away, you cowardly bitch. I just need a slight cut and I can have some fun with you, ha ha ha. Sakura POV, what does this guy mean by saying he can have fun with me with just one cut? The pink-haired girl kept turning it over in her mind until an image of a Soma on the ground came to her head. Now that she thought about it and looked closely, that guy had holes in the same areas as a Soma. Heiden, you're deep in thought, little one, are you scared? Ha ha ha. Sakura looked at him with a challenging smile. Sakura, I'm not afraid of you, it's just that I've just understood your technique, and I have to tell you that however strong it is, it's your weak point. Heiden flew into a rage. Heiden, I have no weak points. I am immortal, and therefore invincible, now you will pay for your insolence with blood. Heiden increased the brutality of his attacks if that was possible, but Sakura dodged them, angering him even more. Sakura POV, okay, he's completely pissed off now, I hope my plan works and we'll have 2 fewer enemies. Sakura ran off while Heiden chased after her screaming like a psychopath. Naruto was feeling the effects of Deidara and Sasori, who complemented each other very well. Those damned bombs, along with those stupid cables, were exhausting him. Sasori approached the blonde. Sasori, surrender, Jinchuriki, you can't beat us. The redhead raised his wires as Naruto prepared to flee. At that moment Sakura approached quickly. Naruto decided not to flee, his intuition told him that it was the right thing to do. Sakura POV, come on, it's time, if I fail Naruto-kun will be badly hurt. Sakura turned around and stuck her tongue out at Heiden. Faced with this childish gesture, just lunged forward with his stake. Seconds before receiving the wound, Sakura moved and Heiden pierced Sasori. Sasori, useless shit, why are you hitting me? Sakura, now Naruto-kun. Naruto, yes. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. A huge chakra shuriken struck the 2 Akatsuki members directly. Sasori died as his entire body disintegrated, and Heiden began to dissolve while screaming. Heiden, no. I am invincible. How did you defeat me? Sakura, easy, if that technique you use can reproduce the damage you inflict on another, it can also be reversed. The former villager from the Hot Springs village ended up dissolving into ash, leaving only Deidara. At that moment, Team 7 arrived. Deidara, we'll meet again, Kyubi, and when we meet, Akatsuki will be victorious. The blonde rogue fled on his clay bird. Team 7 made a move to follow him, but Kakashi stopped them. Kakashi, it's not worth following him, he's too fast. The silver-haired man looked at the pink-haired girl, making her feel uncomfortable. Girl. Who are you? Naruto, she is. The blonde looked at his bijou and she just took a step forward and spoke. Sakura, I am Kyubi, the nine-tailed bijou. I know you'll call me a monster now, but I want you to know that I'm not one. Everyone was perplexed. It's not every day you see a bijou in its human form in front of you. Kakashi, are you Kyubi? The young woman nodded. Sakura, I'm sorry that they lost a teammate because of me. Kakashi, no. I don't know what to say right now, but Asuma's death isn't your fault. Naruto approached and hugged the demon from behind. Naruto, that's right, Sakura-chan, it's not your fault, but I swear Akatsuki will pay dearly for their crimes. Sakura, why yes, thank you all for your understanding. Naruto, no, thank you Sakura-chan for saving me from Sasori and Deidara. The bijou turned her face away with a deep blush so that Naruto wouldn't see her and, giving a soft thank you, vanished in a puff of smoke. Sasuke, that was impressive. I didn't think that the cruel demon who ravaged the village years ago was such a sweet and beautiful girl. Naruto nodded. Naruto, yeah, Sakura-chan wasn't to blame for that, someone controlled her into doing it, and I promised her I'd find him and beat him up. Kakashi, interesting, if that's true, let me tell you that as your teacher and friend I will help you. Naruto smiled sincerely as he looked at his silver-haired sensei. Sasuke, and count me in too, dope. Brothers support each other. Sasuke and Naruto bumped fists. Sigh, and don't forget about me he, I'll always help you in any way I can, brother. Sai and Naruto bumped fists. Kakashi, alright guys, we'll talk more about this later. Now let's go find the other teams and head back to Konoha. Everyone, yes. Team 7 set off, while inside the blonde boy, a pink-haired girl cried tears of joy as she thought about her blonde boyfriend. Sakura's POV, thank you, Naruto-kun, thank you, guys. The Bijou of My Heart, Chapter 15. During the journey to find the others, Naruto remained very quiet. This was intuited by everyone else, but it was little Gaara, who had been present on the mission, but due to an error by the author did not acquire prominence. Due to his curiosity, decided to ask him. Gaara, Naruto Nii-chan, what's wrong with you? You're very quiet. Naruto looked at the little redhead, his gaze filled with insecurity and worry. Naruto, I'm just a little worried, nothing more than that. Gaara continued to insist. Gaara, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Naruto sighed and gave up. It's impossible to get rid of a curious child. Naruto, it's just that I'm worried someone in the village will find out Sakura-chan is Kyubi. Kakashi, why would they find out? Naruto, because now that I can summon her, I'd like to spend more time with her, train together, go out to eat together, so Sakura-chan doesn't feel lonely inside me. Naruto's companions smiled, especially the silver-haired one. Kakashi POV, it seems you've fallen in love, Naruto. I just hope you don't end up with a broken heart, because love between a demon and a human is forbidden, and even more so if the human is the demon's vessel. Popular legends attest to this. Sasuke, Dobe, you shouldn't worry about such nonsense. If they ask, just say she's a friend you met in a nearby village and that you became very good friends. The Uchiha put special emphasis on the word friends, managing to pique the blonde's interest. Naruto, shut up, team. What do you know about my relationship with Sakura-chan? The Sharingan wielder laughed with superiority, further enraging him. To top it all off, Sai joined his raven-haired colleague. Sai, Sasuke, don't go too far. Besides, Naruto, without a penis, wouldn't be able to satisfy Sakura. Gaara stood next to Kakashi and asked his sensei in a completely normal way. Gaara, sensei, why can't Naruto Nii-chan satisfy Sakura because he doesn't have a penis? Kakashi almost ate a branch when he lost his balance from the shock. he meditated for a very long few minutes for an answer that would not traumatize the little one, even though he would soon be a teenager. Kakashi, well, you see, it's very complicated to explain, besides, you wouldn't understand. Gaara puffed out his cheeks and they continued on their way. Kakashi sighed and turned to look behind him, where his other 3 students were arguing about what to do with a penis. Shut up already. You bastards. Don't you know you shouldn't talk about those things in front of a child? Narusasasai, hi, the 3 said, embarrassed, as they continued on their way. They continued running through the forests of the Land of Fire until they reached the clearing where the other 2 Konoha teams were. Kakashi went to see Shikamaru while the others spoke with their recovered teammates, who were ready to return to Konoha. Kakashi approached Shikamaru, who was sitting on a rock smoking a cigar. Kakashi, how is Kurenai? Were you able to calm her down and cheer her up? The Nara just looked away while taking a drag on his cigarette. Shikamaru, it was very troublesome. Kurenai-sensei has many reasons to be so devastated. Kakashi was not surprised by the Jounin's words. Kakashi, I knew she and Asuma had been in a relationship for a while. It's normal that she's so upset, she's lost a loved one. Shikamaru, it's not just that, there's something else, sensei, and believe me, it's very troublesome. Kakashi was surprised and decided to ask the ingenious strategist. Kakashi, what do you mean by there's more to it than that? Shikamaru, it's something she told me after you left. Shikamaru flashback. 5 minutes after Team 7 left to help Naruto and Sakura against Akatsuki, Shikamaru approached Kurenai, who was crying beside Asuma's body. Shikamaru, Kurenai-sensei, the red-eyed girl spoke without lifting her head. Kurenai, go away, Shikamaru, right now I want to be alone. I'm not in the mood. The Nara knelt beside the genjutsu expert while looking at Asuma's face. He had a peaceful expression, at least it seemed that when he died, he did so peacefully. Shikamaru hugged Kurenai. At first, she was surprised, but then she decided to reciprocate. Shikamaru, Kurenai-sensei, everything will be alright, I know it's a terrible loss, but we have to move on and be strong. I'm sure Asuma-sensei wouldn't want to see you cry, and even less so for him. Kurenai, no. No, you don't understand, Shikamaru. Shikamaru, what do you mean, sensei? The red-eyed girl separated from Nara, looking at Asuma. Instinctively, she placed her hand on her stomach. Shikamaru opened his eyes, catching the hint. Are you pregnant? Kurenai, that's right, I've only known for a few weeks. Now that Asuma is dead, I don't know if I'll be able to raise my son alone. The worst part is that he won't have a father to take care of him and teach him. Shikamaru, don't say that, Kurenai-sensei, I'll take care of being a big brother so your son grows up happy and healthy. I'll do it for my sensei's memory, I swear. Shikamaru's words, full of determination, relieved the red-eyed girl, who smiled slightly. Kurenai, I'll take you up on that, Shikamaru. I hope you keep your promise, and thank you so much for encouraging me. We'll take care of my son so he has a decent childhood, just like Asuma would want. Shikamaru, yes. They both continued watching Asuma, determined to fulfill their promise in memory of the deceased. Shikamaru flashback end. Kakashi, Kurenai is pregnant. The Nara told the Jounin with the Sharingan to speak more quietly. Shikamaru, that's right, I hope you don't tell anyone, not until she's ready to tell, okay? Kakashi, yes, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Shikamaru finished his cigarette and threw it on the ground, stepping on it. Shikamaru, well, we'd better go, you know, we have to organize a funeral, and it's very troublesome. Kakashi nodded and called the attention of the others. Kurenai also approached and Kakashi showed her his condolences. Kakashi, I'm sorry Kurenai, it's a shame about Asuma's death. I share your grief, the red-eyed girl smiled forcibly and spoke. Kurenai, thank you Kakashi. Kakashi picked up Asuma's body and carried it on his back, and they all left at that moment for Konoha. The journey was very quiet, no one said anything out of respect for the deceased. Thus, the journey seemed long and arduous. They could already see the gates of the hidden village among the leaves. The teams entered and reported. Team 7 would give the information to the Hokage, and Teams 8 and 10 would take Asuma's body to the morgue. The news of the death of the third Hokage's son spread like wildfire through the village. Tsunade couldn't help but feel bad after receiving the mission report. It was even worse when Kakashi told her privately about the red-eyed woman's pregnancy. Tsunade decided to proclaim 3 days of mourning for one of the most powerful jounin of the Leaf Village. The next day was the funeral. Almost the entire village was present. In the front row, Kurenai couldn't hold back the treacherous tears that escaped her. Beside her, Shikamaru comforted her, offering his support throughout. All the rookies, Asuma's teammates, and other acquaintances of the third Hokage's son were there as well. Sakura didn't want to miss the funeral either. She felt partly responsible for his death since it was an Akatsuki member who killed him. That's why she asked the blonde boy to summon her. The fox concealed her power and demonic essence. She also skillfully dodged the questions from the girls of Naruto's generation. Seeing her so close to the blue-eyed boy, began teasing her, asking if they were dating. The bijou claimed to be an acquaintance of the blonde boy who had gone to live with him for a while, nothing more. The day passed without further incident until nightfall, when Naruto suggested to his summoned creature that they go out to dinner. The bijou initially refused out of fear, but eventually accepted. Naruto was overjoyed, which delighted the bijou immensely. They strolled down the street, chatting comfortably. "Naruto, thank you for agreeing to come to dinner with me, Sakura-chan. You make me very happy." The bijou blushed at the sight of the blonde boy's smile. He looked very handsome in the yukata he was wearing. It was a beautiful navy blue with the Uzumaki clan logo on the back. She was wearing a pink kimono with red accents, and she had put on makeup at her companion's request. "Sakura, thanks to you, Naruto-kun, I always wanted to be able to walk through a village without being attacked or having people run away from me." The pink-haired girl lowered her head, remembering what always happened when she approached a village. It always ended in disaster. The blonde boy took her hand tightly. The Yuko looked surprised at her container and then turned her head so he wouldn't see the huge blush on her face. Naruto led her to a luxury restaurant. "Naruto, we'll eat here, I hope you like it." The bijou gazed at a huge old-style Japanese building, with gardens full of cherry trees and a pond with beautiful colorful fish. It was beautiful. The two entered and were greeted by a large number of waiters who very respectfully greeted the couple and led them to a table on the terrace where they could see the beautiful view of the night village and the cherry trees illuminated by the moonlight. "Sakura, Naruto-kun, this must have cost you a lot of money, it wasn't necessary." The young man smiled at her, reassuring her. "Naruto, it's nothing, Sakura-chan, all for my Kitsunheim." The pink-haired girl blushed terribly. Just then, the dishes they had ordered arrived. Sakura had ordered meat, and Naruto had ordered ramen, but ramen of the best quality. He could even swear he saw pieces of gold flakes in the broth of his precious ramen. "Sakura, it's delicious, Naruto-kun. How's your ramen? I see you're eating it very slowly." The blonde smiled at his bijou and shook his head. "Naruto, I want to savor it slowly, it's very tasty, and very expensive, do you want to try it?" The bijou nodded out of curiosity. The blonde took a small piece of meat from his bowl and brought it to the fox's mouth who, very blushing, tasted it. "Sakura, your dish is delicious, Naruto-kun, would you like to try mine?" Smiling sweetly. "Naruto, yes, that would be great, hee, yes." The pink-haired girl took a small piece from her plate, dipped it in her sauce and brought it to the boy's mouth, who ate it with pleasure. The pink-haired girl noticed that a little bit of sauce was dripping from the corner of the blonde boy's lips and with her finger she collected it to bring it to her mouth. Naruto looked at her very flushed. Everything was going as he and his friends had planned. He had to thank his sensei and his friends for their great idea. Naruto flashback. Naruto was training with his team, while Sakura rested in their apartment and enjoyed her freedom. The blonde boy seemed thoughtful. In fact, he had been throughout Asuma's funeral. They thought it might be due to guilt or remorse over the Jounin's death, but they were surprised that he was still very quiet, so they decided to ask him. "Kakashi, hey Naruto. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling remorseful about what happened at the fire temple?" Everyone stopped training and the blonde boy shook his head. "Naruto, that's not it, sensei, it's true that I feel bad about Asuma-sensei's death, but it's another matter that has me like this. Sasuke, I don't know why, but I think it has something to do with your bijou, right? Naruto was surprised by his friend's sharpness. Naruto, yes, I wish I could confess my feelings to her and that she would notice me. The silver-haired boy sat down on the grass and his students imitated him. The copy ninja covered his Sharingan eye and closed his other eye with a thoughtful expression. Kakashi, if I were you, I'd take her out to dinner. Sasuke, to a fancy restaurant, the Uchiha added. Sai, constantly flatter her, and highlight her beauty. They knew too much. Gaara, what a drag. I'm going to train. Yes, little Gaara found these topics very boring, so he got up and went to practice with his sand clones. Kakashi, finally, after the evening, take her somewhere special, with a nice view, and tell her how you feel. Naruto was a little hesitant. Naruto, what if she doesn't love me back? What if I lose her forever? Sasuke, if you don't risk it, you don't win, dope. That's life. Show confidence in yourself and you'll have her in the bag. Naruto felt a little more confident. Sai, and if you see that she freezes up, kiss her. If she reciprocates, she loves you. If not, you'll just have to hope you don't lose your friendship with her. Naruto stood up and raised his fist. Naruto, I'll tell him today. He said with great determination as he ran off, saying goodbye to his friends. End of Naruto flashback. They had both finished their dishes, paid the hefty bill with Naruto's money and some loans from the Hokage. The couple left the restaurant and the bijou asked her container. Sakura, Naruto-kun, shall we go home now? The Yuko started walking but was stopped by the blonde boy who grabbed her arm. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Naruto, just let yourself go. The blonde boy took off his bandana and placed it over the pink-haired girl's eyes. Now I want to give you a surprise, Sakura-chan. Sakura, wait, Naruto-kun. The blonde boy picked up the pink-haired girl and quickly carried her jumping across the rooftops. Naruto, Sakura-chan, trust me, I'm sure you'll like my surprise. The Yoko calmed down and let herself be carried by the blonde boy. After a short while, the young man gently placed her on the ground and spoke in her ear, causing the demon's skin to prickle. Are you ready, my princess? Sakura, why yes. The blue-eyed boy removed the bandana from her eyes, and the jade-eyed girl saw that they were atop Hokage Hill. She could see a beautiful nighttime view of the entire village. She was speechless. It's beautiful, Naruto-kun. Naruto, not as much as you. Come on Naruto, it's your moment. This Sakura-chan. Since I met you I've had a great time with you, I've laughed, I've had fun, I've learned and I've enjoyed myself a lot with you. His heart was beating 1,000 miles an hour, just like the fox demon's who was blushing deeply at the compliments. That's why I have to tell you that I've fallen in love with you, that I can't stop thinking about you, that I'm crazy about being able to feel your lips on mine, to be able to heal all your years of loneliness, to have a family with you and find the wretch who tarnished your name, all that because I want to see your smile, and for that smile to be thanks to me. I love you Sakura-chan. Sakura, the blonde boy became even more nervous. The pink-haired girl had her head down. I'm sorry Naruto-kun, but it's not safe for you to be with me as anything more than our bijou Jinchuriki relationship. Naruto, I don't care if it's not safe for me to love you, because I will fight for your love. The bijou smiled sadly. Sakura, you already have my love, Naruto-kun, but I don't want anything to happen to you for starting a relationship with me. Relationships between humans and demons aren't allowed. Naruto, I don't care about the rules. I'll do anything to be by your side as more than just your vessel or your friend. On impulse, Naruto kissed the bijou's lips. She was shocked for a few moments, but then returned the kiss, letting herself be carried away by her feelings. She knew it was wrong, but to hell with the rules. She loved this boy, and knowing him, he would surely achieve what he had promised. After all, he was the #1 ninja at surprising people. The kiss became passionate, and the blonde's tongue asked permission to enter the pink-haired girl's mouth, which she gladly accepted, thus beginning a battle of tongues that ended due to lack of air. Sakura-chan, Naruto was silenced by another kiss from his bijou. The bijou of my heart, Chapter 16. A blond man, his black cloak in tatters, entered a dark cave. He walked through the cavern until he came across a group of people wearing the same clothing, only in good condition. Deidara approached them, and a dark-haired man turned to look at him, his Sharingan blazing. Itachi, humph. Looks like you guys got a good beating. The others turned around, looking at the former rock. Deidara, shut up, I didn't expect him to be able to summon his bijou, besides, he seems to possess Orochimaru's cursed mark. Leader, damn it, so Kyuubi has great power, in that case we must focus on the other bijous and prepare a strategy to take him by surprise. Itachi, humph. That kid isn't that hard to capture, the problem is you sent a bunch of useless idiots after him. Deidara glared at him with hatred. Deidara, did you call me useless? You're an idiot, at least I didn't kill innocent people from behind like a coward. Itachi grabbed Deidara by the neck and looked at him with his Sharingan, putting him in a genjutsu. Leader, damn it, Itachi. The Uchiha released the blonde who fell flat on the ground breathing heavily. Deidara, and your other 3 companions. Deidara, they're dead, Leader Sama, as I told you before, that Kyuubi caught us by surprise, we didn't expect it to be so strong. Leader, alright, rest and prepare to go after the other Jinchuriki. Everyone left the interior of the cave while Itachi sat on a rock. Kisame approached him. Kisame, are you alright, Itachi-san? I see that Deidara bothered you quite a bit. Itachi, humph. That idiot acted like a know-it-all and talked too much. Kisame's POV, Itachi-san is too affected by being reminded of his clan's massacre. I must stop him. Meanwhile, on Mount Hokage with the Bijou Jinchuriki duo, Naruto thoroughly enjoyed the sweet cherry taste of the Bijou's lips, just as she enjoyed the minty taste of the blonde's. They separated because of the damn air and looked into each other's eyes. Between them there was an incredible brightness that attracted their gazes. Naruto, Sakura-chan. I love you, I want you to know that I will fight against Kami-sama if necessary so that you are by my side, forever. The Bijou put her hands to her mouth in shock. Sakura, Naruto-kun, are you doing all this for me? The blonde boy smiled and nodded. Naruto, for you, anything, my beloved Sakura-chan. The young man kissed the demon's lips again, who brought her arms around the blue-eyed boy's neck, pulling him closer to her. Sakura, Naruto-kun. I love you, you're the first person who treats me like I'm not a monster, who sees me for who I am and loves me for who I am. The Bijou was very flushed, she loved that feeling in her stomach every time she kissed her container. The kiss grew more intense and passionate, they separated again for lack of oxygen. Naruto took Sakura by the hand and they sat on a bench. The pink-haired girl used her companion's lap as a seat, contemplating the night landscape of the village. Sakura, it's beautiful. Naruto, you are more beautiful, my life. The Uzumaki kissed his Bijou again, who reciprocated the gesture with obvious pleasure. Sakura, ah. Naruto-kun, you're the most important thing to me. I love you. The Bijou broke the kiss to kiss her beloved Jinchuriki's neck. Naruto groaned hoarsely with pleasure which made Yoko smile. Naruto, Sakura-chan, what are you doing? The Bijou smiled pervertedly. Sakura, I'm playing with my boyfriend, don't you like playing with your girlfriend? The blonde smiled and kissed his now official girlfriend. Naruto, but I think for this kind of game it would be better to go somewhere a little more intimate. The pink-haired girl smiled knowingly and was taken by her partner to a hotel. After renting a room, they both went upstairs and closed the door. Once locked in the room, Sakura began to kiss her Jinchuriki passionately. Naruto reciprocated while caressing the exquisite body of the demon who purred sensually in his ear, encouraging him to continue his caresses. Sakura, mmn. Naruto-kun, I can't wait any longer, let's go to bed. The fox took the Uzumaki by the hand and led him to the bed in the room. There they sat down on it and continued with more caresses and kisses. Naruto, are you sure about this, Sakura-chan? The Yoko nodded and began to undress the blonde, leaving him in his boxers. He did the same, removing the beautiful kimono the demon was wearing. When she took it off, the Bijou shone for a moment before showing the 9 tails waving on her back and cute little fox ears on her head. Sakura, this is what I look like when I take my clothes off. I hope you don't mind. Naruto-kun. The blonde boy kissed her while she hugged him with her tails and arms. Naruto, you look beautiful in every way, Sakura-chan. Sakura, oh. Naruto-kun, you always know what to say to me. The bijou kissed the blonde and went down to his boxers, got rid of them and contemplated the blonde's member in all its splendor. Naruto, Sakura-chan, The bijou hungrily licked her container's member, blushing deeply. Naruto set the pace with his right hand. The jade-eyed girl decided to swallow it and swallowed it to the base, making the blue-eyed boy arch his back in pleasure. The bijou alternated licks and swallows, giving great pleasure to her companion. Naruto, Sakura-chan. I'm about to come, the pink-haired girl continued sucking and the blue-eyed boy ejaculated in her mouth. Sakura swallowed it all while Naruto lay down on the bed. Sakura, Naruto-kun, come to me. Sakura opened her legs and sensually attracted the blonde with a finger. The referred to approached her and she hugged him. Naruto, are you sure you want us to do it this way? She pulled him closer and kissed him passionately. Sakura, yes, Naruto-kun, but be gentle, it's my first time. The blonde smiled and kissed his little fox's forehead. Naruto, here I go. Sakura-chan. The young man carefully entered the pink-haired girl who let out a moan of pain. Naruto waited until his lover began to move her hips. Sakura, come on Naruto-kun, make me yours, please. The blonde boy began to move his hips making the demon moan. They both started out of rhythm, but over time they became more in sync, filled with pleasure. Naruto could feel everything tightening down there, filling him with incredible pleasure. Sakura, for her part, could only moan with delight as she felt her beloved blonde reach so deep inside her. Sakura was experiencing desire, love, passion, and possession. She couldn't contain herself any longer and wrapped her tails around the blonde, pulling him closer to her. Sakura, Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. I love you. I'll love you forever. The queen of the tailed beasts passionately kissed her partner as she felt herself dying. Naruto, Sakura-chan. I'm coming. The pink-haired girl hugged the Uzumaki tighter, preventing him from separating from her. Sakura-chan. I'm going to come inside you. The blonde boy came inside the pink-haired girl, who smiled with pleasure as she suffered an orgasm that made her convulse. Sakura, Naruto-kun, this has been great. The blonde still felt strong, so he hugged the bijou, kissing her neck. Naruto-kun, can you still go more? You're very naughty. The pink-haired girl grabbed the blonde boy with her tails and trapped him against the wall. The bijou began to lick his entire body, especially the boy's well-formed torso. Naruto noticed how his little friend was about to explode from excitement. Sakura, It seems you like this a lot. The pink-haired woman began to hungrily suck her container's member, which was very excited. The fox maiden licked from the base to the tip, causing an electric current of pleasure to run through the blonde man. Naruto, The Yoko smiled contentedly and released her prey. He stared at her while she sensually licked a finger. Sakura, Naruto-kun, I've been very bad, punish me. The one addressed couldn't take it anymore and threw himself on top of her. Naruto thrust into the bijou with incredible speed, and she thoroughly enjoyed how well her blonde lover was doing it. Naruto could only see how sexy his Sakura-chan was. They gazed into each other's eyes as they became completely engrossed in their dance of pleasure. Naruto couldn't hold back any longer and brought his mouth to hers, capturing her lips in a passionate kiss that grew hotter as the thrusts intensified. Naruto and Sakura couldn't contain themselves any longer and came together, their tongues mingling. Both were exhausted. Sakura hugged her new partner around the torso and snuggled close to him. After a tender kiss, they both fell asleep. The next day, Sasuke, Sai, Gaara, and Kakashi were at training field number 7. Kakashi was surprised that Naruto hadn't shown up, even though he was the one who always insisted on training and always finished last. Kakashi, so, guys, you still haven't seen Naruto? Sasuke, no, Kakashi-sensei, he's probably still with his bijou. Sai, that's right, how do you think the date went? Kakashi, they must have done something inappropriate, the silver-haired man said with a perverted look, scandalizing his students. Sasuke, what things sensei says? I don't think that dobe is like Jiraiya-sama. At that moment the Uchiha felt a hand grab his shoulder. Jiraiya, why do you say Naruto isn't like me? Explain yourself, Sasuke. Sasuke, damn Jiraiya-sama, you scared me. Jiraiya, answer me, Sasuke, why doesn't Naruto look like me? Kakashi, you see, Jiraiya-sama. Naruto had a date with a girl yesterday, he. The Toad Sanin's eyes lit up. Jiraiya, that's my boy. Smiling at the sky. He probably took her to bed. Laughing proudly, Gaara, why did he take her to bed? Was she sick? Everyone looked at the little redhead in fear, they had forgotten he was there. Sigh, no he. You see Gaara, when a man and a woman like each other, well, everyone except Sai and Gaara, shut up, Sai. Kakashi, you see, Gaara, Naruto and Sakura were very tired, so they went to bed, he. Gaara, ah. Well, he did well to take her to bed, everyone sighed in relief. At that moment Naruto and Sakura came walking very happily holding hands and very close together, which aroused smiles in the blonde's friends and perverted looks in their two senseis. The couple arrived next to the ninjas and greeted very happily. Both, hello everyone. How are you? Everyone, hello, we're fine. Kakashi, how was your evening, lovebirds? They both blushed deeply as they remembered what had happened the night before. Sakura, we did very well, Kakashi-san, he. Naruto, that's right Kakashi-sensei, Sakura-chan and I had a great time last night. Jiraiya approached the bijou and looked her up and down. Jiraiya POV, Naruto doesn't have bad taste, that's my student, yes sir. Evaluating the woman. Sakura, what are you looking at? Do I have something on me? Jiraiya, no. No, it's just that I've never seen you around here before. Anyway, my name is Jiraiya and I'm one of the 3 legendary Sannin, it's a pleasure to meet you Sakura. The bijou smiled and shook her hand. Sakura, it's a pleasure, Jiraiya-sama. I hope we get along very well. So after the greetings, Team 7 decided to start their daily training, which Sakura and Jiraiya joined to pass the time. After an hour of hard practice, the senseis said goodbye and left their students. The other members of Team 7 understood that the blonde one surely wanted to be alone with his bijou, so they said goodbye, excusing themselves by saying that they had to go see the 5th Hokage. Thus, the NS couple were left alone. Naruto, Sakura-chan, when are we going to tell them we're dating? The bijou kissed her boyfriend and smiled tenderly. Sakura, whenever you want, my love, you know I don't mind, whenever you want to tell him, you tell him. Naruto, okay Naruto-kun, how about we go somewhere to relax? So the two walked along a path hand in hand, Sakura clinging to her blonde friend. They walked for a while until they reached a beautiful lake.